Hey Leftist Leo, hey Tyler, we'll get started in a few. Oh, don't worry, we have our own wild Nazis to look at. We don't need to go look back to, Germany. We have them here now. Hello, everybody. I can't help myself. I'm gonna start early just 'cause I was ready and I'm bored. What's up, Shoofa Poofer? America's making me cry right now. Been there, man, a couple times this weekend, so yeah, big hearts. Wet Camera Inc. I went to a commie meeting today. Was dope. Based. You should try a anarchist meeting sometime too. They're they can go either way, but sometimes they're excellent. Generally better than the commie meetings, in my personal opinion and experience at least. So we had some storms this weekend, eh? Some really fucking bad ones actually.
More than 30 people are dead in the United States, with millions of Americans under tornado watch
I think the number is in like 50 something now.
due to violent storms sweeping through southern parts of the country and the Midwest. Tornadoes and strong winds have torn through communities, destroying homes, schools, and toppling trucks.
No,
Missouri
it's
saw its
36.
first fatalities Friday night, while Mississippi reported 6 deaths. Many are still missing. As the storm moved...
What is pre-stream exactly? It's just the waiting room where it says starting, and you guys can chat while I finish getting ready. Damn, the death toll went up. Yeah, this is still kind of going, guys. What's up, Zachat? The thing is, this is going to get worse. What we're looking at right here, this is going to get so much worse. And it's actually really simple why. Let's keep
East
watching
Alabama
first,
saw homes damaged and roads blocked. Arkansas has confirmed 3 deaths, and Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders has declared a state of emergency.
That's it. That's it. That's a tornado. Look at that tree. All that's falling on Wayne House.
Man, tornadoes are terrifying.
Oh, man. Oh, no. Oh, Lord. Oh. We in it, baby. Oh.
What's up, AI? Interesting name. Definitely too long. I forget to come back after I click the notification and see the countdown. Why don't you just leave it open? But I'll see the votes because, you know, I have no idea how long did that. Just came in. Where are these tornadoes? Kind of all over the South. This Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, Missouri.
Man, that's a tornado. My God.
And it's not just tornadoes either.
Oh, man. Camp gone, baby. Yeah.
The White House said that climate change is because it had to happen to make the modern world, modern America, or something like that. Yep. So here's the thing, right? Oklahoma, for example. There's a really, really solid explanation for this. Aside from climate change, obviously climate change is a very, very big part of this. But this is happening in not just the South, but the Midwest, right? What problem did we have in the Midwest and parts of the South right around the Great Depression? It was the Dust Bowl. It was a decade almost of smothering dust everywhere and people being unable to grow food, being unable to see the Dust Bowl, exactly. Now, why did this stop? Why do we no longer have a Dust Bowl? Well, it's because we put in place protections for that. We put in place trees, for example, that would block off some of the wind coming into where the Dust Bowl was. We would put shrubbery, bushes. There was an effort to try and mitigate the damage to the Dust Bowl from around the country. Now, this worked real good for a little while now. And then we got to the point where we needed lumber, and Donald Trump started a trade war with the country where we get most of our lumber from. And because of this, we're going to cut trees in America. And I said this before, but there's a reason that we don't deforest the states. It's not just because it's pretty. It's not just because it's wildlife, but because it has after effects. Getting rid of those trees is going to bring the Dust Bowl back. Everything's connected, guys. Nothing is an island unto itself. This is the kind of stuff that makes religious people say God is trying to send a message to us, which I mean, if you consider God, the universe, and law, cause and effect, I guess, but like that's the issue, right? Don't you think tyranny can be quite beneficial in a lot of cases? Tyranny against tyrannical leaders? Yeah, sure. In the case of, you know, taking back your country, then yes, tyranny would be perfectly fine against the tyrannical leader and their people. Aside from that, not really. Did trans people do it, or did Biden push the secret tornado button in his pocket? It's actually both, Astolf. Yeah, repent and ask forgiveness for your sins by getting rid of Donald Trump AI. Which god? All of them.
Tonight, hurricane force winds
fallow
fueling
practices,
apocalyptic scenes across the South
Solutions
as the
are
region
all.
braces for a potentially devastating tornado outbreak. Intense winds whipping across Texas.
There goes another one.
Look at that. I've seen several of these in Texas as well. Again, we're just recreating the Dust Bowl.
Tossing multiple semi-trucks on their sides in Amarillo. Gusts reaching over 80 miles per hour. kicking up a dangerous dust storm, visibility near zero, causing multiple crashes across the southern plains. The Texas Department of Public Safety reporting at least 3 fatal crashes.
AI, there is no God. I'm the only God in this chat room, all right? Now, lay off that. What's up, long leg Homo sapien?
This ambulance crushed in a crash due to low visibility in Oklahoma.
Tyranny's not helpful. I'm just saying I would be okay with tyranny specifically against the tyrannical leader. As in, let's say, let's take it to Germany. Let's say the Germans overthrew Hitler and then responded to everything that had happened with tyranny specifically directed at the Nazis. That I'd be okay with. Is it good? No, tyranny's never good. It's like Cyberpunk when the dust storms hit. It literally is Captain Buggy.
Oklahoma.
It is liberation. You're right, depraved ambiance. It's only tyranny to the tyrannicals that are being kicked out of government. And you know what? In that case, then you're right. There is no use for tyranny. I sit corrected.
As those winds caused wildfires to explode in both states, some residents ordered to evacuate.
If you notice the smoke really picking up, if you can clearly see the flames, you need to do the best thing for you and your family and get out immediately.
That storm now moving east, 113 million, stretching from Minnesota down to the Gulf Coast.
Again, this is the region, guys. We know our history. We can see it. Zachap, which code are we talking about? Because if we're blaming something on capitalism, which, let's be real, it's the root of most modern evils, then I'd argue capitalism itself has become a god, an omnipresent, all-consuming deity demanding endless growth, exploitation, and sacrifice to the altar of profit. Do we need a jihad, I guess, maybe? What's up, Shortspork? Why didn't Oklahoma and Texas just rake the leaves? Because that's woke. The bestiality of fascism. Yeah, we need woke, guys. The moment they took it away, everything fell apart. Clearly, it was woke holding the country together.
Life-threatening storms
There's
heading
planes every day at this point, long like Homo sapien.
into the weekend. The National Weather Service in St. Louis warning, quote, today may end up as one of the more prolific severe weather outbreaks in recent memory. Authorities bracing for the possibility of multiple tornadoes overnight, increasing the risk of danger.
Again, tornadoes are fucking terrifying. At least with a hurricane, like, it's slow, you see it, it's coming towards you. Tornadoes just pop right in front of you, and you're dead. It's just, bink. Do I link the tornado video? Sure.
Want people to take things seriously every time, but we definitely have a heightened alert for today.
The wind so strong, it's open.
They didn't, Shardspork. They didn't deport the immigrants who grow our food because they can't afford to do that. They made deals with those companies. Now, when you said the tornado video, I didn't think it was going to be 42 minutes long, mate.
The scale, the F1 classification makes up an additional third of recorded cases. At an F2 rating, things start to get dangerous,
this is like the,
as wind speeds are now
1, 2,
fast
3
enough to destroy vehicles and mobile homes. An F3 will leave any man-made structure severely damaged, with winds potentially reaching 200 miles per hour. Beyond this point, tornadoes begin to pose an extraordinary threat to human life. At F4 intensity, tried and true notions of shelter.
I don't know
begin
how
to
you
break
do that,
down.
Sachap. Long like
Houses
Homo
are
sapiens, right? Just chilling on stream, watching 30-minute videos for 12 hours.
Completely ripped apart, and vehicles are lifted into the sky.
All right, we're gonna see a whole lot more of this. Is the point that I'm just trying to make here? Shit's bad. 36 people have died. Tyranny is beneficial to the upper class, sure, but there shouldn't be an upper class AI. That's the issue. There should never be an upper class. There is no trickle-down effect of wealth. When has that ever happened? Go look at, like, since Reagan, has any wealth trickled down? No, you're full of shit. Gavin Newsom talking to Steve Bannon is so crazy. Yep, you saw the teaser for the next one. My sister-in-law's block got hit by one of those NATOs. Only 3 out of 8 houses left. Jesus. I hope your sister's okay, Headless Chicken. Those were insane. You know, we got a trickle-down believer. Good thing we got rid of FEMA. Yeah, we did. We did, didn't we? So nobody's getting any help, and all of these are going to get worse. So, speaking of things getting worse, we had another California liberal leave the left. Except this time, instead of a YouTuber or a podcaster, it's the fucking governor of California. Yup, this is his I left the left moment. So first off, has Bannon on his podcast, has Charlie Kirk on as well. Here's some footage from this.
I think that's a lesson that we learned after President Trump. And look, you know, we disagree on this, but President Trump won the 2020 election, and we were kind of shattered as a movement.
You're right,
when he
homonyms.
left Washington, D.C., and we had to go back to basics to say, you know, it can't be somebody else do something. You know, we had to do something, and that's where we went back to really a pure populist movement to go
Just
to the
no
grassroots,
one
the precinct strategy,
cares? He's
and
just
kind of
lying?
rebuild ourselves from there.
Well, and I appreciate the notion of agency, that we're not bystanders in the world. It's decisions,
Not even going to challenge the, like, oh, Trump won in 2020, like...
conditions that determine our fate and future.
Well, you're right, Dan did so, but at the very least, he's perceived left by liberals. Liberals throwing marginalized groups under the bus? Who could have predicted this? Pure populist. Sounds more like a nationalist. The thing is, Gavin Newsom, like, they agree with each other. Like, these people would be on the same side. He's casually just legitimizing Bannon. Because, as I've said, Bannon is going to try and create a nationalist party in the next 2 years. We're going to have a 2026 election. It's not going to be free and fair, but the goal here is going to be running a nationalist with the message of the Democrats are trash, the Republicans are trash, the billionaires own the world, we want to take it back for you. And that's going to try and bring people from the left over to the right via nationalism and his anti-billionaire rhetoric. Gavin Newsom does kind of look like an archetype of the American psycho. He does. How far right do you have to be to call a governor who hates and brutally crushes unhoused people the radical left? Pretty fucking far right, depraved ambiance. I mean, Bannon is a Nazi. You guys gonna say it, or shall I? Perception is like thinking that most Wall Street is on the up and up. Genuinely, you're not wrong, Dan did so, because...
I think that's a lesson.
I was gonna show this clip later when we do that segment, but I have to find it now, because it's just so perfect. Here we go. We had a hearing for Dr. Oz, right? And in that hearing, Dr. Oz was, first of all, look at him. He dyed his hair to look like Trump's. He's wearing a same color suit. Like, he's dick riding here. But listen to what he says when they ask him what he would do if the president told him to do something illegal.
First question that I'm asking of every nominee for this administration: if directed by the president to take action that would break the law, would you follow the law or follow the president's directive?
The president would never do that.
The president would never do that. That was his answer. That was actually his answer. The president would never do that. By the way, like, again, he's a fucking loser. This man dyed his hair, got a spray tan, bought a suit that's the same color as Trump's, then bought it. Oh, if we're gonna do the fucking morality shit, guys. All right, here. You know what? We're gonna go out of order today because I do want to talk about religious morality for a second, because I saw this earlier. Where are you, SDL? Here we go. The idea that atheists only have subjective preferences because objective morality only exists with God is extremely funny. Now, this is the kind of shit that AI in chat is saying, right? My argument is that God is the tyrant, but the good one, a tyrant who rules with grace. The thing is, no, he doesn't. If God gave a shit about you, then we wouldn't have homelessness. Okay, look. Which of the following is true, AI? God commands X because X is moral, or is X moral because God commands it? Because morality is not remotely tied to God in any way. God doesn't exist, first of all, at least in my view. But God is not a good tyrant if he does. If God exists, then God is evil. Okay, so then morality is not objective but arbitrary because God can command anything. But then God's morality is arbitrary and is not objective. God's existence or lack thereof has no impact on whether objective morality exists. If God is a good tyrant, then the mustache man was a saint. Yeah, literally. If God exists, he is by definition evil. And like several people have tried to answer this. My favorite where's my favorite reply? There's a good one. Can God do a stone? Can God create a stone that he can't move, for example? There's a lot. 500 words to say God is morality. This is God's nature rephrased again. Could God have been different and embodied morality? Horn 2, arbitrary. Must God be exactly as he is with this exact moral embodiment? Horn 1, it's outside of God. There is no answer for this that you could give from a religious perspective that is rational. If you're a theist, you have to bite the bullet because God is God, and then the definition of God, anything God commands is moral, or blah, blah, blah. The thing is, like, morality, even if you believe in God, is not tied to God. Your religion and your morality are two separate things. Exactly, Shardspork. Morality is tied to societal subjective norms and traditions, definitions of good and bad, right and wrong, in versus out group, stuff like that. That has no relation to whoever your God is. Oh, you sent that on YouTube. I'm like, where's that link left, Asleo? I mean, like, this is the kind of shit that these people believe. Jesus is not a bleeding heart liberal. He did not ultimately save you out of pity for you. He saved you for his own glory, and he saved you for the infinite wrath he had against you for insulting his glory. What the fuck are these people on about? It's just schizophrenia at that point. Look, we'll get into that, like, discussion a bit deeper. I got a lot of stuff to go through. That's the issue of why I haven't wanting to spend too long on it. All right, while we continue to do that, let's move on to something excellent. 10 out of 10. Bill Burr. I love Bill Burr. And because Bill Burr can Fed post, unlike everyone else, for some reason, he's allowed to say this shit. Let's listen to him. And yeah, chat is right.
Is beyond me. And where my comedy act is right now is I'm trying to get regular people to stop yelling at each other and realize that it's a select few group of nerds.
Carlson would have gotten arrested today, Captain Buggy. I mean, to be fair, Carlson got arrested back in the day. He got arrested for doing the bit where he said a bunch of curse words on television. But he would get canceled today.
Okay, eating raw almonds and doing their stupid workouts and everything and just competing with each other to have the biggest infinity pool.
AI,
and the rest
those are not morals. The Holy Spirit, Jesus, and God, none of these are morals. These are concepts. What the fuck does that have to do with objective morality? Wait, I just need to become a celebrity, then I can Fed post? No, not really.
Each other to have the biggest infinity pool, and the rest of us are getting pushed down. And they've politicized the whole stupid thing, and we're falling for it.
And who's the they? Besides people who eat almonds?
That idiot Elon Musk.
Oh.
That guy, like, he's going to, like, who evidently is a Nazi. Like, I just refuse to believe that it was an accidental 2-time Sieg Heil. And he does it at a presidential inauguration. This is why I hate liberals. It's like liberals have no teeth whatsoever.
The man is becoming a socialist. Fuck yes. He's right. He's exactly right.
To believe that it was an accidental 2-time Sieg Heil.
But the fact that
and he does it at a presidential inauguration. This is why I hate liberals. It's like
that should have been over right there, then and there. That should have been the day that Elon gets arrested and has no concept of interaction with the government. Right
liberals
there.
have no teeth whatsoever. They just go, "Oh my God. Can you believe I'm getting out of the country?" I'm just like, you're going to leave the country because of one guy with dyed hair plugs and a laminated face who makes a bad car
Bill Burr before
and
this.
has an obsolete social media platform. You're going to leave this. Why doesn't he leave?
He should
Why
leave.
isn't he stopped? What are we so afraid of this guy who can't fight his way out of a wet paper bag?
True. Speaking of, there is a video in existence somewhere that I wish I had of Donald Trump sitting on the floor in the White House, in the Oval Office, with Elon Musk curled up in his lap while Donald Trump pets his head and is trying to comfort him because Elon was sobbing about how much money he lost in the stock market. There is a video in existence of this. It is real. It's been confirmed real. Elon has been crying. By the way, you need to bully him more because I like the fact that he's crying. The man has literally locked himself in Twitter offices before and oh no, I'm not fucking with you. Hold on.
So Tesla stock is crap.
I want to see if anyone... Elon has been crying. To be fair, it's not the first time. After he bought Twitter and people bullied him for it, he locked himself in his office and had to have, like, staff was about to call a wellness check on him because he was talking about unaliving himself. These pictures are fake. These are AI photos, but like it's everywhere. Like NPR talked about it. Remember when he was upset that Tesla lost 700 billion because he bought Twitter and they didn't like the echo chamber? Like, this has happened before. Bully this man. If this is true, we're in far more danger than we realize. Oh, I'm well aware. He's insane. The man is like out of it. He was about to cry on Fox News not that long ago.
You giving up your other stuff? I mean, how are you running your other businesses?
With great difficulty.
These are children. They have no emotional regulation.
Yeah, I mean,
but there's no turning back, you're saying.
They've never had to suffer.
I'm just here trying to make government more efficient, eliminate waste and fraud.
Yes, the fucking Tesla ad that Trump did was directly because Elon was crying on the floor.
So far, we're making good progress. Actually.
Call to action. You're here.
Like, there's a lot of stories coming out about this. Real reason behind Trump's Tesla press conference. Like, there's a lot. The way he goes, I'm just trying to help the government as he's about to cry. Yeah, Elon's special favorite psychological medication may have turned him into a cartoon villain. No, I think he was a cartoon villain just from being a billionaire before that. But take joy in the fact that these people are weak. All of them. Look at this. This is the average right-winger. And Elon Musk is exactly like these people. They're weak. They can't handle discomfort in any case. And Elon Musk lost nearly $1 trillion in the market since the election. And at the same time, do not feel bad for them because they are like this. Multiculturalism will tear our country apart. Just say that you're a fucking Nazi. Speaking of, you guys can't talk too much shit about Elon anymore. It is officially illegal. It is terrorism, in fact. But we'll get to that. I want to continue on with the right are Nazis for a second. By the way, so first off, this comes from Next Wave America. This post of oh, it's gone. Funny. It said it's 2025. We Heil Hitler. And then he posts Christ is King, Heil Hitler, 1488. It's really that simple. I am very much in favor of these Nazis continuing to put Christ is King and shit like that right next to Heil Hitler. It's really polarizing to the actual Christians. Why do people say he's socially stunted? He probably had his wife confront him and say, you need to fucking reform yourself. You're a monster. Now what the fuck happened? He didn't. Now he's taking the whole nation with him. No, Camel. He's emotionally stunted because he grew up wealthy. When you are a billionaire, when you inherit millions, even tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars in wealth, which Elon did. His dad owned an emerald mine. He grew up with it. And by the way, Elon has like 12 children with like 4 women. And when you grow up with that much money, it stunts you emotionally. A, parents are much less likely to be involved. B, you are much more likely to have to grow up alone to take care of yourself. But C, you're much more likely to get everything you want and never have someone tell you no, never have a inability to succeed in anything that you want to do. I think a good analogy here is incels, someone who lacked socialization with women, then ended up antisocial towards them. Same with Elon, but and everyone with regular people. Exactly. You grow up without socializing. You grow up alone and isolated because rich parents have shit to do instead of taking care of you. You grow up with a nanny, and you don't develop that that attachment style that is consistent, that is stable. And then that tends to lead into after effects in your life. Every single child that he has, bar one, yes, Shufu Poofer, was conceived through IVF because he specifically only wants boys, which probably is what set him off with the anti-trans stuff, is when Vivian, you know, transitioned. I don't think having a daughter was something that he could mentally process. I was thinking about this today, seeing his kid everywhere with him as a shield. His poor kid is going to be stunted like him. That kid is going to grow up as a psychopath, guys. Elon's kid, growing up in the White House, like by himself every now and again, but it's also a human shield. Near Trump, a known child molester. Like, this shit's... In the end, there's no fix for Elon's problem. There's no cure for being a cunt. Well, I mean, there's empathy, but yeah, I think he's a bit too far gone for that one. I experienced firsthand what being isolated from women, and it's followed me through my life. Like, the thing is, all of these are systems that are purposefully put in place anyway. It's just the rich don't think there's anything wrong with it. I don't understand being so against having a daughter. Misogyny, Shufa Poofer. He's evil. The man is evil. He's Hitler. He's Hitler. And speaking of, like, just to show how much the Hitler push is in play right now, because, you know, we watched Bannon on Newsom's podcast. We saw, you know, just general Americans, Christ is King, Heil Hitler shit. We have Elon, and then we have people like Tucker Carlson saying,
I don't want to be dark. I know this is going to be clipped, but like at this point, Europe is so, and I love Europe, and I'm there constantly, and I have family there. I mean, I really love Europe, truly, as an American. Yeah. But like, it's so degraded, you know. I don't even want to say it. I'm not even going to say would it actually be worse or not. But it's pretty bad right now. I don't want to be dark. I know
he's arguing, he's saying here, I don't know if it would have been better if the Nazis won in World War II. That's what he just said.
This is going to be clipped, but like at this point, Europe is so, and I love Europe, and I'm there constantly, and I have family there. I mean, I really love Europe, truly, as an American. Yeah. But like, it's so degraded.
Yeah, say it, you pussy. Just say it. That's the one thing that really pisses me off about the right wing, is they won't even, like, man up and just be the Nazi. Say the slur. Why do you have to keep hiding? You should have no sympathy for him, Camel. None. Zero. Shortspork, is Newsom grifting to the right to try and suck up to Trump on behalf of maintaining California? No, I think he's just grifting to the right. I think Newsom could actually switch parties eventually. I think he just fits in better with the Republicans. Tucker is the favorite of United Statesian white supremacists. Yeah, that's because he's a Nazi.
You know.
Newsom gonna get that bag? Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's doing it for the bag. Oh, that's what he's saying? Yeah, look, listen, one more time. It's really hidden here, but like,
dark. I know this is going to be clipped, but like at this point, Europe is so, and I love Europe, and I'm there constantly, and I have family there. I mean, I really love Europe, truly, as an American. Yeah.
No, you don't.
But like, it's so degraded.
No, he's not a neoliberal.
You know,
he's a fascist. He's a Nazi. He's literally saying Europe would be better if the Nazis won World War II. This man is a Nazi. Oh, don't get me started on fucking Chuck Schumer. I have 2 daughters, 3 months and 23 months. I'm so happy with them, and I can't imagine how having boys instead would be better or worse. Well, I mean, that's because you're a normal person, the gentle giant, and not a evil cartoon villain.
No, I don't even want to say.
Yeah, this fucking tracks. Right. So, speaking of Nazis, though, Hassan had the best response to the Nazi chick who debated Sam Cedar in Jubilee. And I just have to say, as a woman, this should be your response anytime you have to engage with these fucking grifter right-wing women.
This liberal world order needs to be thrown away completely, and I think Christian nationalism would be a good alternative.
Okay, get the fuck back to your seat. Get the fuck back to your seat. Women should be seen and not heard. Why are you here? Frolicking about. Why are you here and not barefoot and pregnant in your home in the kitchen?
What's up, Barbara Lynn?
Serving your man. Why are you talking to me? Why are you talking to cameras? Are you a witch?
Are you a witch?
Are you a witch?
10 out of 10. Based. Hassan goes full Vosh. But, like, this is how you should be responding to these people. When you see, I don't know, fucking Candace Owens or some shit, you see, Lauren Boebert talking about family values and Christian values. This is what you say to her. Are you a witch? Hits hard. Yeah. Do it. It's holding them to their own standards. And you know what? Like, it's so easy to do this because let's say I did this, right? They're going to say, well, why don't you? Because I don't believe in this shit. You're the one advocating for it. It's like the main character in Handmaid's Tale in the past, how she was a right-wing grifter, podcaster, wrote books and did speeches. And then after the revolution where they make Gilead, she has no rights and is sad about it forever. Like, that's you. Shut the fuck up. Why are we listening to you? Are you a witch? White woman getting rights with black people, then turning on them is so gross. I mean, turning on other people, trying to take away their rights is. Gotta have a good old-fashioned witch hunt, if you know what I mean. I agree. I hear if you say Boebert juice 3 times in a theater, she'll pop up and give you a hand job. Ugh. Careful with that. I got dogpiled in a debate like 10 years ago doing the exact same thing. The Christians were so triggered by this line of attack. Good, exactly. That's what you should do. You watch the cartoons when you're young and you think, oh my God, like all these corporate guys are evil. And then you're a teenager and think, oh, this is exaggeration and it's kind of dumb. And then you grow up that you realize that you were right as the child the whole time. The evil corporations are corrupt. They're evil. The corpos do hate you. The corpos do have evil master plans that they're trying to enact to take away from you. Fuck these people. Women deserve rights, absolutely. But women who advocate for other women's rights to get taken away should be treated as if they have no rights. That's what they're advocating for. Fuck her. And fuck them. Look, Americans are fucking mad, guys. Americans are really fucking mad. These are some voicemails that were left in Senator Tillis's voicemail box. Now, I'm gonna warn you, this shit is it's pretty far. And homonyms, careful with that. You don't have free speech anymore.
Senator Tillis'
That's how northern warbacks think about you southern white trash.
Oh, to be a 57-year-old white man and to be able to Fed post directly at the government, I fucking wish. Mad angry or mad nuts? No, these are mad angry, and they're correct. And probably the Republicans, too.
Afternoon, Senator Tillis'
That's how northern warbacks think about you southern white trash. That's what the ones who won the Civil War think about you. Do you understand that inferior bad genes, inbred stupid you and all your people?
Yeah, Tom Tillis, afraid of death threats. Then get the out of off.
First off, I do gotta say, true. If you're afraid of death threats, what are you doing in office?
I would like to talk to Tom Tillis
and ask him why he thinks it's okay for him to take money from this nation and it over.
Camel, there is plenty of talk in the street. There's people out in protest right now. You just don't see it.
Why does he think that he can tell his employers to go themselves every goddamn day, all day long, and sell his goddamn nation out and his employers over?
That was the most Gator-done accent I've ever heard.
He know that his employers can take a axe handle and cave his head in?
And I suggest
nation out and his employers over. Don't he know that his employers can take a axe handle and cave his head in?
Yeah.
And I suggest, well, you're going to have to be very careful about going out in public or talking to anybody that's real, that's an actual American, because we hate you.
If I didn't have a broken back in Southern California, I would spend the rest of my life in federal prison for a chance to cut your throat.
This is what it means to be a 58-year-old white man and to be able to Fed post. Many such cases, we are watching people that are leaving voicemails for their elected officials. Honestly, their lines kind of slapped. Yes, they did. Like, first of all, again, I'm going to say right here, I agree with the second one. The one that says, like, what the fuck are you doing in office if you're afraid of death threats?
No, you people.
Yeah, Tom Tillis. Afraid of death threats. Then get the out of office.
I think that's fair. If I left a voicemail like that, I will get a police visit pretty fucking quick. Oh, yeah. And maybe not, like, they might just send the feds to your house. Not quite 57, but I sound just like him. Based headless chicken. Give him hell. Did they get rid of free speech? Yeah, they got rid of free speech. Now, let's get into that section. No, they kind of did, guys. They kind of did.
He most certainly
So we have protests still. These are Republicans, by the way. Well, we're getting there. We got Republicans protesting. I'll save this idiot for a second. We got Idaho protests.
Hundreds gather in front of the Idaho state capitol in protest of Elon Musk, the Trump administration, and more. I'm downtown Boise neighborhood reporter Riley Shoemaker.
Really quickly, can I just say, this is the protest in Idaho, and this is what protests in Europe are looking like right now. We are failing. Get off your asses, and maybe, just maybe, we can do what Europe's doing. Oh yeah, Serbia and Hungary are going fire right now. We're going to talk about that as well, but let's cover the lack of free speech here first. Oh, and if you want to see impressive Schuffelproofer, there was about 1 million people out in the street.
Behind me, you can see demonstrators carrying signs, chanting slogans, and calling for action on a whole range of issues.
Close to 1 million.
A crowd of hundreds gathered outside the Idaho state capitol on Saturday, answering a national call for protests in all 50 states.
Again, like, these are not big enough. Go to your protests. Go hang out in front of your, like, local office every day. Yeah, look, we'll get into the good protests in a second. I suppose I should have put these earlier. The lack of free speech is way back here. So we got some stuff to go through. But as a little teaser for your lack of free speech, here's Asmongold making the point for me.
So the government decides what's hateful or not, and whenever they make that decision, they decide to censor you arbitrarily. And people in Europe are okay with this? Man. Y'all need to throw some TNT into the water or some shit. Like, you can't let this happen. Yeah, bro, you gonna let these clowns boss you around. No,
How
we're
does he have
not.
50
Well,
fucking
then
K? This man
organize
is
and get
so
rid of them.
stupid.
It's hard to say whether he committed a crime, but there's a higher standard of conduct for people that are green card holders than people who are naturalized citizens. And he wasn't meeting that conduct, so he's getting
Of course
deported.
he's reactionary.
Hopefully,
They're all
and there should be.
reactionary.
Yeah, they should be, and I support this completely. I hope they do this to more of them.
Yeah, there's your free speech. Because obviously he believes what he's saying about Europe, and he would believe it about America if this applied to him in any way. I think we should stop listening to the cockroach piloting streamer bot. No, I know, but he's making a point for me. He wants free speech. He wants freedom, just not for America. But he doesn't know this. You want to know what your actual way out of this is? This is what you should be doing right now.
Turn now to one community in Ohio, which is now the center of a growing national debate about civil rights, hate speech, and the Second Amendment. NBC News correspondent and NBC News Now daily anchor Morgan Radford visited the town of Lincoln Heights, where residents have formed.
No, it wouldn't many such cases. I don't care if he has a green card. I don't care if he expressed support for Hamas. He didn't commit a crime.
An armed community defense group in the wake of a neo-Nazi rally. Morgan joins us now. You were there just on Tuesday.
Now we watched.
What did the residents tell you about what's going on?
We watched the forming of the militia in the beginning. After they beat the fuck out of those Nazis, they started forming checkpoints. They started helping people go to school. But they took this a step further and created a community that is safe, that has community policing.
During the Great Migration back in the 20s as a refuge for black citizens, which is why it was especially painful when neo-Nazis suddenly appeared in this 3,000 person majority black town. But they decided to fight back, taking up arms and patrolling their own streets. Now they're at the center of a much larger debate about protection and free speech and who gets it.
These aren't police officers.
Yeah, like if any group should be arrested for their speech, it's the Nazis.
Or soldiers.
I don't give a fuck if you're pro Hamas anymore.
Your fathers, your sons, daughters.
These are civilians, members of the Lincoln Heights Safety and Watch program.
It's a duty. Okay, let's go.
The duty, protecting
Panther
their
energy,
neighborhood, the majority
exactly,
black
long leg
village
Homo
of Lincoln
sapien.
Heights, Ohio.
I have seen the Dems parties polling at 9%, the lowest in history.
After neo-Nazis held a rally here last month, carrying
leftist
rifles.
Leo, guess what? You're not allowed to wear masks to a protest anymore. Except, I guess, unless you're on the right.
Waving swastikas and hurling racial slurs, just moments before children were let out of school.
Absolutely,
At the
Jesse
time,
Murph.
law enforcement officials said the neo-Nazis did not break any laws, but an investigation by county prosecutors is ongoing. Weeks later, the KKK came with these flyers.
First African-American community above the Mason-Dixon line of
Safety and Watch Group spokesperson Durrance Daniels says the
Protect
police
your
did
community,
not
guys.
do enough, which was more
thank you,
chilling because the
Automonical.
town was founded in the 1920s.
Yeah, they can wear, again, all of the laws, all of the speech reduction, it applies to you. You're not allowed to criticize Israel or Jews now. Are the Nazis allowed to do that? Is Steve Bannon allowed to do that? Or is it everybody? Obviously, it's just for the left. You can wear a hood, not a mask. Yeah, fuck these people. Look, your freedom of speech is gone. Your right to protest is being taken away from you. I'm going to say this right now. Fed posting, the bar has gone up, so watch what you say. I can say a lot more than you guys can because I'm not in America. So I don't have to follow the speech rules of the United States government to that extent, as long as they don't interfere with terms of service. So careful with what you say. They will arrest you and they will shut the channel down.
As a safe haven for black residents.
Lincoln Heights is our home. If somebody broke into your home, you call the police, and the police says, you know, if they do it again, we haven't broken any law, so we're just going to allow them to break into your home again. What would you do?
Are you worried at all that having a potentially armed response could just create more friction, create more danger?
I'll answer that by saying,
I love how it's now the right saying, wait a minute, a good guy with a gun doesn't stop a bad guy with a gun. What if you having a good guy with a gun makes more violence? The right wing is now saying this. What's the rules for Canada? It's whatever your government's rules are, as long as you're not saying something that could be expressed as terrorism, which is everything. So, like, it's not clear cut, but you're not the streamer anyway. Yeah, he did. He called CNN and NBC illegal. We're gonna get to the speech reductions, but I wanted to.
I've never felt safer as a
move
black
into
man
that
in my community than I have right now.
The mayor of Evendale, which oversees the police force that responded that day, said in a statement to NBC News, "Our emphasis on de-escalation and public safety resulted in the incident's resolution without injuries to any of the persons involved."
Right wing will go full Democrat gun control when people of color are armed. This is true. They've done it before. No threats or wishes for violence. I'm a good guy with a gun, not gonna lie. I'm not saving shit. If I hear shots, I'm running away. Good. Fair enough. Visora stream pack with content. This isn't even half of what I have to talk about. It was a big weekend. I would have streamed yesterday, but my chronic pain's been acting up. So touching on speech a bit more. You guys want to see what a teacher was forced to take down in her classroom because it was offensive?
Content neutral and conducive to a positive learning environment. That's the policy.
Right. And I was told that it's not content neutral, that it's a personal opinion.
A West Ada school teacher is being told to remove 2 signs of inclusion from her middle school classroom because the school district says
Shardsford, thank you for doing all that. Although I feel like you can... Nah, never mind.
Violates policy. Sarah Inama has taught world civilization to 6th graders at Lewis and Clark Middle School for the past 4 years. And for the past 4 years, Sarah had these signs up in her classroom. One that said, "Everyone in this room is welcome, important, accepted, respected, encouraged, valued, and equal," written over the colors of the rainbow. And
this is offensive and not conducive to a positive learning environment. Who's being offended by this, guys? Who do you think?
Another that said, "Everyone is..."
No, see, the woke Schufel-Poofer isn't this. It's the right. We have the woke Reich.
Welcome here, showing hands.
This is offensive and not conducive to a positive learning environment. This, because not everyone is welcome. It makes the Nazis mad. They're snowflakes, they're children, but they're the woke ones. The right wing is the woke. They're the only ones who give a shit about anything like this. The left is talking about economics, war, foreign policy, like the rights of citizens, while the right wing is talking about posters in schools and limiting language and wokeism. It's the woke right. It's the woke Reich.
Various skin tones, hearts in the...
Leftist Leo saying Jesus would have been brown is genuinely going to be illegal speech soon.
Palm.
I'm not even joking.
You know, pretty benign signs if you look at them. And before we go any further with this, the sign with the rainbow colors, not the same as an LGBTQ flag, although Sarah says she's very much an ally, she just doesn't advertise it in her classroom. So for 4 years, these signs have survived sans harassment.
Well, nobody's a chap. On the Dems subject, I feel like a lot of people are gonna just say fuck it to the Dems now after that the budget bill, which we're gonna also go over because that was also fucking insane. But yeah, I stick to MAGA mind virus. Yeah, that works too. White Jesus would have died of skin cancer by 15. You're not wrong, but like, guys, this is offensive to these people.
Nobody said a word about him. That is, until about a month ago.
My building administration came to me during my lunch period and told me that they needed to be taken down.
I don't think there is a thing as a centrist right now.
They were in violation of district policy because in today's political environment, they're considered a personal opinion.
Did they say somebody complained about them?
No. I asked if anyone had complained about them, and they said no. We just want to.
We're just evil.
Protect you from that if that were to happen.
Yeah, and before white is a slur, yeah. Schumer is an old-time Republican? Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna scream about them in a bit. Don't worry. I wanted to get some of the important stuff out of the way before I start crashing out at Chuck Schumer. So we're on education for a second. Let's talk about a committee on public education.
This is our 6th hearing on vouchers in 2 years. We have not had 6 hearings on teacher pay. We have not had 6 hearings on student discipline. We have not had 6 hearings on student mental health. We've not had 6 hearings on arts education, something that you and I are very passionate about. But this is our 6th hearing on vouchers. And so I want to say something that I think everybody already knows, which is that there are very powerful forces pushing this issue on us. This is not about education, it's about politics. And Mr. Chairman, I am not doubting your sincerity.
Why is Kanye West? Why do you think Switzerland is neutral? Do you think it's because they're good? Because the reason Switzerland is neutral has nothing to do with their politics. It's because of money. Switzerland is neutral so that all the other countries that hate each other put their money in Swiss banks. That's why they're neutral.
Particular bill, I'm not.
Conservative Christians hate Jesus and they hate America.
Of vouchers generally, because no other issue comes with this level of bullying, this level of bribing, this level of billionaire backing. 6 of our colleagues sacrificed their seats over this issue. 6 of the finest legislators I know, including one of my legislative classmates, Chairman Reggie Smith. We were in different parties. We disagreed on a whole lot, but we both supported our public schools.
This is how much they hate public school. This is how much they hate you. They're going out of their way here.
And for that, he was targeted. Along with 5 of our other colleagues, he was
6
buried
people
under a mountain of big
lost their
lies
jobs
and big
trying to
money.
protect education.
And all of that because of this issue. I've never had so many colleagues, including Republican colleagues, including some who are signed on this bill, privately tell me they hate this issue because it is not about education, it's about politics.
This is government now. We're like, the fact that we even hear this is shocking to me. I'm terrified that I might have to homeschool my girls if they truly got education. The Gentle Giant, depending on where you live, I would homeschool my kids now. Like, did you see the molest children bill? What are vouchers? Vouchers are a scam. What they are is basically the government will pay for a portion up to, like, depending on the state, sometimes up into like the 90s % of how much it would cost to send your kid to a private school instead of a public school. And this siphons the money out of the public school system into the private school, making it so only the rich kids go to the private school and only the poor kids are in the public school, while the public school's funding is cut because there are less kids who get the funding. Yes, the genital inspection bill, yes. Can anyone homeschool their kids? It's not like most parents have a degree in teaching. Look, Republicans do this all the time, and they are much dumber than you. And I feel like at this point, you can manage it. Go on Wikipedia, download the entire file. Like, you can download all of Wikipedia for 60-something gigs. And teach them. Learn yourself and learn with your kid. Zaz, yo, Visora, you're Canadian? No, actually, I'm Turkish and grew up in America and now live in Australia. Twitch is cracking down on TOS violations and anything related to Israel. Mods will be timing you out for your messages. Thank you again, Shardspork. You are a legend. Since everyone who reads the Bible must negotiate with text, being a moral Christian is possible. In that case, you're moral in spite of the Bible, though rather than because of it. I also think that Jesus got the basics of treating people right down. I agree too. Like, there is some value in reading the Bible, but taking it literally, no. Republicans are not interested in educating people. They're not at all. Educated people are harder to fool and are far more malleable. But also, like, the parents that homeschool their kids were doing it because they didn't want their kids to be gay or trans. Taking that APAC cheddar. No, actually, I'm trying to not get banned. They literally made it illegal. We don't have free speech anymore. Like here. These are definitions of examples of anti-Semitism from the DOJ. Accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or to allege priorities of Jews nationwide or worldwide than to the interest of their own nation. Denying the Jewish people's right to self-determination by claiming that existence of the state of Israel is a racist endeavor. It is, by the way. Applying double standards by requiring of it a behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation. Okay. Using symbols or images associated with classic anti-Semitism to characterize Israel or Israelis. This could mean literally anything. Drawing comparisons of contemporary Israel policy to that of the Nazis. So, for example, you saying that in 1948, Einstein wrote, along with 20 other professionals, that the government of Israel is very fascistic and reminiscent of Nazis. You're not allowed to say that anymore. Holding Jews collectively responsible for the state of Israel. Literally only Republicans do this. So, like, but it is illegal. And they are going after so much more than that. Say the wrong things in Twitch chat, then off in the distance, drone noises intensify, basically. The Z word is blocked outright, y'all. Yeah, exactly. I say ziophile, so that works a bit better, because that's not banned, and that's not a word that anyone else uses. We just read the new TOS. This shit is just them saying, stop saying we're doing the thing we're doing. I haven't read the new TOS fully, actually. I really should have before I started streaming. But it is what it is. My mind was literally blown when I found out way more Muslims in Dearborn, Michigan voted for Trump than Kamala. Well, I mean, facts over power. They were getting targeted ads that were pretending to be Kamala ads, being very pro-Israel, but they were from the Trump campaign. So when you combine that with illegal alien executive order, then you can pretty much be chucked into a camp at random now, I think. Yes, that's the other thing, because on top of this, we now have the Alien Enemies Act, which a court blocked and then they ignored. They did it anyway. Then we also have how it is domestic terrorism to protest Tesla at a dealership, for example. The actual anti-Semites are going to revolt. See, here's the thing. I don't think any of this will apply to the actual anti-Semites, the actual Nazis. Think about it, because we watched Steve Bannon, in fact, saying that he is pro-Israel. He's just anti-leftist American Jews. I don't know. Just to finish off education, I want you guys to understand what the current state of it is and how fucked the kids are.
I think that you guys...
And yes, you should buy a gun. Learn how to use it. Join the SRA.
Don't know what's going on in education right now. That's fine. Like, how could you know unless you were working in it? But I think you need to know. So here is exactly what it's like right now working in public education. First of all,
you saw the militia in Ohio and how well that worked.
They live on their phones and they're just fed a constant stream of dopamine from the minute their eyes wake up in the morning until they go to sleep at night. Because they're in a constant state of dopamine withdrawal at school, they behave like addicts. They're super emotional, like the smallest thing sets them off. And when you are standing...
How much of this would apply to you with your phones, by the way?
Standing in front of them, trying to teach, they're vacant. They have no ability to tune in if your communication isn't packaged in short little clips or if it doesn't have like bright flashing lights. That's actually the way harder part for me than just the outright behavior.
Death of society shit.
It's just being up at the front, talking to a group of kids who have their eyes open, they're looking at me, but they're not there.
Thank you, Oxpecker. We're going to talk about the police in a bit, so that might actually come in handy. You said it was in the media sharing channel. Thank you. Any thoughts on the Zizian trans vegan cult? Not sure how much this is true and how much is propaganda. I'm just gonna say who gives a shit, and it's all fake until I see otherwise with that one. I don't care enough. Depraved ambiance, the apocalypse is to happen, the temple needs to exist. That's a big reason why American Christians are so very pro-Israel, is because they want the apocalypse to happen. It is literally a death cult. Sorry, can she put a Subway server video on so we can pay attention? Literally. I had to do this before. I had a chatter on to chat with me, and they didn't put their camera on, and so I had to put on Subway Surfer in the background so people would pay attention.
They're not there. And they have a level of apathy that I've never seen before in my whole career. Punishments don't work because they don't care about them. They don't care about grades. They don't care about college. It's like you are interacting with them briefly in between hits of the internet, which is their real life. I've seen some...
And that's the thing. It's the social media is now life for these people. Like, if you grew up in this era, you don't know life without social media. And that is killing these kids. It's killing them. It's killing us. It's killing them. It's the Westoid mind virus. It's just media, guys. It's just social media. I mean, it's a death cult, sure, but it grows in popularity. It grows in insanity through social media. People are socializing more through social media than IRL like we did growing up. People don't know how to socialize IRL. That's why I focus so much on build community, talk to strangers. It's because no one knows how to. I want you to talk to strangers. The stranger danger shit they taught us is a lie. It's a lie. Oh, and just so you know, they're going after universities too.
Take.
Today might be a long stream. Sorry,
where
guys.
America's global dominance is more total than higher education. With about 4% of the world's population and 25% of its GDP.
Yes, Captain Buggy. We need to teach kids how to socialize in school. That was half the point of school when we were kids. It was to teach you social structure and hierarchy. But like they don't even do that anymore, which kind of like based. Sure, I don't want them to learn hierarchy, but they don't know how to talk to each other.
America has 72% of the world's 25 top universities by one ranking and 64% by another.
Australia banned social media for kids under 16. Although that bill is very flawed and they still haven't fixed it. And I can't lobby them to fix it because I'm not a citizen yet. I got approval this weekend, actually. I got a letter in the mail. My citizenship was approved. So I'm not a citizen yet because I have to wait for them to send me a letter for the ceremony where I do the swearing in. But I get to be an Australian citizen. Once that goes through, I'm gonna lobby the fucking shit out of the government because they didn't add Telegram, Kick, or Rumble to the social media ban. And then they should be absolutely banned, especially for kids under 16. And then on top of that, like, the thing that I like about this law is none of the consequences for a kid breaking the law is on the kid or the parent. It's the company. The company has to pay the fine. It's like $50 million if your 14-year-old gets on Facebook.
But this crucial American competitive advantage is being undermined by the Trump administration's war on colleges.
War on
Hat
education.
tip to the New York Times' Michelle Goldberg for raising this
Trump
issue
wants to destroy all academia, not just the woke parts.
as well. Listen to what J.D. Vance said at the National Conservatism Conference in 2021.
We have to honestly and aggressively attack the universities in this country. The professors are the enemy.
The administration...
How much clearer do they have to make it? The professors are the enemy. And the people taking it away aren't doing it to give us anything good. They just want to squeeze as much productivity out of them and take up all of their time with 8 hours of school, 5 days a week, and then enough homework to... That's always been it. You've been drowning in it. Hell, that's why I got a GED, because I couldn't do the homework. It was just like, I spent so much time, I needed to socialize. I didn't want to sit there and do shit I already know, so I didn't do it. Got a GED. They make it specifically, at least when I was in school, the system was designed to get you used to a massive workload and a 9-to-5 job. That was the point. I feel like Trump is truly demented, but a carnival distraction who functions solely as a Trojan horse to bring these Heritage Foundation assholes in. I mean, that is true. That is true. I showed this last stream. You know, the Heritage Foundation is just making shit up now as conspiracy theories that they're claiming happened years ago, but never were in the news, never were talked about. We found it in the deep, yeah, literally we found it in the deep state. Hold on. Look at this shit. So this comes from a right-wing news account quoting this tweet. This tweet is adding oversight PR. Now, if you look at this video, this is a video saying that all of these signatures from Biden are forged on the pardons, and the pardons aren't real, so all of these people can be arrested. They're trying to, you know, make it look like Trump didn't pardon these, Biden didn't pardon these people properly. But then you go to @OversightPR, heritage.org/oversight. Everyday American Legal Investigation Org, battling corruption and weaponization, oversight, heritage. They can make up anything and spread it with Infinite Mercer via Daily Wire, Daily Storm. I mean, like they will just say shit and then put it out to all of that. This is why they have such a large network of podcasters, Twitch streamers, YouTubers. They put this message out and then the message is then repeated. The biggest difference between the left and the right is the right focuses from a top-down structure. They are given marching orders and then they follow their orders. Whereas the left works from the bottom up. We don't have marching orders. We have to convince everybody to come with us. And like, of course, the wealthy will still get education, but this is insanity.
Has put those words into action. The most dramatic assault has been financial, a freezing or massive reduction in research grants and loans from the federal government. Some of these efforts are under court review, but the cumulative impact could be billions of dollars in cuts.
The courts don't do anything. That's why they all have the same talking points to the letter. They all say waste, fraud, and abuse exactly the same. Exactly. It's marching orders. Top-down structure. Their boss told them to say what their boss told them to say, what their boss told them to say. You want to know what Republicans sound like when they don't get marching orders? Like this.
It's fantastic, fantastic. He was a smart guy, you know, Tesla. First the light bulb, and now this. He was like a modern-day Isaac Neutron. It's remarkable, really.
Isaac fucking Neutron? My guy, that's Jimmy, not Isaac. That's what happens when they don't get talking points. I never got the fucking Soros check. I'm never following marching orders. Right? Like, where's my USAID payments? Where's my Soros check? Also, like, Trump is real fucking stupid.
Daylight savings, it's got to go. It's got to go. Imagine you're dying, you're on your deathbed, you only have a little while to live, and they turn the clocks forward. You die faster. Sorry, kids, Granny's dead. She lost an hour. It's a disgrace. We've got to stop it, and we're going to stop it.
I agree, by the way, depraved ambiance. Capitalism is inherently anti-democratic. She lost an hour. Sorry, Granny's dead. Because of daylight savings.
To live and they turn the clocks forward. You die faster. Sorry, kids, Granny's dead. She lost an hour.
It's real.
It's a disgrace. We've got to stop it, and we're going to stop it.
It is real. It is real. I can't find the full. Zach, did you find the clip?
Like a Headley.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest responsibility is to serve our
this is the media.
Treasure Valley communities, the El Paso, Las Cruces communities, Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But we are concerned about the trouble and trend of irresponsible, one-sided news stories.
It is a country plaguing our country.
It is a classic. This has been recreated among like Twitch streamers and YouTubers and podcasters and all of that. Dang, we need more daylight savings to speed up these old fascist timelines. True. Well, obviously that means you're from the future. Why didn't you warn us about everything? Motherfucker, I tried! Depraved ambiance. I tried to warn everybody for months from the future. I know what's gonna happen. And I said it and no one believed me. I tried. Sinclair Media at its best. True. It's real. Maybe not him, but I had a discussion with someone about changing clocks. Don't know how, don't affect how nature works at all. No, Trump did say that, but yes, a lot of Americans are that dumb anyway. Death by media, slogans and sales point pitches is the reactionary language. Edward Bernays, may he rest in piss. True. I have no doubt it's real. I've heard him say drink chlorine to get rid of COVID. I remember that. Aren't new laws written by Congress? Why is the DOJ allowed to tell us we can't say that Jizreal sucks? That's because Congress doesn't exist anymore. Congress exists to put on the show, whereas we have unitary executive. It is just whatever the president says is the law. In fact, I mean, here, we can read it. This is from the White House. The President and the Attorney General, subject to the President's supervision, control, and shall provide authoritative interpretations of the law for the executive branch. The President and the Attorney General's opinion on questions of law are controlling on all employees in the conduct of their official duties. No employees of the executive branch acting in their official capacity may advance an interpretation of the law as the position of the United States that contravenes the President or the Attorney General's opinion on a matter of law. So, yes, this is technically only applying to government workers, but no, it's everything. It's everything. That's the law. If your interpretation of the law does not fit in with the president's interpretation of the law, then that is not the law. Why are Republican congressmen so cucked and willing to give all their power to Donald Trump? Well, A, they get paid, and B, they believe in, like, the white supremacy bullshit. Like, a lot of them are just demons. You can't be an elected Republican official without being a terrible person in this day and age. It's impossible. Like, in the last 10 years, to become a Republican congressman or senator, you have to be evil. Period. And blackmail does have a part of it as well. So, moving on from education and the media, let's talk about healthcare for a second.
You know, if you get it used to be when you and I were kids, everybody got measles. And the measles gave you lifetime protection against measles infection. The vaccine doesn't do that. The vaccine is effective for some people for life.
First of all, no, that's not how measles works. Measles will actually get rid of your immunity to other viruses. If you have, if you get measles and you had been vaccinated for COVID, you're less vaccinated for COVID because of the measles. It's not chicken pox. You can't have measles parties, so all of your kids can have measles and then get it over with. That's not how that works. Secondly, the idea of the vaccine doesn't give you immunity, but catching measles does is insane, obviously.
On many people, it wanes. And
yeah, but what about the rest of us, Simply Steve?
To provide maternal immunity. It used to be a very young kid. You don't want a one-year-old kid getting measles. That's very dangerous. They were protected by breast milk and by maternal immunity.
That's just how he sounds. RFK Jr. has negative understanding of anything related to medicine or biology. Yeah, it's basically the opposite of what he says.
Get vaccinated.
He does occasionally make a point that has sense to it, but it's him and he has to ruin it. Like the wellness camps, that could be done very well if it was done with actual intention of wellness, not concentration camps.
Not provide that level of maternal immunity that the natural measles infection did. So you're now seeing measles hit very, very young kids and hitting older people within whom the vaccine has waned. And that is something that we need to worry about and that we're looking at HHS.
First of all, Governor,
you know, if you get enough...
Yeah, we'll see pre-breakfast banana. They don't believe in nature. They live in a fantasy world. Citizens United v. Federal Election Commission 558-310. The gut shot, true. 21-147 Egbert v. Buell. The noose, also true. 23-939 Trump versus United States, the firing squad. America is cooked. Yeah, no, we are. We are. He's not digging into his beef tallow fries. Yeah. Jesus, God. These people are insane. Oh, by the way, European measles cases doubled in 2024. Just so you know. I don't get where this anti-vax stuff comes from. I wouldn't... Okay, where does it come from? It comes from conspiracies from more than a decade ago that getting a vaccine, the flu shot, will give your kid autism. Because some dipshit wrote a debunked paper on the subject. And ever since then, it's just gotten worse. COVID broke a lot of people's fucking brains, though. Like, a lot of people's brain just went boop. There's doctors that are anti-vax now. They're pro-disease because they don't understand science, came from the same place that QAnon comes from. True-ish, the, like, anti-vax stuff kind of predates the Russian psyops like QAnon, but they definitely work together. Former Dr. Andrew Wakefield, yeah. RFK Jr. is the classic just asking questions fraud. Not really. He makes statements too. People like Jenny McCarthy were spreading that type of shit long ago. Exactly. It got popular because of those people. And then it became part of the right-wing counterculture culture war. Because remember, the right got to this position by positioning themselves as the counterculture. Now, they want to pretend to continue doing that while they are the establishment, but we have to do the same. We're the counterculture. Now, speaking of, though, let's look at some more shit that's going to come out of Health and Human Services. Back to Dr. Oz.
Oh, yes or no is, since you cherish Medicaid, will you agree to oppose cuts in the Medicaid program?
I cherish Medicaid, and I've worked within the Medicaid environment quite extensively, as I highlighted, practicing at Columbia University.
That's not the question, Doctor. The question is, will you oppose cuts to this program you say you cherish? Time's short.
I want to make sure that
Greg 17 Prime, it's not difficult for that to happen, you know? Like, no, I'm not attacking anybody who's fallen into the hole. Like, they built it so you fall into it. HHS under Kennedy is hell and human suffering. True.
Today and in the future have resources to protect them if they get ill. The way you protect Medicaid is by making sure that it's viable at every level, which includes having enough practitioners to afford the services, paying them enough to...
Medicaid is viable at every level. It costs the government less money to give everyone Medicaid. Medicare for all would cost us less money.
Do what you request of them, and making sure that patients are able to actually use Medicaid.
Let the record show that I asked a witness who said he cherishes this program, will you agree to oppose cuts? And he would not answer a yes or no question. Let me ask you, oh, yes.
Human harm services, yeah.
Absurd. And President's first question that I'm asking of every nominee for this administration, if directed by the president to take action that would break the law, would you follow the law or follow the president's directive?
The president would never do that.
That's absurd. It's a disappointing answer.
It's genuinely absurd. It's what I got for listening to Ron Paul libertarian podcasters. It's okay. Now you're listening to a left libertarian podcaster, and I'm much better than the right libertarians. To be fair, I am closer to an anarchist. Who the fuck knows? Boy, he is a clown. Look at him. Look at him. He dyed his hair and got a spray tan, bought a suit to look like Donald Trump. He didn't look like this before. I met Dr. Oz. He lived in the town neighboring my town growing up. I think he even did surgery on someone related to me. He was a real fucking doctor. Look at him. He did this personally, specifically to try and look like Trump. It's embarrassing. This man was a doctor, a surgeon. He was a respected surgeon. And then instead of being, a doctor, he went on TV and decided to sell people scams.
Do you believe in a nursing home there should be a registered nurse available around the clock 24/7? The reason I ask this is because that is the rule that is coming up, but there's going to be an effort to roll it back.
Are we sure that's not fake? You mean the photo of Dr. Oz? Yeah, I'm sure it's not fake.
So, do you think we ought to have
You can see Dr. Oz in the table. He's in this hearing. Look at him. It's real. Why is he blonde now? Because he wanted to look like Trump.
It's a complicated question.
No, it's not. We need a nurse in a nursing home. Not too complicated.
I actually think we need a nurse who will work in a nursing home. And in many nursing homes, that's become a problem. So I believe we can provide quality of care equivalent to having a nurse in that nursing home using tools.
What is with the MAGA spray tans? Polar in Canada does it now. It's dick riding. That's what it is. It's just dick riding. Even the red tie, the blue suit, everything. This is beyond hilarious. Yeah, it is. It is. You should make fun of him. Look down to his suit's even too big on him because Trump's suit looks big on him. He's trying to fill his personality void with the personality of another person. In this case, the person he perceives as the officially most powerful person in the world. Yeah. They're going to use AI instead of RNs. Fucking Jesus, Shardsborg. Vosh would roast that clown's fit. I would love to see Vosh roast his fit here.
And technologies, including telemedicine.
Do you believe...
What kind of monster excuses not having a nurse on duty in a nursing home? The monster who's in charge of Medicare.
In 2012,
I can't
you
wait for it,
enthusiastically
Leftist Leo.
recommended several supplements for weight loss on your television show, including a substance called green coffee extract, which we now know was fraudulently marketed. For the record today, can you confirm that you no longer believe that green coffee extract is a miracle weight loss drug?
I never said that medication was a miracle weight loss drug, but I am
Can you confirm that this was fraudulently marketed and green coffee extract is not a miracle?
This man is not Turkish anymore, Death by Media. Sorry. He's not Turkish anymore. He's Greek now. We've disowned him. Dr. Mehmet Öz is now a Greek man.
Weight loss drug, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go on to, you promoted a supplement called raspberry ketones, claiming that it is, quote, a #1 miracle in a bottle to burn your fat. That's your quote. Will you confirm for the record today that you no longer believe raspberry ketones to be a, quote, miracle in a bottle?
There are many things I said on the show I take great pride in the research we did at the time to identify which of these worked and which ones didn't. Many of them are still being researched, like the green coffee bean extract you just mentioned.
So how much were you paid to promote these
You can't make that joke anymore, Coco Kitty. It's illegal. Genuinely, like that joke is illegal. Captain Buggy, don't Greeks and Turks hate each other? Some of them do, although from what I can tell, most of it's just like banter. You know, baklava's Turkish and döner is Turkish and you guys stole my food. Like, it's kind of just that. Yeah, sorry, Coco. You didn't do anything wrong, but the government is censoring our speech. Visora is throwing down the gauntlet. Am I ever not?
The television show was distributed by Sony Corporation.
How much were you paid to promote the supplements?
I was paid nothing to promote the supplements. But,
but you
can only do that to brown people, Captain Buggy.
Them on your show, and there was something called a Dr. Oz effect. You would mention them and the sales would go way up.
That was written about by the press. That was not something
there was a mention of Israel.
I will just go on the record that you have been nominated to run the largest health programs, the set of largest health programs in the United States of America. And it seems to me you are still unwilling to take accountability for your promotion of unproven snake oil remedies to millions
He's
of your
the guy
viewers,
that's
and
going to be in
really
charge of Medicare. Donar was invented in Berlin, actually. Let's go. You wanna fight our Berlin? You wanna take me on in whether or not Donar is Turkish or German? Yeah, you're fine, Coco Kitty. I used to joke reality TV was the final warning of end-stage capitalism. Damn, I was right. Yeah, now the government is reality TV. You are allowed to say that, Kanye West, but that's about as far as you can take it now.
Concerning.
Now, speaking of Dr. Oz's bullshit supplements that he sold like he's Alex Jones, here's Obama making fun of him in 2022. You can, here, I'll link you what they put out as the actual rules. Where is it? Oh my, here it is. That's the rules. Follow them as best as you can.
John's opponents, he has answers, they're just the wrong ones. You want to lose weight? Take raspberry ketones. Got leg cramps? Try lavender soap. Want to prevent dementia? Palm oil, a miracle solution.
It's the entire federal government, why is Kanye West, it's not just Twitch. But yeah, no. Death by Media, Bussy too, I'm telling you, they're coming for the Bussy, the biddies, the burritos, they're coming for your joy. They're coming for the döner, they're coming for the baklava, they're coming for the lavender soap. Lavender soap is lovely for smelling and lathering. Fair. Türkçe bilmiyorum ama I know me my döner. Well, sorry ama ben Türkçe biliyorum ve döner Türkiye'de üretildi kardeşim. They want your burritos, they want your baklava, they want your bussy, the biddies, they're coming for it, guys.
I mean, never mind that none of these things have been proven to work. Some cases might be harmful.
They are
You just gotta believe.
Can you imagine what happens when they ban Chinese food? Like, no more. We have no more Chinese food. It's woke, banned. They're gonna come for sushi next. Unlike the empires of old, we don't do it for the resources or land. We do it for the bussy. True. Welcome to Twitch chat, Brain Matter. Fries in Lavender Menace. I feel that. It's the 6 Bs. The baklava, the burritos, the bussy, the biddies, the boba, the bitches. They're coming for them, guys. It's gone. And these are idiots who are in charge.
This is a list of ingredients from foods.
Time to stock up on MSG.
Riboflavin, modus monosodium.
From now on, the only legal meal you're allowed to have is a Big Mac or a quarter pounder
Glutamate,
from McDonald's.
And 20 others that I can't pronounce.
It doesn't.
This is a list of ingredients from foods. Carrageenan, riboflavin.
Riboflavin is vitamin B. This is vitamin B. It's B2. The term freedom fries will be banned again. Well, Canada already changed the name of an Americano to a Canadiano for like the coffee. I'm a fan of that. That's their freedom fries. So now we get to what they're actually doing. FBI moves to criminally charge major climate groups. The FBI is moving to criminalize groups like Habitat for Humanity for receiving grants from the Environmental Protection Agency under the Biden administration. So what they're mad about here is the government gave them a grant when Biden was president for their job. And they took that grant and did their job. And now Trump is president and they want that money back. And they are saying that that money was given to them illegally and that this was invalid. So the FBI wants to arrest them. Remember, they did pass that bill that makes it very easy for any nonprofit that in any way engages with somebody the US government could call a terrorist, you can call them a terrorist. So, fascists are famously stupid and inept at everything other than death spiraling. That's true. Big words equal scary. Dude, learn chemistry before you all go chemophobia. It's also true. Government did stuff that's socialism, which is communism, which is illegal, which bad. Therefore, Salvadorian offshore prisons for all you people who worked at a nonprofit. That's kind of literally what they're doing. Citibank revealed in court filings on Wednesday that it was told to freeze the group's bank accounts at the FBI's request. The reason the FBI alleges the group were involved in possible criminal violations, including conspiracy to defraud the United States. There is no defrauding the United States. They were given this money, like, entirely legally. Here. All of this is over this. Judge questions Trump administration clawback of $20 billion climate fund. They wanted the money back. They can't have the money back. So now we're going to arrest all the people that work there. FBI told Citibank that recipients of EPA climate grants are being considered as potentially liable for fraud. That is, the Trump administration wants to criminalize work on climate science and its impacts. An incoming administration not only cancels federal grants, but declares recipients as criminals. All of these guarantees applied under government calls for environmental work were reviewed and accepted. Trump wants to jail them. Turns out we just had the 1984 election. Kinda, yeah. Might be the 1928 election. And thank you, Coco Kitty. So, here we get into some of the conspiracy brain. The Republicans think that there are Hamas tunnels under American universities. I'm not kidding. So, there's some green fire coming out of a pothole, which is not normal. I'm sure most of you can agree. Like, that's not like a normal thing to see. But are there tunnels underground? Good question. Why is it green? I don't know. It's from metal, probably. Yeah, it's the metal burning, most likely iron or like rusted copper. Yeah, copper wire. That's what I was thinking. Rusted copper, likely is what's burning from there. But no, they're Hamas tunnels. And like, I made a post about this, and no one found it funny because no one's as big of a Game of Thrones nerd as I am, and that's okay. That's perfectly fine. But like, someone responded saying like, "What, like the tunnels under the schools?" I'm like, "What do you think? Cersei fucking Lannister is hiding in the tunnels? Are they setting up wildfire?" Hamas tunnels must be how the cartels got their Fenty into Canada, then traffic over the Canadian border into Chicago somehow. Literally, yeah. Are they tunnels to smuggle beer and Adderall? If they were, that'd be pretty based. Spoilers for the show I'll never watch. I mean, you wouldn't remember it anyway, but you should read the books instead of watch the show. They're much better. If you are in a blue state, you need to get behind the secessionist movement. If you're in a blue state, you need to fucking arm yourself and get ready for people like this coming to take your job away from you with their titties hanging out. The fire is green because they were smuggling green eggs and ham. Exactly. You guys want to see how fucking evil we are? Like, because we're really, really evil. And yep, those were moobs. Jobless fucks come to take your job.
56 past the hour, Donald Trump's immigration crackdown has resulted in a 10-year-old U.S. citizen girl with brain cancer and her 4 U.S. citizen siblings all deported with their undocumented parents.
We deported 4 children that were U.S. citizens, one with brain cancer, because their parents were undocumented.
When they were on their way to an emergency medical appointment. Joining us now is NBC News reporter Nicole Acevedo. Nicole, what happened here?
Well, Jose, this happened about a month ago. This family was on their way to the doctor in an emergency with their kid who has been recovering from brain cancer from the past year. They lived in the Rio Grande, and they were on their way to Houston, where the girls specialists are based on. And on the way, there's an immigration checkpoint that the family has crossed every time that they have to go to Houston to give care to her kid. And they were prepared every other time with these letters from their doctors, from their lawyers, explaining the situation so they could pass. But this time, Jose, it was different. The letters were not enough. When the CBP officials that were at the checkpoint there, when they asked the parents to show documentation of their status, they didn't have any. And that caused them to arrest them in that moment. But they weren't alone. They were with 5 other of their children in that vehicle, and all of them were detained. And at least 4 of those kids are U.S. citizens. And a lot of people don't know this, Jose, but if you're an undocumented parent that gets picked up by immigration authorities and you have U.S. citizen kids, your options are really limited. If the kid stays in the United States, they actually go into the custody of the government and enter the foster care system, regardless of whether they have family members in the United States or not. The other option is to have the kids come with them to the country where they're being deported to. And this mother in this family faced with this option with a sick child, you know, she tells me when I spoke to her that she felt like she was literally
the
between
most evil shit. Like, again, this is literally anti-Christ. It is. Alden Lower Hoarder, so when they're older and don't need a caretaker since they're technically citizens, do you think they can return? I believe if you get deported from the United States, you're not allowed to re-enter for 10 years. But I'm not sure, and it depends on where we're at, you know? This is fucked, like the Christian party, yeah. Are we the baddies would be a step up in self-awareness? It is. The neo-Nazi party is kind of, yeah, that's more accurate. I don't understand how you could hear these things and celebrate being evil. It's either foster care or the parents keep their kids and go home. I mean, like, again, we deported 4 U.S. citizens. 4. But we fought the Nazis in World War II. Yeah, we are the Nazis now. Also, this is a direct message to the courts basically saying, fuck your court rulings. It is. Are you a lawbreaker? Are you ex-you? Like, the kid didn't do anything. Why is the kid getting deported? Did you read that we're sending hundreds of kidnapped immigrants to El Salvadorian super prisons? Yep, we're not there yet. Like, in the stream, we have that as well. I asked first. Yeah, but I'm the streamer, so you have to do as I say. You don't get to come in here and demand shit from me. I get to demand it from you. Green card holder from New Hampshire was stripped naked, placed in a cold shower, deprived of food, water, and medicine at Logan International Airport. We're evil. 600,000 Venezuelans were just stripped of their TPS, right? Were they? I didn't hear about that one. Hold on. You're right. You're right. Temporary protected status is what TPS is. It's whether or not you're allowed to be in the country. The X, you guys should be asking how a US citizen just got deported. Yeah, literally. Well, actually, 4 US citizens just got deported. 4 of them. 4. Like asylum or something? Kind of. It's a little different than asylum in that, like, temporary protected status is granted to you in a different fashion. It functions essentially like asylum, though. Are your politics similar to Mike from PA? Nope. Hassan? Yes. Cinemarxism? Yes. What's up, Timmy Casey? Hassan is an ML. She's a Hassan's an ML? Since when was Hassan a Marxist-Leninist? But yeah, I'm a libertarian socialist. Don't you guys want to get deported too? I wish you would. Here, you know what? I'm going to deport you into an El Salvadorian labor camp. See you tomorrow. I didn't realize Hassan was an ML. Yeah, I don't watch him often because I don't watch streamers all that often, but like I never got ML vibes from him. Goddamn. Well then, yeah. Jesus, no wonder I disagree with him when it comes to China. Yeah, Hassan's not an ML. He's never given me that vibe. He's a tanky when it comes to China, but I don't really feel like he holds the ML ideology. He feels like a standard socialist. A bit more to the tanky side, I would say. He's very happy about China. Anyway, new far-reaching investigation.
The American people have given us a mandate and really a far-reaching investigation is what they are demanding into the corruption.
Tankies are leftists who pretend like China and Russia are good countries.
Of our system, and that's exactly, I'm sure, what Pam and Cash and everyone else mentioned here and not mentioned is going to be doing. We will expel the rogue actors and corrupt forces from our government. We will expose and very much expose their...
He's really low energy here, but you understand the significance in what he's saying, right?
Egregious crimes and severe misconduct of which was levels. You've never seen anything like it. It's going to be legendary. It's going to also be legendary for the people that are able to seek it out and bring justice. We will restore the scales of justice.
The Vosh bad and Keppel's bad era was psychotic. True. Vosh has done nothing wrong that I've seen evidence for, and I have no idea why everybody hated Keppel so much. Like, because I wasn't paying attention in that era. I came in and caught up afterward, and I know why people hated Vosh, even though, like, there was no reality of that, but I have no idea why they hated Keppel so much.
Justice in America, and we will ensure that such abuses...
Yeah, Vosh is just a misogynist, but, like, he does that in... like, he's not, like, an actual misogynist. He frames his, like, stream in misogyny, but he's not actually a misogynist himself. He does this because his stream was built on, like, incels that he brought over, and, I don't know, like, him being misogynist doesn't offend me. But, like, that was it. Why were people mad about Keffels? Do you like denims? I've only just, like, found out who that is, and I've seen a couple of her tweets. I have not seen a single stream, so I can't really give a, judgment there, but looks pretty cool. He's done more productive work deprogramming incels than being misogynistic. Yeah, exactly. He's done a lot of work in that area, and he's done good work in that area. She stole donation money or something? I don't know. I haven't heard of it. Bosch has a bit of a foot and mouth syndrome, but I agree with his politics 90% of the time. Exactly. Stock photo Samoy. That's kind of where I'm at with him. I try not to watch other streamers because then I adopt their language, but like you guys make fun of me for sounding like Vosh and Hassan all the time. People were mad at Keffels for defending Vosh's horse porn. That's why she got canceled? Jesus Christ. See, this is why I hate, like, drama. I will never get into streamer drama. Fuck that shit.
Never happen again in our country. The American people have given us a mandate and really...
I thought Vosh's misogyny was basically the same as Hassan telling the xenophobic nationalist to... Not really. I see what you mean there, but, like, an example of his misogyny, the reason him and ContraPoints are no longer friends is because J.K. Rowling put out, like, a really crazy tweet, and he tweeted at her saying, like, women like this should talk less. And then Contra got mad at him for being misogynist. But, like, it was never... It was in the sense of what you described, depraved ambiance. When he's doing it to his chat, it's meant to be a joke. I don't know. Twitch drama streamers, world is crazy enough. We don't need any of that shit. True. Let's get back to the investigation from the DOJ I forgot about we were listening to.
Have given us a mandate and really a far-reaching investigation is what they are demanding into the corruption of our system. And that's exactly, I'm sure, what Pam and Cash and everyone else mentioned here and not mentioned is going to be doing. We will expel the rogue actors and corrupt forces from our government.
Who is it? Because you've already fired everybody. Who's the rogue actors and conspirators left? Where are they?
Expose and very much expose their egregious crimes and severe misconduct of which was levels you've never seen anything like it.
Is the My Pillow shit supposed to be a meme? No, that's normal TV and a meme.
For the people that are able to seek it out and bring justice, we will restore the scales of justice in America, and we will ensure that such abuses never happen again in our country.
Thank you, Oxpecker. They're hiding in the tunnels? Yeah. Okay, we're gonna get to Mahmoud Khalil in a second. But before that, speaking of deportation, I want to show you something. This was an American who came to Australia. And, fuck, like, we should have deported her so quickly. So, she left on her own. Have you seen the Mike Pillow and David Pakman interview from a few years ago? I think I did. It was, it was just mind-numbing stupidity. I don't know. So this chick picks up a baby wallaby. A wombat, rather.
Just caught a baby wombat.
That wombat is extremely distressed.
Look at the mother. It's like, oh, it's chasing after her.
I caught a baby wombat.
Why? Poor baby? Because she thought it would be funny. Australia got fucking mad. So first of all, you're not allowed to do that. Native animals in Australia have protections. Now, like, that doesn't mean you can't pick up the wallaby and touch it, but, like, she's shaking it around. This is a toy to her, not a living thing. If you want to go pet the wallaby, you know, you get on the floor, you put your hand out, maybe you have some food, you coax it close to you, see if it'll let you touch it. Like, that's how you engage with a wild animal in a foreign country. People who derive enjoyment from this throw up massive fucking red flags, yeah.
Okay, Mom's right there.
Who was the Aussie filming her? I have no idea, but this was US influencer Sam Jones. She faced deportation. She did leave on her own. We didn't deport her. But that's a valid reason for deportation. Like, you can, it's not like you can't deport people. It's not like there is no valid reason for it. This would be. Go to the zoo, pet some goats. Like, it's not even that. It's how she did it. It's not what she did. I've pet a wild koala before. I've held a wild koala before. I've held blue-tongue lizards that were found in the wild. I've held, I've pet a wild kangaroo, several of them actually. Like, she abused that wombat, exactly. It wasn't just petting the wombat, it was abusing the wombat. And that's the big difference there. And, like, Americans talk about deportation like it's for fun, but they were mad on Twitter about this woman facing deportation from Australia. Like, they're such hypocrites and snowflakes. The child would have birthright citizenship, but they're trying to get rid of that, but the parents wouldn't. The parents would have some legal way to stay, but I'm not sure if that's asylum or immigration. It would be through immigration, likely, not through asylum, and on top of that, they want to get rid of birthright citizenship, remember? So, like, gone. You don't take it away from its mom and run? Exactly! And the guy recording enabled the behavior. That's true. Fuck him, too. And you gotta watch out from for the chlamydia from koalas. That's right, about half of them have chlamydia. Entitled fucks.
Just caught a baby wombat.
I don't know who the guy is. You guys can figure it out. But let's go back to some horrible shit. So you guys all know who Mahmoud Khalil is now, right? This was the American with a green card who was arrested, deported, or rather is awaiting deportation. We don't actually know what happened to him yet, do we? By plainclothes officers at the express, specific ordering of the president. The United States did not, you know, through its immigration system or its DOJ, find this person and go seek to arrest them. No. It was the president of the United States said, I want that guy arrested, and this is what happened.
What? You're going to be under arrest. So turn around.
Okay,
Stop resisting.
Look, I'm gonna say right now, fuck, they don't even have a uniform. I'm not following a plainclothes officer. Plainclothes officers are just the name for America's Gestapo? True.
He's not resisting. He's giving me his phone, okay? He's not. I
They're cops, I guess. Again, I wouldn't follow them. Fuck you. I don't care if you have a badge. That could be fake. Come in here in your uniform. I'm not following you.
He's not resisting. Like,
it's ice.
You're going to have to come with us. Don't worry.
I'm coming with you. Don't worry. No one's resisting. No one's getting worked up.
you guys really don't need to be doing all of that.
Thank you. I'm not being kidnapped by plainclothes grown-ass men. I'm unironically assuming the badge is fake. Yeah, openly. That badge is fake. I don't believe you. I want to talk to your superior officer. If you're a cop, prove it to me. Show me your cop car. Have another cop come in here and talk to me in uniform. Call your boss. I want to speak to him. Give me your badge number. Like, you want to stall and make it as difficult as possible for them to quickly just zip you out. They don't listen. Of course they don't, but that's not for you. It's not for you to say that. Like, it's not for them to listen. It's so that they can't charge you with more crimes afterward. If you're going to say, you don't believe you're a cop. I'm not listening. I'm not following you. You saying this stuff out loud will prevent, or hopefully prevent, them from charging you with more shit on top of it after they do successfully arrest you. Have local police come fucking arrest me. Anything besides plainclothes ICE agent. Yeah, exactly. I want a cop here. A single one. Bring me one officer who has a uniform on, or I'm not coming. They will have to drag me.
حبيبي كيف بدي اتصل فيك؟
We've already had instances of this. There's been several instances of people pretending to be ICE to rape women, to kidnap people, to like. This has already happened. What happened this weekend? Bad weather where? Literally all over the South and Midwest. LIT. Lit. That shit was crazy. This is worse. Again, plainclothes officer. And again, Mahmoud Khalil did not commit a crime. This is what it looks like to be disappeared.
حبيبي كيف بدي اتصل فيك؟
He didn't commit a crime. They still haven't said he did.
Hi, Amy. Yeah, they just like handcuffed him and took him. I don't know what to do.
Oh, by the way, his wife is pregnant.
Okay. And what should I do? I don't know.
Yeah, I've seen that video, Captain Buggy.
Nor.
Yeah, exactly. The fucking demons. It's fun to scare brown people.
Can we get a name, please? Can we get your name? I understand the lawyer is asking for your name.
Go over there. No, we don't give our name.
The lawyer's asking for
unmarked cars, plainclothes officers. Like, this is Gestapo shit.
Your name. She's saying
this is
he's saying they don't give their names.
Oh yeah, that's right. We'll be taking immigration custody at 26 Federal.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He'll be taken to immigration custody at 26 Federal Plaza.
She said they're taking him to 26 Federal Plaza.
It's a miracle they didn't grab her too.
Can you please specify what agency is taking him, please?
Yeah, we don't give our names. Oh, and he has a green card. Remember, he has a green card and has not committed a crime.
Excuse me. They're not talking to me. I don't know.
This is why, like I say, get a gun. If you live in an open carry state, someone could pretend to be ICE and do this to you. Like, there is a very, very real possibility that this exact scenario could have played out, and these guys have not been ICE. They just were kidnappers.
I don't know. Excuse me. The lawyer would like
He did no crime. The thing is, when he applied for a green card, no one even knew was going to start trouble. What the fuck do you mean start trouble? All he did was organize a protest lit. No one has the right to a green card and they can be rejected for any reason? No, actually, that's not true. You can't be rejected for any reason. We have standards. You have to commit a crime at the very least.
to speak to somebody. Oh my God, they're literally running away from me.
Yeah, like if you pull out your gun because plainclothes men are trying to kidnap you, and then they, you know, they freak out because you have a gun and they call backup, you put that gun down. And you're like, okay, wait, hold on. There's actual cops. Oh, now I believe you. I didn't believe you because there's been instances of people doing this to kidnap people. Yeah, start trouble. That's something in the criminal code. It's literally protesting too. I'm surprised the first time I'm seeing this is here. Really? This has been all over the place. Here's Mehdi Hassan on Piers Morgan talking about this.
Vague issue. How is it false? I just read to you the actual U.S. code.
Like, this is, I'll tell you. No,
not true according to who?
I can tell you how it's false because
it won't work, Tyler, because you have to be white to work in ICE.
According to the White House, Dan, according to the White House went to the Free Press yesterday. You should check your facts before you come on and defend the White House. The White House went to the Free Press and said, we're not accusing him of breaking any laws. So Congressman Dan Crenshaw is coming on TV making wild accusations of law breaking based on a quote that's not from Mahmoud Khalil.
Protesting now is domestic terrorism. You're exactly right, Shortspork. That's literally what they're saying here. They are trying to get Mahmoud Khalil out because they're saying that he works with terrorists. They thought Khalil had a student visa. The ICE douches were told his student visa had been revoked. Obviously, he corrected them and said he had a green card. They talked to the superior and said, okay, well, that's revoked too. You can't even do that. They're demons. They're evil, and free speech is dead. It just is. Protesting is now domestic terrorism. Criticizing Israel is now domestic terrorism.
It's just referencing the law.
They are. Well, hold on. You're wrong, Dan. First, accept that you're wrong. The White House said to the Free Press, Barry Weiss's right-wing Free Press, this week, we are not accusing him of breaking any laws. In fact, if you want to understand the laws, you need to look at the Immigration National Act of 1952. They're actually taking him into deportation proceedings under Section 237A4CI, which allows Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, to personally deport a migrant because he believes that migrant's presence has serious potential adverse consequences for U.S. foreign policy. That is the obscure act, which, by the way, was designed for Eastern European Jews to get rid of them because they were deemed to be communists in the 1950s. That is what Rubio is using to
No, protesting is only legal when you are a Republican holding a Nazi flag and wearing a mask. That's the only time you're allowed to protest.
Get rid of a lawful permanent resident. Now, whether that's legal or not, Trump's late sister, Judge Marion Trump Barry, said it was a violation of the First Amendment. We'll see if the Supreme Court gets involved. But the idea that we should live in a country where Marco Rubio or Antony Blinken can remove a green card holder because he doesn't like his views and they're against U.S. foreign policy, some nebulous aim, that's outrageous. And there was a time
that's some like Soviet shit, guys.
When the Republican Party would have been against
for making the argument
today,
stronger. You've added to my argument, and I appreciate that. So perhaps you should be defending the Trump administration.
No, I'm pointing out to you that he hasn't broken any laws.
You added
he hasn't committed any criminal violence. He hasn't broken any laws.
Have you noticed that they never deploy tear gas on right-wing protests? True. Look, we're in a state where we're closer to Cold War McCarthyism than we are to Nazi Germany. Now, you might think that that's better. It's not, because they want to do both. but we're gonna lean in on the McCarthyism first. And it's getting bad. China does this to Muslim minorities. If you're a Muslim ethnic minority in China and you protest or say something critical of the CCP, they just disappear your ass, which is the same here.
You added,
no, he hasn't broken any laws. That law,
which Rubio was
no,
saying.
Dan, let me explain it to you again.
That's from the Democrats, MRU. I agreed with you. I want AIPAC gone. And you know what? It's actually illegal to say that now, MRU. So you're committing a crime.
That law gives Rubio the power to do it. That doesn't mean Mahmoud Khalil has broken any laws.
And I gave you
Maybe
another
don't
law,
understand the distinction.
and I referenced another law.
And you're wrong. And you're wrong. The White House disowned you, Dan. And the White House disowned you. The White House said we're not accusing him of law breaking. Your White House, Dan. It's embarrassing for you because the White House disowned you.
I love Mehdi Hassan.
You just quoted Rubio referencing a law, did you not?
No, because you don't understand the law.
So what do you mean they're not?
The law gives Rubio, let me say it slowly then. Rubio has the power to remove someone he believes is against US foreign policy.
Yes.
That is not someone who's broken the law. That just gives him an immigration power. Nobody is suggesting Mahmoud Khalil has broken the law. He hasn't been charged with breaking any law.
I understand.
He was disappeared to Louisiana.
I understand what you're saying.
You say he broke the law. The White House says he didn't. So check with the White House on talking points before you come on TV.
I can have my own opinion on the legal justification.
Tyler, you better get started on that then. Anyone who claims that the current administration is protecting free speech is either stupid, naive, or a fascist. There are no other options. Well, I mean, there's one other option, and it's all of the above. And honestly, I would think that most of them fall into that category.
Of removing this person. Rubio has
Okay,
legal justification.
but the government disagrees with you that you're here to defend.
You're saying, no, they
I agree, he does have legal
justification. What
justification.
you're saying,
unless the Supreme Court shoots it down.
Different, which is that there's...
I'm saying it's unconstitutional.
No law
I'm saying that's
justifying any of
unconstitutional.
It is unconstitutional. But it doesn't matter. Again, so plainclothes officers in unmarked cars arrest Khalil Mahmoud. Then we have a Jewish Voice for Peace protesting in the lobby of Trump Tower for Mahmoud Khalil. These are Jewish Palestine supporters. Got to figure out how to phrase things now. They will use any justification to get their fascist goals, no principles. They're all zombies. They're all zombies. I did not know you were based on Jewish influence. I think we can't really be America first until AIPAC is gone. MRU, you're committing a crime. So, sorry, I have to, like, get rid of that chat. That's literally illegal for you to say. Like, actually illegal. You just committed a crime. Zombies is a good alternative for the Z word. It's also a good alternative for Nazi. Because the Nazis are zombies. Zombies used to be our metaphor for Nazis. Genuinely, like, full-on back in the day. That's the art that came from it. Nazis do act a lot like zombies. They have one singular thought. They want to destroy anything good. They want to kill anything that's happiness. And they function like a frothing at the mouth horde. So, death cult. Oh, and they're infectious as well. They're just zombies. What are these red shirt people? I'm out of the loop. These are protesters for Jewish Voice for Peace, protesting to, like, on behalf of Khalil Mahmoud. These are pro-Palestine protesters. So, exactly, Eldon Lore Hoarder. All of them. By the way, I gotta tell you, like, zombie's a decent dog whistle for Nazis. Did I just miss male rights popping back in the chat? Yeah, I banned him. I banned him for the day because he did something illegal. I don't care about about someone's religious, ethnic, or national background. If they support true, positive peace, I support them. Exactly. Although you're not allowed to do this anymore.
Every American must resist and stand up, and we need to have actions like this and sit-ins like this and be willing. I mean, these people are out here putting their bodies on the line for our...
Do you know how much money they had to spend so that Jamal Bowman couldn't get elected? Funny enough, like Male Rights mentioned it earlier, thinking that we were on that side, but AIPAC spent $14 million to get Bowman out of office.
Our democracy. We all have to stand up and take that risk, because if we don't do that, our democracy will be gone. It's actually gone as we speak. Are we going to fight to get it back? We have to fight to get it back.
Thank you, Jamal Bowman, for being the first Democrat I've heard say, yeah, democracy's gone. It's not going, it's gone. What are we going to do to get it back? Thank you, Jamal fucking Bowman. Black and white thinking is why people can't understand reality. Hence why I focus a lot on nuance on this channel. So then they started getting arrested. They're calling these people anti-Semites.
Official
protesters.
We're gonna watch a tiny little bit of the Majority Report really quickly. Yeah? Hold on. Don't know if we need this one. Just a quick, we're not gonna watch the whole video for that.
At Columbia University, protests continue with students covering their
No, leftist Leo, it's not that they can't see. It's that they don't want to see.
Faces in fear of being doxxed amid ongoing attempts to crack down on student activists. On Thursday,
even Jeffries was against Schumer with the fucking budget bill, too.
Homeland Security agent searched 2 student dorm rooms. They later announced a Palestinian student demonstrator would be deported for overstaying her visa.
Yeah, they arrested another. They're disappearing everybody. If you were at any of the College Palestine protests last year, you're at risk. They're going after everybody. They're just disappearing folk, too. Like, we hear on the news about a couple of them, but there's hundreds more, thousands possibly, that we don't hear about.
The Justice Department is also involved.
That investigation is ongoing, and we are also looking at whether Columbia's handling of earlier incidents violated civil rights laws and included terrorism crimes.
Columbia's interim president, Katrina Armstrong, said in a note to students and staff that she was heartbroken. But it happened as the university doled out punishment to students who took part in the occupation of a campus.
America is narcissistic because America is built on hyper-individualism. We all have to work for ourselves and our families, not our community. That builds narcissism. My job is more important than me going outside and protesting. That mentality is the narcissism. It's built. We did this to ourselves. They're going after me to only find out I have state clearance to do armed security. I mean, it won't matter.
Campus building last spring. And just days after the Trump administration said charges to the school's discipline and admissions processes would be necessary, but the school wanted to get back $400 million in government grants and contracts it was canceling.
I can't tell you how much time my colleagues and I are spending talking to each other, talking to our junior colleagues, talking to our students about how frightened.
Well, antisocial personality disorder is psychopathy, Arberlin. That's a different thing. That's full-on psychopathy. Or is that illegal now? Did I collusively and illegally boycott? Maybe.
Everyone is and concerned for their safety.
Despite a heavy security presence on and off campus, students and faculty here report a growing sense of unease. The U.S. government says it's cracking.
Guys, let me ask you a question. If we wanted to get rid of capitalism, what would be required? It would be liberation of the people by the people, right? It would be us working together, the working class. What is good for corporations who are afraid of rising class consciousness? Conflict, poverty, disease, take your rights away, make you have to work harder, longer, make you suffer more, make you exhausted. But bombard you with media that is terrifying and exhausting, to overwhelm you, to make you not be able to agree with your neighbor so that you two will fight each other instead of me. All of these things are in place. The reason why your healthcare is going to go to shit, why everyone's going to be anti-vax, the reason why your worker rights are gone, the reason why your schools are shittier, the reason why food's going to be more expensive and goods in general are going to be more expensive, it's because they want you to be too busy and too overwhelmed and too tired to fight back. That's the goal. Everyone in this chat needs to be prepared to fight. We are the dissidents that the Nazi government wants to gas. Literally, yes. We have to stay strong and protect ourselves. I hope some of you have taken my advice and started a, I don't know, a 911 chat in your community where you have people's phone numbers and it's all in one group chat and there's pinned addresses. And so if somebody sends a message in this chat, it means come help me. It's like calling 911. You got to do community policing. We saw the militia that the residents of that town in Ohio created because Nazis kept showing up. And now they have armed citizens walking kids to school and home to protect them. This is our way out, is community protection from outside the community.
Down on anti-Semitic terrorist-aligned activity on campuses, but lawyers
literally that's just protesting anti-Semitic terrorist activity.
Students describe it as a chilling attempt to stifle legitimate political free speech.
Okay, he's not resisting. He's giving
a newly released video.
And then we get to that again. Look, just take a look at this, right? You can just jump to...
Okay, and for those of you who can't see, a lot of people wearing red shirts. We'll talk about that in a moment. These were not MAGA shirts, I should tell you. But Fox News covered this.
Wow.
Yeah, and these are people who are protesting the disappearing and now the detention of Mahmoud Khalil. He is a legal resident of this country who was a negotiator with Colombia about, from the protesters who were protesting Israel's genocide. And they were protesting on behalf of Palestinians in Gaza. People know by now he's got an 8-month, he's got a child on the way. His wife is 8 months pregnant.
She's an American, and he's married to an American.
That's true.
Yeah.
He is locked away in, is it Tennessee? I think it is.
Louisiana.
Louisiana, sorry. He's from New York. He was just sort of disappeared there. And people didn't know where he was for a long time. If you look at the...
there's a reason why zombie is such a good,
the justification
way to talk about them. All right, let's listen to Fox News because this shit's insane.
So you hear them chanting, "Free Mahmoud, free them all." I'm wondering, Ari, who are they all? And if the world is watching our nation right now, and they know us as...
The all is Palestine, by the way.
Is, a bastion of free speech, so on and so forth. When you hate...
One more time, it's funny now when I hear it.
Who are they all? And if the world is watching our nation right now, and they know us as a bastion of free speech, so on and so forth, when you hate, when people feel under threat because of what you're saying...
Pause it for a second.
That's actually...
I don't know if she's looking at the monitor. Mm-hmm. But there's a lot of these red shirts have the slogan, "Not in our name."
What could that mean?
Weird.
I love the banner opposing fascism is a Jewish tradition. It literally is. And there's...
Let's go back just a little bit, and we'll hear her talk about how she's
hateful individuals.
Hateful. Let's see.
And they know us as a bastion of free speech, so on and so forth. When you hate, when people feel under threat because of what you're saying, that's actually not protected speech.
That's right.
Yes,
and
these are hateful people.
Some of the signage in here, I mean, they hate Israel.
Pause it for 1 second. 1 second. Actually,
where is there hate in any of these signs? Jews say do not comply, fight Nazis, not students, free Mahmoud, free Palestine. You can't deport a movement. No, Pezzy.
So-called
we
hate
have
speech.
hate laws. It's just the laws says that you can only hate specific groups and you're not allowed to hate other groups.
In and of itself is not, I don't believe, contrary to the First Amendment. Certainly, you know, like it.
Well, what if somebody says never again for anyone?
Well, I mean, putting that aside, that there isn't a hate speech on display here. There would be a lot of people in jail just for their Twitter, their tweets at me. I can tell you right now, if hate speech was a problem.
Sorry, Sam, but no, they were directed at you, so no, you wouldn't be in jail. I'm sorry, they wouldn't be in jail. But I don't know if this is real, but I found it very funny. Air Canada apparently erased Israel from its flight map and just put Palestinian territories instead. And if they did actually do that, based and incredibly funny. Top tier troll. Look, I'm gonna tell you right now what America needs, and it's nothing less than this, and anything less than this will not happen. Like, is not enough. We need this. That's it. Nothing less than this will be enough. These are all people in Serbia, by the way, protesting. There is no audio. Where? Here in America you want that? Yeah, I do. I want this in America. This was up to close to 1 million people. We need this. And by the way, it's not like they're just standing there. They're fucking mad. One of them has audio, not sure which one. I have a few. I just dropped it in there in the middle of this. We'll get to Europe. Don't worry. We're almost through this and then we'll do Europe. But what do you need it for? To overthrow the fascist government? Fighting for democracy, just like they are. That's why they're there. That's why they're out there. You know what? Fine, let's do some of this now. Yeah, I know about the LRAD. We're gonna talk about it in a second. Like that, it's a massive, massive, massive show, and it's not just in Serbia. Romania has this too. Romania out in the streets, getting rid of Orban. It seems is the goal there. Here's another one from Belgorod. Anything less than this in America and we're over. We need that to happen. Whoopsie. I think I got the wrong one there. Damn it. Where are you?
Music, applause, and dancing filled the streets of Belgrade city centre as crowds gathered to welcome protesters arriving on the eve of a massive.
Ray the Ender, do you follow politics? Have you been watching? We just covered a green card holder being arrested by plainclothes officers after he didn't commit a crime. And before that, we covered 4 U.S. citizens getting deported while one has brain cancer because of their mother. So,
demonstration.
This shit is beautiful. It makes me want to cry of happiness.
Student-led protests have been taking.
Putin is shill government in Serbia and in Hungary. Both of these are against Putin. In Serbia, they have Vučić, who is definitely a Russian puppet, and they have Orban in Hungary that they're protesting.
Taking place almost daily since December, after a roof at a railway station collapsed, killing 15 people. An incident opponents blame on alleged corruption under President Alexander Vučić. those in the crowd insist they will keep up the pressure on his government.
I came here tonight to support my
the Georgian
friends,
dream is
colleagues
also
and
a
all the
puppet. Yeah, we
citizens who
covered
think for
the
themselves
Tbilisi protests for like 2 months.
to fight for a more just Serbia.
I want Tbilisi here. We should be doing what Georgia did because what's happening to us is exactly the same as what happened to Georgia. I see our protests and they make me sad because they're weak. Oh, and the right is framing this coup attempt? Opposition channels report over 1 million people are now in the streets of Belgorod. They're framing this as a coup attempt. I really doubt that would go over well. Not enough. If you have 1 million people out on the street, that's fine, Ray the Ender. They're going to shoot us anyway. They want to kill protesters. They're arresting protesters. It is now illegal to protest. They've taken away free speech. You saying something about Israel is now illegal, Ray the Ender. I can't. I'm not in America, so I can still say some shit. But, you are living in the Nazi country. I don't give a fuck how the Nazis feel about it. This is what you should do. We unfortunately have larger landmass, makes for coordinating mass groups much more difficult. Well, I mean, like, sure, but we have a higher population as well. I can say things about Israel. Yeah, as long as, oh, well, actually, you're on the right, aren't you? You probably voted for Trump. You can say things about Israel. It's only for us on the left that, speech is dead. Massive protests against kleptocracy, Russian interference in Belgrade, Budapest, and Bucharest. This was, said to Orban. People are demanding that Orban resign. 10 out of 10. I would love to see Orban resign. And the opposition leader in Hungary sent this message.
Van elvtársak, vagy ha jobban értitek, továriszi kanyec. Vége van elvtársak.
It's newspeak. Since the January 6th insurrection was called a coup, then we have to equivocate, I guess. But, like, Jan 6 was a coup. So, in this video, Orban's main opposition says, it's over, comrade, in Russian. And I think that that's the best fucking answer you can give. Imagine you are the opposition who is like the most likely person to take over for Orban. And you, just say it's over, comrade, in Russian. That is a G move. Shit got pretty poppin' back in the BLM protest. I want the BLM protest times 3. Give me 3 times BLM protest now. There's a reason why the right hate BLM so much. Yeah. Do it. Do it more. Do more BLM. Peacefully, obviously. Technically, I'm still allowed to tell you that you should protest, so. Oh, and here is the LRAD. This is a sound weapon that was deployed on the protesters. It is very painful and is very, very likely to cause a stampede. Yeah, Ray the Ender, I want burn the cities down times 3. Rather that than live under the Nazis. What, you'd rather... Oh, I'm sorry. Your city has to look nice while the Nazis are in power, killing millions of Americans. Fuck your city. Fuck the Nazis. I want protests. I said peacefully. I didn't say light shit on fire, but if shit lights on fire, then shit lights on fire. That's how you actually defend your country. Do you think that that during the Revolution War, that the United States was giving a shit how England felt when we were rebelling? I don't live around or know any Nazis. You know a lot of Nazis. You know a lot of them. Your entire party is them. You probably are one as well. You support the Republicans, you're essentially a Nazi. If there's If there's 5 guys sitting at a table that are Nazis, and you sit down, there are 6 Nazis at the table. I don't care.
I wanted to pay respect to the victims of this tragedy and all the tragedies that have happened over the years.
Look, you know what? I have a really, really simple way to put this. Here's the most logical answer.
Hey, I just saw the news. What's going on with your country?
You're a National Socialist. You're literally a Nazi, yeah.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. A couple years ago, a train crashed, killed 57 people, and our government's not really doing anything about it. So hundreds of thousands of us took to the streets, and we are demanding justice.
Look, Greece, hundreds of thousands of people took to the streets because of 57 people that died.
Hundreds of thousands of you are like taken to the street. What are you guys doing? Yeah, we're like hurling rocks and bombs at riot police, you know? Fuck around, find out, right? Yeah. You said hundreds of thousands of you are like protesting that? Like, it was 57 people.
Oh, so he's a retard. Okay.
57 people, like that's a small number. We care about our citizens, and we are taking to the streets to demand justice for our citizens. We have like a couple hundred people die from plane crashes. Like a couple years ago when our train crashed? No, since the election. So I'm assuming you guys also took to the streets to demand justice from your government, right? I mean, it's hard right now because of the ongoing mass shootings and the plane crashes and DEI getting rolled back and trans rights.
Any of this aligning with you? The commies want to kill you. There are no fucking commies. There are no commies. There's no actual communists anywhere near power, man. Anywhere near it.
Getting rolled back, and gay marriage possibly getting rolled back. And mass deportations, of course. Wait,
I'm literally not a communist at all. Oh my god. Okay, here's what you are. Every time. I have to, guys. I'm sorry.
Nazi.
Wie bitte? Haben Sie mich gerade als Nazi beschimpft?
Na, Sie sind doch einer.
Das ist ja eine Unverschämtheit. Nur weil ich in der NSDAP und in der SS bin, bin ich noch lange kein Nazi. Wahrscheinlich bin ich auch noch rechtsextrem, oder was?
Ja, aber was sollen Sie denn sonst sein?
Ich bin vielleicht ein besorgter Bürger, der Angst vor Überfremdung hat. Aber ich bin nicht rechts. Und ich bin erst recht kein Nazi. Hey, Sie da? Sehe ich etwa wie ein Nazi aus?
This video comes in handy, long like Homo sapien. It's pretty much saved me from ever having to have that conversation again.
Nö, würde ich jetzt nicht sagen.
Na, sehen Sie? Aber der ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, hm? Nazis, 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 lauter Nazis.
Hey, Ray, can you define communism for me? In one sentence. Give me a definition of communism, please. I'm begging you.
Wenn einem die Argumente ausgehen, dann holt man schnell mal die gute alte Nazikeule raus.
Es hat doch nichts mit Nazikeule zu tun.
Sie machen sich das Leben sehr einfach. Nur weil jemand...
You were looking at the subtitles and your brain was translating them in your head to the voice. That's how.
Mainstream-Meinung nicht teilt, ist er gleich ein Nazi.
Aber Nazi sein ist doch längst Mainstream. Ihr Nationalsozialisten seid an der Macht.
Ach ja, ich vergaß. In Ihrer Welt sind ja alle Nazis. Der Führer ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, was?
Ja?
Jetzt reicht's aber. Führerbeleidigung. Mitkommen.
Das sind jetzt über...
Ja, ich weiß. Nazi-Methoden.
Hey Ray, you gonna define communism for me or not?
Been going on for years.
Again, why the fuck are we not doing this? 57 people died in Greece a year ago, and hundreds of thousands of them went onto the streets, started throwing rocks, starting fires and shit.
Small number. We care about our citizens, and we are taking to the streets to demand justice for our citizens. We have like a couple hundred people die from plane crashes. Like a couple years ago when our train crashed? No, since the election. So I'm assuming you guys also took to the streets to demand justice from your government, right? I mean, it's hard right now because of the ongoing mass shootings and the plane crashes and DEI getting rolled back and trans rights getting rolled back and gay marriage possibly getting rolled back and mass deportations, of course. Wait, this stuff has been going on for years and you guys aren't doing anything about it? Some of this stuff's been going on for years.
Since the election, that cut's so good. It's true.
A lot of it has just been happening in the past couple of weeks. Okay, so I'm confused. Why aren't all of you taking to the streets right now and doing the same thing we're doing. You know, honestly, it's kind of tough. I mean, there's a lot of like disagreement within the citizens
Doctrine
too,
was real
and, like,
effective.
the people. What disagreement could possibly be more important than everything that you just said? Well, one group of people is in agreement with what's going on and thinks it's a good
long leg Homo sapien. It's shock doctrine, and it's little treats. It's your private burrito taxi. It's your Sheen haul and your Temu toys. Like, that's what pacified America. It's also the hyper individualism in that nobody gives a shit about anybody else because no one has to invest in anybody else's well-being.
thing that it's happening, even though it is also going to affect them. And then the other group thinks that it's bad. But within this other group, there's like a bunch of little groups. And then whenever they try to do anything in protest, they then fight with each other, like infighting, and try to say, oh, well, you should do it this way, or you should protest this way. Why aren't they just
You're
working
not
together?
wrong,
That one's a really...
Oxyander. I'll be okay even if that person is screwed. U.S. culture. We're living in... I don't know what STTNG is.
Good one. I'm not so sure of the answer to that one. We had a couple protests recently. Okay, who led that one? Are you familiar with the ice cream company Ben & Jerry's? Did they supply the bomb? Like,
He left, Shortsborg. He left. Pussy.
What did you guys do? A lot of people marched. There were signs, and that was about it, I think. So did any real change come about this nationwide protest you speak of? Honestly,
No, get the fuck out of here with your Chinese collectivism, Captain Buggy. I don't like China any better.
so much has happened since then, I have no idea. For a country that gained independence by protesting, you guys fucking suck at protesting.
We do. We fucking do. Until we do this, nothing will change. This is the requirement for change. Bare minimum. Oh, you're not even going to answer my question, huh? Because you can't. You can't define communism, and yet you're saying that I'm a communist when I'm literally anti-communism. I'm not here to teach you. Man, like, I want to ban you, but you're just so funny. You're so funny. Here is the new things that are illegal in America now, by the way.
The president promised that under his watch, we will no longer stand by while universities tolerate and facilitate anti-Semitism and support of terrorism.
Oh, Oxyander, speaking of, we're threatening to kick America out of Pine Gap.
On their campuses. The department's recent actions, which hopefully you've seen at Columbia University in coordination with our law enforcement agency partners, are part of the administration's mission to end anti-Semitism in this country.
And by anti-Semitism, what they mean is pro-Palestinian sentiment, because the right-wing Nazis are absolutely allowed to be anti-Semitic.
Just last night, we worked with the Department of Homeland Security to execute search warrants from an investigation into Columbia University for harboring and concealing illegal aliens on its campus. That investigation is ongoing, and we are also looking at whether Columbia's handling of earlier incidents violated civil rights laws and included terrorism crimes. This is long overdue.
Everything he says is a lie. It is all a lie except for what comes from it. He's basing what his action is on these lying justifications. Like, the justifications are lies, but doing this allows them to then do other things.
Let me be clear.
No, I don't think that we actually will, Mr. Reboot. I just think that it's great that we're on the level of we're talking about it. I wish we would. We should. We should kick all of... we should declare that American soldiers are not allowed in Australia. We should close all of their bases and expel American personnel back to the States. Fuck them. Anti-Semitism real, just like hate speech isn't real? Okay, you're getting banned, and I'll give you a chance, Mr. Reboot. I'm done arguing with fucking Nazis.
Us is a terrorist organization.
Zombies. All of them.
It has the blood of American citizens on its hands.
So does Israel.
Innocent victims, many of whom are citizens of this country, have died.
So has Israel.
Because of Hamas's actions.
Because of Israel's actions as well.
Engaging in material support of terrorism will be prosecuted.
What does material support of terrorism mean? Well, for one, as we covered, nonprofits, like let's say World Food Kitchen, that's now a terrorist organization because it fed Palestinians. Any org you have that you can donate money, clothing, supplies to Palestine? Sorry, that's a terrorist organization now. Oh, sorry, you want to raise, you want to do a fundraiser stream where we play some games and you guys give donos and those donos go to children in Palestine? Sorry, that's terrorism. Yeah, donating to Palestinian charity to feed poor children. Yeah, that counts. Under that definition, of course it counts. Whether or not they apply it, that's one other thing, but...
Because of Hamas's actions. Any person engaging in material support of terrorism will be prosecuted.
That is what that says. Donate money to a Palestinian charity to feed children, you're doing terrorism. Those Bush bitches were the original coup that fucked any hope America had. Well, I mean, yes and no, because it goes back before then. The shock doctrine was something we were working on in the 60s. We started using it in South America in the 70s with Perón and Pinochet. We did that. I'm imagining, I did yesterday, I sat there and I thought, what would life be like if Kamala had won right now? And it's wild. I instantly unsubbed from a YouTuber / streamer that I used to like because he framed the deaths in Gaza as a result of Hamas's fighting techniques only. Like, I heard that and immediately unsubbed. Based. The thing is, like, yes, Hamas is bad, but so is Israel. They're both bad. They're both killing innocent civilians. Although, Hamas is like 3 guys. That's all that's left. And Israel is indiscriminately killing in Gaza, in the West Bank, in Lebanon still, in Syria. It's insane. We are doing woke imperialism. The right is woke. They're the woke Reich. The Nazis are woke as fuck. It's just like anti-woke. The other way around. They're woke for them. A Yemen expert on German podcast had a good example of this issue, declaring groups terrorists. The Houthis in Yemen might be terrorists, but they also govern half the country. If you do have a driver's license there, pay taxes, this can count as supporting terrorism. In Lebanon, Hezbollah is a government, is a party, is a political party. That's why people were so mad at the pagers bombing, the terrorism that Israel did with the pagers. Because a lot of people that had those pagers were not militants. They were government workers. It's kind of hard to civilly police a group that is literally cornered and its enemy is being bankrolled by a nuclear superpower. True. There are no terrorists. There's no such thing. It's a term created by the state to dehumanize and violate people's rights. I agree. I don't think there's any such thing as a terrorist. I think there's insane people. I think there's criminals. I don't think there is terrorists. Hamas was a political party as well. Yeah, a political party that only existed because of Israel. Because before Hamas, it was the PLO that governed both. And Israel specifically did not want a joint government between the West Bank and Gaza. So they made sure that the PLO could not be in charge of Gaza, and they made it so Hamas would be. They even funded Hamas monetarily for a long time. A lot of the intelligence that came out during the eastern and politically powerful part of the Levantine territories between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean the last year, and a bit has not been trustworthy. Carefully placing my tippy toes. Yeah, I know what you mean. Look, we've read on this stream Israelis who were in the IDF talking about their experiences, telling like the story of how they felt like they're Hitler, how they killed hundreds of children. We've read their own words on their own media. And yeah, good writing. You did a good job there with the tippy toes. Again, it is now illegal to compare Israeli policy to that of the Nazis, even though they are fundamentally similar in almost every way. Sorry, you guys can't do this. I can. Using symbols or images associated with classic anti-Semitism. They could just remove the word classic at will and say any image. So a symbol of the Hezbollah flag, for example, or the Houthi flag, two political parties that are part of the governing government of other foreign countries. Sorry, you're not allowed to. Zombieanism. It is kind of zombieanism. Denying Jewish people the right to self-determination by claiming that the existence of the state of Israel is a racist endeavor. It literally is. It's an ethno-state. Sorry. Trump is sort of like modern-day Jesus? What do you mean by that? I mean, like, Republicans see him as modern-day Jesus, yeah. But that, like, closer to anything related would be the Antichrist. I don't know. By the way, like, remember, we're talking about getting rid of anti-Semitism, right? This is what Donald Trump says to Chuck Schumer, who's Jewish, by the way.
Blame the Democrats. And Schumer is a Palestinian, as far as I'm concerned. You know, he's become a Palestinian. He used to be Jewish. He's not Jewish anymore. He's a Palestinian. Okay.
So what this says to me, is that they can just declare you to be a Palestinian now. Again, like, if Trump does it, they can do it. They'll just say, nah, you're a Palestinian. You used to be Jewish, but now you're a Palestinian. We got corpo zombies, ethno zombies, evangelical zombies. How many zombies, other types, how many other zombie types, chat? I think a few more at least. It's a slur to him? Yeah, it is. Damn right, I should worship his ass now. Oh, we're talking about Chuck, huh? He's trying to use it as a slur. This is the 4th or 5th time I've seen him use the word Palestinian as a slur.
Blame the Democrats. And Schumer is a Palestinian, as far as I'm concerned.
But this means that, first off, there are no Palestinians. They don't exist anymore. Not in their mind. And secondly, they can just call, yes, he's using it as a slur, but imagine, I don't know, somebody else who is supportive of Palestine, and then you call them a Palestinian, and then you say that they're a member of Hamas, and then you arrest them. I would agree that Trump is only like Jesus in that he has a religiously fanatical following ready to worship him as their messiah. Yeah, he has the messianic complex. So does Elon. You guys notice that that Trump is losing popularity, and that's being replaced with Elon, though, right? Like, the right is moving from Trump MAGA to Elon MAGA. Anyway, this is a person getting arrested for domestic terrorism because he keyed a Tesla. Sorry, a Cybertruck. He keyed a Cybertruck and is being arrested for domestic terrorism. Elon looks like Wormtongue? I don't know. I found the MAGA hatred towards the army. Amy Cohen Barrett, interesting. The thing is, like, guys, MAGA hates America. There is not a group on Earth that hates America more than MAGA does. MAGA hates America more than the fucking Taliban does. And if you haven't noticed, our government is much more closely aligned and similar to how it functions to the fucking Taliban than to an actual government. We have a warlord government where you make the warlord mad and this kind of shit happens.
And there's some video that's causing a little bit of controversy on the internet right now, showing ICE agents making a dramatic arrest in Spokane, Washington.
They'll break your windows in.
The door.
No,
you can! You can! It's illegal! Okay.
Amigo.
No. It's illegal.
Hey,
it's legal. Get out my car. No.
Get out my car.
Get out my car.
Girl.
Get out. No. Girl. I have video.
Look, it's raining. No.
Hey, mira. Oh my God. Open the door. It's raining.
Now, the woman that you hear in one of those videos, that is Kayla
Barrett is only accepted by MAGA as long as she does everything and only what they want her to do. Otherwise, she's a woman and therefore worthless. Exactly.
Mariva, and she says that this all happened 4 days ago when she, her husband, and her brother-in-law were headed out to court. She says that around a dozen officers surrounded their car, broke the windows, and then...
Hey guys, from now on, every time a Nazi comes into this chat, I want you to report them for terrorism. If this is going to be our problem, it's going to be theirs too.
Arrested the 2 men without showing a warrant. ICE says those men were citizens of Nicaragua and they were suspected gang members. Our friend David Noriega joins us right now in the studio. David.
Honestly, usually I would say like, nah, fuck that shit. But no, if this is going to be our problem, it's going to be their problem too. And like, again, these people hate America. Likely illegal alien running a fruit stand on the street in front of the church in Highland, Utah. Like this is the neighborhood of Tijuana. We shouldn't have to live like this. Motherfucker, like, what is wrong with this? This is excellent. Why the fuck would you have a problem with some guy selling oranges outside of your church? People like oranges. Again, it's anti-life. They hate everything that brings you joy. They hate good things. They hate you. They hate life. They hate America. They want to take the biddies, the burritos, the pussy. They want all of it gone. They want you to suffer. Anti-community. They're anti-human. They're anti-human. What the fuck is wrong with oranges, man? Isn't that capitalism? Shouldn't he support it? Yeah, he should. Except it's capitalism done by a brown person. They thought the umbrella was a pride flag? No, literally, no. It's this guy is acting like he's selling fruit in the neighborhood of Tijuana. He's saying like this is becoming Mexico because this man is selling oranges. God fucking forbid that somebody utilizes their stupid dead lawn. Yeah. Report the Nazis to the mods and we can handle it on our end easier too. Yep. Thank you, Shortspork, by the way. Thank the mods, everybody, for protecting the community. Imagine someone trying to feed the community and you think he's a terrorist. That is where they're at, though. They're hiding communism in the oranges. They hate America, guys. Oh, and then we have fucking Ian Miles Chong, who's not an American, nor lives in America. Multiculturalism will tear our country apart. That's right, they need to get out of our country. This man is a Malaysian Chinese, like, he's a Malaysian and Chinese and he lives in Dubai. He wants to kick immigrants out of America. You're not an American citizen. You're not American. You don't even live in America. I don't live in America, but guess what? I vote. I'm an American citizen. Who the fuck are you? Our country, Ian Miles Chong. He lives in Dubai. Yeah, I think he had to move there after people found out that he's a pedophile. Like, the audacity. Thank you, Shortspork. He's LARPing as an American Nazi. Yes. That's what they LARP. Even the Nazis in America are LARPing. Americans are so used to live in food deserts that actual food scares them. Yeah, the color of the oranges must be too bright. All right, and we saw the ad, right?
Oh, that's beautiful.
Everything's computer.
Wow. That's beautiful. This is a different panel than I've had. Everything's computer. That's beautiful.
Yep.
Wow.
So, anyone see any similarity here to that? Because, that's the guy who made Volkswagen. I feel like there might be a parallel here. And yes, Elon did cry behind the scenes. No, it's Volkswagen. Trump can't drive, doesn't have a license, never has. Not surprising. He's rich and has had a driver his whole life. Look, I need to see the video of Elon Musk curled up on the floor in Donald Trump's lap as Donald Trump gently caresses his head saying it's gonna be okay, because Elon is sobbing at the fact that he's lost $800 billion in the time span of the election to today. But yeah, no, that's I feel like a direct link there. Now let's talk about the House spending bill. I hate Democrats so much.
The government funded through the end of September. One Democrat voted with 216 Republicans to approve the bill, which looks to slash $13 billion in non-military spending while boosting funds for veterans' health care and the Pentagon. Democratic Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries condemned the spending bill, saying
even Jeffries, even Pelosi were against this.
Rips away life-sustaining health care and retirement benefits from everyday Americans.
The entire Democratic Party was behind blocking this vote. They were not going to vote for it. And Chuck fucking Schumer managed to get 6 people.
It's all part of a broader scheme to pass massive tax cuts for billionaire donors, the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected, and then to stick working-class Americans with the bill. This entire scheme. And as Democrats, we want no part of it.
The bill now moves to the Senate, where it would need the support of at least 7 members of the Democratic caucus.
It passed. It passed. Again, Nancy Pelosi. Donald Trump and Elon Musk have offered the Congress a false choice between a government shutdown or a blank check that makes a devastating assault on the well-being of working families across America. Let's be clear, neither is a good option for the American people, but this false choice that some are buying instead of fighting is unacceptable. I salute Hakeem Jeffries, the one time you'll ever hear me say that, for his courageous rejection of this false choice. I'm proud of my colleagues in the Democratic caucus for their overwhelming vote against this bill. He's the senator for Wall Street, exactly. You're right, depraved ambiance. Now, immediately following, by the way, this passing, this executive order got put out. Cuts to the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service, the United States Agency for Global Media, the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars in the Smithsonian Institute, the Institute of Museums and Library Services, the United States Interagency Council on Homelessness, the Community Development Financial Institutions Fund, and the Minority Business Development Agency. They hate everything. They hate you. They hate America.
Can't allow yourselves to be deflected. You just can't let it happen. You have such a higher calling. And I believe that CNN and MSDNC, who literally write 97.6% bad about me, are political arms of the Democrat Party. And in my opinion, they're really corrupt and they're illegal. What they do is illegal. It makes no difference how big a victory I had. I can have the biggest victory in history. It makes no difference.
It is apparently CNN and MSNBC are illegal now. What comes from that? Who knows? Who knows? They could. They could.
What kind of a failure?
The press is illegal.
And I believe that CNN and MSDNC, who literally write 97.6%
this means something
bad about me, are political arms of the Democrat Party. And in my opinion, they're really corrupt and they're illegal.
Yeah. This is the death of the free press. Like, it's already dead. They don't have to put out an executive order. Now, if they're going after mainstream media, I wonder who's next. AOC was cool trying to introduce a bill that stops Congress from trading. Won't get passed, but, you know. This means we're fucked. Yeah, it does. It does mean we're fucked. Because remember, the President and Attorney General, subject to the President's supervision control, shall provide authoritative interpretations of the law for the executive branch. Yes, yes, yes. This doesn't just apply to the executive branch, obviously, because they don't believe in law. Where is it? Yeah. No employee of the executive branch acting in their official capacity may advance any interpretation of the law as the position of the United States that contravenes the President or the Attorney General's opinion on a matter of law. It's their opinion that is the law. Want to see who's next? Go line by line through the Constitution. Fuck. Lügenpresse, what Hitler called the media, the lying press. Literally, exactly. It's 1-to-1. And just before we get off the Senate bill. So, the same day that Chuck Schumer voted to give these fucking zombies full power. He had 11 young people arrested in his office who were protesting.
Chuck Schumer is selling out the people of D.C. and the people of this country. He's selling out working people, young people. He's not standing up.
We are here in front of Chuck Schumer's office to send a clear message that young people want him to stand up. Step up or step aside. Generation is away on you
You're correct, Short Spork, by the way.
I'm here for all of the students, all the teachers in the schools that I was with who are going to get defunded by the things that are going on. It's
Legends. If you're getting arrested right now, I salute you. That's the front lines. Just so you know, we are at war, and these are casualties of the front lines right now. Speaking of AOC, let's hear what her statement was in relation to the CR bill. What was the arrest for? Disrupting? It doesn't matter. They don't care. They don't have to give you a reason anymore. This is why I'm saying you should build your own community support networks where you can call other people in your community for help instead of calling the police who are likely to abuse you.
Republican extreme spending bill removes all of the guardrails and all of the accountability measures to ensure that money is being spent in the way that Congress has directed for it to be spent. This turns the federal government into a slush fund.
Subversion.
For Donald Trump and Elon Musk. It sacrifices congressional authority, and it is deeply partisan.
They could.
And so to me, it is almost
What's up, Solomon Roster?
Why Senate
Vomrads, I like
would
that.
Vote to hand the few pieces of leverage that we have.
Oh no, like they've already said that being pro-Palestine is terrorism now, so.
For free when we've been sent here to protect Social Security, protect Medicaid, and protect Medicare. Republican extreme spending bill.
What's the Sunrise Movement? It could go either way. Like, it's hard to tell with a name whether or not something is a Hitlerite or not. Speaking of Hitlerite, though, as I'm saying, you know, we don't have any rights anymore. Here's Tommy Tuberville on Fox News.
Of education. We have K through 12 and we have higher ed. We've got to treat both of them different. But when it comes to protesters, we got to make sure we treat all of them the same. Send them to jail. Free speech is great, but hate, free speech is not what we need in these universities, and they don't need to be doing things that they're preaching from Hamas about anti-Semitism.
Senator,
education.
There you go.
We have
it is now illegal to protest, and you are going to go to prison. Every accusation is a confession. Every single one of them.
Through 12, and we have higher ed. We've got to treat both of them different. But when it comes to protesters, we got to make sure we treat all of them the same. Send them to jail.
Free speech is great, but speech I don't like is illegal. Why do you think I was saying when we still had the power that the correct move was to arrest all of these people, shut down their media, and put them in prison? We should have done this to them. I begged us to. That was it. It's because they were going to do it to us if we didn't do it to them. It was always the case. Spices are woke, yeah, literally. Oh, and just so you know, don't believe this. This isn't real. Howard Lutnick says President Trump wants no taxes on people who make less than $150K a year. I fucking wish, but they won't. And if they do, they'll do this in a way that still manages to steal from you. We gotta treat all the protesters the same, arrest them, and send them to jail, yeah.
How about no tax on tips? How about no tax on overtime?
Hey, how about no tax on tips never passed?
How about no Social Security? How about all those things? These are the kind of...
They're never gonna do that. They're never, ever going to do this. They'll have to abolish sales tax, and that's not happening on a national level. Like, it's not even about that. They would never do it anyway. They wouldn't. They exist solely to steal from you. No, he wants no tax going to anyone, no tax money going to anyone making less than $150,000 a year. That makes much more sense.
That will change America. I know what his goal is.
Yeah, how about 99% of taxes are from people who make over $400K a year, and they have to pay 99% in taxes? That'd be great. Oh, remember how they said they weren't coming for Social Security?
If he moves to largely eliminate entitlement programs, are you okay with it?
Look, Elon Musk is a brainiac with an IQ that I cannot even fathom. He is not a master
artful language person like politicians and news anchors. I think when he talks about elimination, I think we're talking about eliminating the waste, abuse, and fraud. And it is true that...
Again, they found literally zero evidence of waste, abuse, or fraud.
Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security make up about 75% of our budget. It's mandatory spending.
It's all glazed.
We've got to find the savings there.
We have to find the savings from the 75% of the budget that's our mandatory spending. As in, we got to take money out of Social Security.
We will do that.
Yeah, IQ is also not a thing. You can't test someone's intelligence.
Speaking to our whip team last night in a meeting, and he pointed out there are savings to be made in the Medicaid program.
If he moves...
They're not stupid, guys. They're not stupid. They're just doing their job. They get told what to say. It's top down. Just for a peek into the future, Argentina's government pensions cuts just kicked in. People's Social Security equivalent checks stopped coming in. Oh, yep. That'll be in a month for us, really. He has a big, beautiful brain. I just love it so much. I just love gobbling his micropeens. So, like, literally, that is all their people. That's all their job is. I don't see any evidence that Musk is smart. Every time he tweets or talks, he comes off as a blithering moron. That's because he is a blithering moron. He's not smart. Just like, it was never smart to think that this fucking ghoul would ever work for us.
This week, Democrats offered a sensible way out. Fund the government for another month to give appropriators more time to do their jobs.
We're not going after Social Security. We just need to find $2 billion in savings $2 trillion in savings in the mandatory spending. The only thing that equals $2 trillion in mandatory spending is Social Security.
Republicans rejected this proposal outright. Why did they reject it?
Yeah, even every Democrat was pissed at this.
Donald Trump doesn't want the appropriators to do their job. He wants full control over government spending.
No, the billionaires are all retards.
He isn't the first president who
want
this, but he's the first president to cower his party into submission, so that Republican rejection leads us to a decision. That Republican rejection leads us to a decision. And it's not really a decision.
Schumer's not a coward. He's not a coward, Shardsborg. He didn't do this because he's afraid of Trump or anything. He did this because he works for Wall Street. He's just paid.
Choice. Either proceed with the bill before us or risk Donald Trump
I actually tweeted at Elon Musk the other day. He never answered. I'm kind of mad at it. I asked him, are we allowed to protest the Democrats? Because, like, protesting the Republicans is illegal now. But can I protest the Democrats? Can we gather in front of Chuck Schumer's house with megaphones and make fun of him? Like, peacefully across the street. But are we allowed to do that to the Dems? He never answered. He rat-fucked us, yeah? I did that to Nancy Mace. I mean, good, based. Fuck Nancy Mace. She's another demon. Ask how you feel about Mussolini's government in Italy, Franco's government in Spain, or Hitler's government in Germany. You'll have your answer. Exactly.
throwing America into the chaos of a shutdown. This, in my view, is no choice at all.
Again, the choice was between these demons are destroying every possible part of the government, and we can make it all stop. We can freeze everything exactly how it is. Or we can give them a blank check, validate what they're doing by making it look like it's okay, and let them keep going. And we chose to let them keep going. That was what happened. All right, let me set up the next couple bits. We live in a joke of a country, guys. Like, genuinely, we are a joke. I wonder if I'm allowed to, really give... You know what? I'll give my opinion. Fuck them. They want to come after me for talking about Israel. Okay. So first off, we got a new travel ban. Did you guys see that? Trump's new travel ban. So all travel into the United States from Afghanistan, Bhutan, Cuba, Iran, Libya, North Korea, Somalia, Sudan, Syria, Venezuela, and Yemen are banned. Visas are restricted for Belarus, Eritrea, Haiti, Laos, Myanmar, Pakistan, Russia, Sierra Leone, South Sudan, and Turkmenistan. Whereas 60-day to address concerns to Angola, Antigua and Barbuda, Benin, Burkina Faso, Cambodia, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Chad, Republic of Congo, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Dominicana, Equatorial Guinea, Gambia, Liberia, Malawi, Mali, Mauritania, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, Sao Tome and Principe, Vanuatu, and Zimbabwe. So, I don't know why, but sure. Why the fuck do we keep fucking with Cuba? It's because they're socialists. That's why. If you're going to talk about Israel, you might want to take chat off screen while you do. Thank you for that tip, actually, Shardspork. I might actually do that when we get to it. I want the timeline where Democrats aren't so addicted to snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. If only, if only, if only. I want the timeline where Al Gore won. That would be the best timeline. Like, here we go. Imagine you wake up and you see this. Like, you're in Skyrim. You're waking up in the back of the cart, and it's just, oh, hey, you're finally awake. What? All of this sounds like a weird-ass dream. Thank you, Clamjammer, and yeah, please definitely give me a like on the YouTube stream at the very least, and drop a sub, because that definitely helps. So, what has changed in the law again? Well, first off, we have travel bans for these countries. We have, it's illegal to protest Republicans, and it's actually terrorism to do so. It is illegal to criticize Israel, and it is terrorism to do so. It's also illegal to donate to a charity that helps Palestinians. So, that's what's illegal so far. God, Supreme Court, 500 votes, Iraq War? You must have partied too hard last night after all the networks called Florida for us. Ooh. Just to wake up to that. Same goes for Tesla. True. I want the timeline where we become the actual socialist country and the USSR didn't do Stalinism. Yeah. No, no Trotsky, none of that, yeah.
So, we really need Greenland for national security. It's very important.
This is him in a meeting with other NATO members, including Denmark, who is a NATO member and has possession of Greenland.
We have a couple of bases on Greenland already, and we have quite a few soldiers, and maybe you'll see more and more soldiers go there. I don't know. What do you think about that, Pete? So, don't answer that, Pete.
Is it just me, or is he trying to sound more like Putin? Because that's how Putin makes his threats. He's like, oh, you know, maybe we'll see, but there might be more soldiers there. That's how Putin tends to make a threat. So it sounds like he's trying to do Putin.
We really need Greenland for national security. It's very important. You know, we have a couple of bases on Greenland already, and we have quite a few soldiers, and maybe you'll see more and more soldiers go there. I don't know. What do you think about that?
Yeah, like his face is telling, that's a threat. I've heard that Trump wanted to give Teal a chunk of Greenland, if I'm not mistaken. I've heard that too. I don't have confirmation on it. But Teal would love it. Oh, by the way, Pirate Bay co-founder died in a plane crash in Slovenia. I wonder if there might be a connection to us here after Donald Trump pardoned the other founder of the Pirate Bay. Oh, no, sorry, that wasn't the Pirate Bay. That was the Silk Road. So this is probably just other people that the Silk Road guy doesn't like. Who the fuck thinks we actually need Greenland for national security against? I'm pretty sure Putin is the only accessible from there. Well, not necessarily, Clamjammer. Greenland is useful for America's national security. The issue being, we already have military bases there. As Donald Trump said, we don't need to take Greenland. We can already use it. Pirate Bay is honeypot trapped. Don't use that shit. There's better sites. Yeah, I figured. That's like 15 years ago at this point. That's a legit threat. EU should start sanctioning the US and Russia the same. I've been saying it for a while. Put sanctions on us. And yeah, don't talk about piracy on Twitch. Please. And thank you. Shardspork, you are on a roll. I don't know what I would do without you. So, the Russians came in and took Sutsa and Goncharovka from the Ukrainian control in Kursk, which is bad. But what's worse than that, whoopsie, sorry, wrong one. What's worse than that is this was right around when the ceasefire talks began. And I want to point out, first and foremost, that A, Putin said any captured Ukrainian soldiers in the Kursk region will be treated as terrorists. So, like, you know, I don't know, maybe the fact that when Ukraine has Russian soldiers that are prisoners of war, they feed them, they clothe them. We've seen what they look like when they've done a prisoner swap. We're just going to kill them. Anyone that's left, we're just going to kill them, is what he's saying here. And then beyond that, you really think that this man is committed to peace? This was the first time since the war started that Vladimir Putin donned military fatigues to do a press conference. When he's talking about the ceasefire and dressed for the first time in years in military fatigues, do you think that he's in any way thinking, yeah, peace, let's do peace? The Russian soldiers end up fifth, commenting Russian military really fucking sucks. That's true. He's trolling Trump right now. Exactly. Why isn't he wearing a suit? Why are you not wearing a suit? He doesn't own a suit, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Trump's too stupid to realize it? No. Trump knows. He just can't do anything about it. Look, we're going to have a trade deal with Russia in the next 3 to 6 months because we need potash. And Canada is not going to give it to us. They have increased tariffs on potash. They are not going to want to give us potash. And we need potash for farming. It is kind of fucking critical to agriculture. Now, who is the country in the world after Canada who has the largest supply of potash? It's Russia. We're going to buy potash from them. We need it. We can't have our agriculture sector function without it, and we can't afford to get it from Canada at the prices that they're charging us because of the trade war that we ourselves started. It's pronounced like 2 words, potash, potash, well, whatever. Potash, potash. I like potash better. Can we not synthesize potash yet? I have no idea. But we buy it. If we could synthesize it, we would do that instead of buying it. Potash.
Щодо червоних ліній, я як президент і українці, як громадяни...
Not if we have Greenland, Pezzy. Hold on. Not if we have Greenland. Hold on, let me get that map up. Greenland? Canada, Greenland to Russia? Not all that far. Especially on like an actual map that is you know, not the laid out flat one, a round world map. It's not very far from Russia to America in general. If we count Alaska, if we're counting Greenland, that makes things a lot easier. Murmansk is their northern port. Thank you, Zomi. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, there we go. That's their northern port. So from here to an American port, either in Greenland or, you know, Canada, if we are invading, or New York, Washington, that's much less. Yeah, go to a polar projection. I was just thinking I should just do that one. Make it easier. A good one. Yeah, there we go. And that is low quality. Here we go. That's Russia. Right there. So, like, Russia to America, not all that far. The agricultural ports are at the Black Sea, sure, but they don't have to ship the potash through the agricultural ports. Plus, they have train lines to transport military goods. They have train lines that can transport trade goods as well. It's funny because Trump thinks that all the minerals are just going to be laying on the ground for us to grab when they're legit in some of the most inhospitable places for heavy mining equipment. Well, like, also, Putin offered Trump a cheaper mineral deal. He said, buy the minerals from us. We have more of them than Ukraine does. We'll give you better prices. Wait, does China not have potash? They grow the most chilies in the world. They don't have as much as Russia or Canada does. Realizing I don't know where potash comes from, like in nature. Here, let's look up potash. I love how the first link is the natural resources of Canada. Refers to a group of minerals and chemicals that contain potassium, a vital nutrient for plants, key components in fertilizers. It is produced mainly as potassium chloride and known as muriate of potash. Potash is literally the remnants of burning wood. Basically. Yeah, I'll be honest, before the tariff war, I've never heard of potash. Yeah, because you wouldn't have needed to. You're not a farmer. Oh, and Ukraine being based the way they are, we will not recognize any occupied territory as Russian.
Свої країни не будуть порушувати свою конституцію, будуть захищати суверенітет і нашу незалежність, захищаючи наших людей і нашу землю. Нам дуже непросто проти такого ворога битись, це зрозуміло. Але сьогодні ми воюємо за нашу незалежність. І тому визнавати будь-які окуповані території Російською Федерацією ми не будемо. Це факт. Наші люди били за це. Наші герої гинули.
Is it going to be illegal to be totally fabulous? 100%. So it's for potassium. We can just import bananas instead, become a banana republic. You know bananas are going extinct again? Like the same reason that the banana before the Cavendish died is the same reason the Cavendish is dying out. And it's because we don't know how to farm either.
Скільки поранених, скільки всього пройшло. Тому ніхто про це забувати не буде. І коли я кажу, що ніхто про це забувати не буде, це найголовніша червона лінія.
All right. Now, really quickly, as we're going through, I'm going to take chat off screen for a second, just so we can talk about this. So here is the former Prime Minister of Israel saying that Netanyahu has gone off the rails. He is rebelling against the rule of law. Netanyahu's announcement this week of his intention to fire the head of Shin Bet, alongside the fact that it was done defiantly without consulting the judiciary, despite her written instructions that he should not be fired without consulting her first, and against the backdrop of a clear high court ruling that the judiciary's instructions are binding on the executive branch. This is a constitutional crisis. It is very, very, very not surprising that Netanyahu will just do what Trump does, because this tweet is against TOS right now. It is. It is. I know it is. But at the same time, we're reading a former Prime Minister of Israel, so it's not TOS for me. If you said that, that's TOS. Oh, so Israel courts made the paper too, first time? I mean, they've made the paper a few times, but like Netanyahu is anti-Semitic. What Netanyahu is doing is anti-Semitic. It's anti-Semitism. That's illegal. This is not. You want to see something else that's illegal? Or sorry, yeah, not illegal, rather.
Fuck Palestine! Palestine to my dick!
You can do that, but you can't do the other way around.
What do you think the response should be from Netanyahu and the military to Gaza?
Kill all Palestinians! All of them! Not one left from the river to the sea.
These fucking demons. This is legal. But if I said from the river, etc., that's terrorism.
Palestine will be deceased! And Israel need to do like this.
If I said what he said, that's terrorism. Bro is a Wojak. He is.
Now, Gaza. Like this. Gaza need to do like this. Oh.
You people aren't even Jewish. Like, this is the most anti-Jewish things you can do. The actual Jewish folk are against this because it's literally anti-Judaism. Like, your holy text says you're not allowed to do this. He's a fucking zombie. Don't kill innocent children is terrorism. Yeah. Saying don't kill innocent children is terrorism. Today, in America. If you say that, I have to ban you. I have to take your tweet down, or your chat down. Because then I get in trouble, or the cops will actually come and arrest you. We are seeing what happens when libs across the world trust the rule of the judiciary blindly as if it will save us from everything. The courts are being ignored. Everywhere, the power will be like, well, what are you going to do about it? Literally, things are really bad when good is considered evil and evil is considered good.
Like this, but all this, Jewish.
It's not even evil is considered bad and good is considered like evil. It's that good is illegal.
2 options.
What do you think the response should be to Gaza?
We gotta wipe them off the fucking map. I'm talking about.
This shit's protected speech.
Every fucking flatten them like a parking lot.
Zombies, every last one of them. Demons, in fact. Meanwhile, in like real countries.
Right, well, we're just having some breaking news on Gaza coming in right now. That's because a United Nations investigation has concluded that Israel carried out genocidal acts through the systematic destruction of sexual and reproductive health care facilities. Some breaking news there. Where
So the UN has said that Israel has carried out genocide. Again, you saying that would be hate speech and illegal.
UN Commission of Inquiry said Israel had intentionally attacked and destroyed the Palestinian territory's main fertility center and had simultaneously imposed a siege and blocked aid, including medication for ensuring safe pregnancies, deliveries and neonatal care. Now, Israel has responded and it's saying it categorically rejects what it calls unfounded allegations. Some breaking news there for you on Gaza. Right, well, we're just having some breaking news on Gaza coming in right now. That's because a United...
So, yeah. I could swear to be human being human does require compassion. It's empathy, by the way, the word you're looking for, wet camera ink. This is what I mean by they're not people the way that we are, because they don't have empathy. Republicans, I mean, not, you know, I'm not saying other shit. The right wing are not people like you and me, because they don't have a concept of empathy at all. At all. Now, on some cool news, we keep threatening to invade Canada. All the time. Oh, chat's back. Whoopsie. I forgot to unblock the chat box here. What? I still can't see chat. Did my chat box break? Oh, there you are. Okay, cool. All right. So, they've been trying to argue that Christians' religion marks empathy as a sin. Literally, yeah. They are making the word empathy a thought crime. But, so, we've been threatening to invade Canada. And, France seems like they've had enough of it.
5,000 kilometres from her home port, this brand new French attack submarine, the Tourville, is making a stop in Canada. The official primary objective is to test the new vessel in cold waters, but it's also to drum up publicity.
There's obviously an advertising
Didn't France say they would nuke anyone who invades Canada?
strategy. We need to offer Canadians a real-life glimpse of a navy with submarines permanently at sea.
In the tense international climate, Canada wants to renew its fleet and buy up to 12 submarines. French shipbuilder Naval Group is in the race and would like to win out over its German and Korean competitors. This latest range of French Barracuda-type subs are capable of long voyages and 70 days of autonomy. France is looking for new outlets after a setback in 2021 when Australia cancelled its order.
Yeah, we cancelled our order because America made us so we could do AUKUS, and then America fucked us with AUKUS, and we're still stuck in it. Australia needs to back out of AUKUS and expel Americans that are part of the government or the military from this country.
Last September, a contract was signed with the Netherlands for an estimated €5.6 billion. Other submarine models have been sold to India, Indonesia and Brazil.
I know, but I still think that that's what should happen. ScoMo was a traitor, sold Australia's interest for his own gain. Yeah, literally. Australia is too cucked by the US? Not necessarily. We've made threats, guys. Hold on. If we're going to talk about Australia being cucked, it is cucked, to be clear, but not as bad as we might think.
Independent Senator Jackie Lambie has...
So first off, yeah, we're cucked because this is the Australian defense priorities for the year. We're considering sending peacekeepers to troops to the Russian border. We're not a member of NATO. Some of other members of NATO will also not be contributing peacekeeper members. Gotta take back Pine Gap from the inside. Oh, I know. I need to be released from the ball. Spend additional $28 billion on weapons each year because America tells us to, but we'll reduce expenditure on health, education, and welfare. We are watching America threaten all of its neighbors, but we're letting them build numerous military bases on here. They say it's unlikely that we'll get AUKUS submarines, but we're making regular $800 million payments to the U.S. to build the submarine factories. Pine Gap prioritizing U.S. demands like targeting Gaza and not catching the Chinese fleet doing live fire testing off our border. But this came out before this one. And mind you, like the news report even isn't very positive, but
has thrown down the gauntlet to US President Donald Trump, proposing to kick America out of our critical military base, Pine Gap, if they don't remove recently imposed tariffs. While the likelihood of that happening...
Why do you have to add that in? It's not likely.
Is basically zero.
Just kill the energy. That's what they do, by the way. That's the mainstream media's job, is to kill the energy.
Does amplify the pressure on the Albanese government to stand up for our interests.
Donald Trump is inescapable for the Prime Minister, no matter where he is.
Good luck with the crazy man-child in Washington.
From Washington, since the 25% tariffs on steel and aluminium have come into effect, there's new criticism from the Commerce Secretary.
You've got dumpers in the rest of the world. Not going to stand for China.
Have a good night, Shardspork. Thank you for, being here and doing all you do as a mod. You're awesome. I'll be listening. If I need to clap some of y'all, I'll be back. Based. I just want Labor to win the upcoming election already so I can feel better about where we stand. Same. I mean, like, we still might lose, Oxyander. Don't feel comfortable yet. I hope you're knocking on some doors or some shit. Have that, who they vote, like, what they voted for website and be like, hey, look, so Dutton, this, that, and this. Yeah, shut off the fucking power to Pine Gap. Fuck them, it can be your little golf ball base, but how the fuck are you going to power it? To be fair, we do have the ability to do that. Like, we can just kick them out. What would they do? They have to invade us otherwise. Good. I'm glad, Oxyander. I mean, I'm not glad that you're uncomfortable, but I'm glad that you're paying attention and you're trying to get other people to as well.
Dumping, Japan dumping, Australia does a lot of aluminum at below cost.
This is absolutely untrue. We have not been dumping our product into the United States.
The Trade Minister has today...
Oh, fuck, I hate lobsters. They're like sea cockroaches.
On the United States.
Given a not-so-subtle reminder of the government's success removing tariffs from China.
We didn't panic in the relationship with China. We were cool, calm and collected, and that's the way we're going to be in our relationship with the United States.
It's a decision that's been made by the President, and it's a question of how the Prime Minister of Australia responds.
The United Kingdom...
They look like roaches! I mean, I'm allergic to them, so I can never eat them. I don't care how they taste. They look like sea roaches to me.
The Prime Minister has responded in the same way as Anthony Albanese and won't retaliate with tariffs on the United States.
Pussies! Put tariffs on America. Put sanctions on America. Stop trying to act like you can get back in their good fucking graces. It's World War III, you dipshits.
But Canada and the European Union have announced they'll hit United States imports.
Canada's not the one that is ultimately starting this war.
Senator Jackie Lambie has suggested retaliation in another form, closing the Pine Gap military base to the Americans.
So now it's about time you started hitting them back where it hurts.
By the way, this woman is a ghoul. This is a ghoul saying this.
And these things will hurt. I can tell you, if they do not have access to Pine Gap and the communications there, then they are not gathering any intelligence over this side of the world.
But there's also the AUKUS security deal to protect. The Albanese government doesn't want to get caught in an escalating trade war and is concerned about...
She has the evil facial features? Of course she does. So does her. But, like, again, don't want to get caught up in an escalating trade war. Why are you such pussies? It's liberals every time.
Trump tariffs due next month, which could impact agriculture and pharmaceuticals.
The United States of America is going to take back a lot of what was stolen from it by other countries.
By the way, like any company that's coming back to America to avoid these tariffs are fucking textile companies. What America's doing right now is pushing away every industrialized industry, every higher up, you know, education-wise requirement industry, and replacing it with low-paying textile jobs. That's what they're fighting to bring back to America, is the slave garment factories that happen in China. That's what they want. They want you to work as slaves in garment factories in America.
Raper for 10 News First.
You can't fight fascism while keeping communism. Let's not judge facial features. Arberlin, genuinely, I don't like to do it, but sometimes you can really just see from someone's face that they're evil. Like, you can. You can. For example, it has to be the type of person where you can look at fucking any photo of them and they look evil. Any photo of Chuck Schumer that doesn't look evil, a single one, give me one. No, there isn't, because it's in his face, it's in his eyes, it's in his structure. Trump looks evil in general, period. But yes, you can't judge people preemptively like that. You can't, you shouldn't rather use phrenology to base your judgment of a person before speaking to them. Now, I will say that it's often correct, but it doesn't always have to be. Brain drain of American scientists to Europe is already happening. True. Raccoon, Mr. Beast, Oswald Mosley, for an example. All right, let's have a look. It's just like oftentimes you can see, like with the Nazi chick that was in the Jubilee debate is another one. You could see her face and just tell that she was evil. And it's because, honestly, I don't think it's a structural thing. I think it's empathy. I think empathy can be visible, you know? Let's hold hands and shit on the evil grimacing going on here. Like this one. Yeah, this guy looks evil. He does. He looks like he has no empathy. I think the evil face is a physical expression of lack of... Exactly! That's what it is. It's not physical features. It's not cheek structure. It's not your eyes. It's not your jaw. It is whether or not you're expressing the existence of empathy. Anyway, cool. We got a French nuclear sub sitting off of Canada. It's the Aura. I don't know. No. Meanwhile, from German intelligence services saying that Russia is considering testing NATO's Article 5. Russia plans to challenge Western unity, particularly the enforcement of NATO's collective defense clause, according to Bruno Kahl, head of the German intelligence services. That is scary. And I feel they'll do it in the next 6 months, according to Danish intelligence. So when you see someone and you feel like you don't see anyone looking back at you, that feeling... Russia, time to get silly? Oh, yeah, you have no idea. Oh, and speaking of getting silly, it's not just Russia. In a meeting with NATO members, including Denmark.
What is your vision for the potential annexation of Greenland and getting the potential?
Yeah. Well, I think it'll happen, and I'm just thinking, I didn't give it much thought before, but I'm sitting with a man that could be very instrumental. You know, Mark, we need that for international security, not just security, international. We have a lot of our favorite players, cruising around the coast, and we have to be careful. And we'll be talking to you. It's a very appropriate, really a very appropriate question.
There's an issue in the high north, so the Arctic. So what you did. So when it comes to Greenland, yes or not joining the US, I would leave that outside for me, this discussion, because I don't want to drag NATO in that. But when it comes to the high north and the Arctic, you are totally right. The Chinese are now using these routes. We know that the Russians are rearming. We know we have a lack of
which is why we already have communication and cooperation with Denmark and have military bases on Greenland. I wish it was that simple to tell who's empty and who's not, like with Ghoul. Yeah, it's not always. You can't use it as a tool to prejudge somebody. You can just, after talking to somebody, say, oh, I saw it in their face. They were a Ghoul the whole time. You can tell when someone has no emotions or just hate in their eyes. They're highly, we are highly evolved to judge people's emotional states. Yeah, I don't like the idea of making decisions based off of that, but you can get a good idea, yeah, of a book based on its cover. The expression does apply. You just shouldn't assume that the cover is the book.
So the fact that the 7, outside Russia, there are 7 Arctic countries.
Well, I mean, Clamjammer, he is right, and this is a NATO member. This is Denmark saying because China. But again, we're not going to war with China. We're going to pretend we want to go to war with China.
Working together on this under US leadership is very important to make sure that that region, that part of the world stays safe. And we know things are changing there, and we have to be there.
But like, talking about annexing Greenland in a meeting with the leader of Denmark, or like a Secretary General of NATO, rather. And speaking of NATO, NATO's bought a lot of shit from us, including F-35s. But now they're a bit scared of the F-35s.
The shift in U.S. security policy not only has allies in Europe scrambling to increase their defense spending, it also raises uncomfortable questions about their dependency on American weapons already in their arsenal. One example is the F-35 fighter jet made by American aerospace giant Lockheed Martin. Several prominent voices linked to the defense establishment in Europe have suggested the U.S. has built so-called kill switches.
Oh yeah, they do suck, but at the same time, they can just remotely be turned off by America.
To the aircraft,
yeah,
which
French
would
fighters.
allow
Also Turkish fighter jets. Turkey makes good planes.
Washington to remotely deactivate or limit the combat functions of the F-35
Really, Zalmi?
sold to foreign allies. Now, 13 European countries have placed orders for the F-35. And
we're not going to war with China. We're going to war with Canada, Mexico, Greenland, possibly NATO.
They're already operating
And
in
Iran.
several of them, including in the UK and Italy. When the current orders are delivered, more than 570 F-35s will be stationed in Europe, making them a key component of the continent's air defenses.
And everyone else, yeah.
Justin Bronk is a
Look, that's terrifying. The fact that America could just turn off the planes, man. And it's not just the planes. Here's Polish Prime Minister talking about Starlink.
It's the latest in the war of words involving the Trump administration and European officials over Ukraine. On Sunday,
NATO is not anymore. NATO was, but the West has fallen. NATO's now trying to build its own thing. America's not with NATO. We're an enemy of NATO. The West using NATO as a tool, that's gone. That's over. That's last century. Now it's NATO versus the United States and Russia and China and India and Israel.
Elon Musk responded to a comment on X and said his Starlink system was the backbone of the Ukraine.
I literally challenged Putin to one-on-one physical combat over Ukraine, and my Starlink system is the backbone of the Ukrainian army. Elon Musk. Motherfucker couldn't go on The Daily Show because he's too scared. Wouldn't fight Mark Zuckerberg either. What I'm sickened by is the years of slaughter, blah, 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 blah. Can't they just rip out those parts? I assume that there's a way, but it's likely put in place to make it difficult. If we were a serious country, we would have seized Starlink. Yeah. Yeah, we should seize Starlink. Turkish dominance, they never fail. They never fall asleep and pretend that anyone else would protect them like Europe did. They built a quite powerful national defense system top to bottom. True. Turkey is now the largest military in NATO because America's not in NATO. We are, but we're not, you know? Also, Putin would destroy Elon. He actually did. Putin was in the KG fucking B. Yeah, of course he would destroy Elon. The US has already said that we will not defend any European country that gets attacked. Loops. We basically have left NATO.
Ukrainian army, adding the entire front line would collapse if he turned it off. It prompted Poland's foreign minister to weigh in. Radoslaw Sikorski told the tech billionaire Starlinks for Ukraine are paid for by the Polish digitization ministry at the cost of $50 million a year. He added Warsaw would be forced to look for other suppliers.
The thing is, Putin is old, so y'all could take him.
SpaceX proved an unreliable partner.
He's right, by the way. He's right. They pay $50 million a year And SpaceX is not a reliable partner.
For other suppliers if SpaceX proved an unreliable partner. Musk responded
That's not really a great place to do that from, Ghost Pepper. I mean, I'm glad, but Teal has control over New Zealand.
the message on X writing, "Be quiet, small man."
Galero, I'm sorry. I want to read it. I know that that's not like hate speech, but it is literally against the law now for you to have that, because I saw like hierarchies of societies. There was Jewish in there. That's gonna count as illegal, so I had to take it down. I hope you're not offended. Blame Donald Trump for that one.
You pay a tiny fraction of the cost. The US Secretary of State also chimed in. Marco Rubio accused his Polish counterpart of making things up and denied that anyone made threats about cutting Ukraine off from Starlink.
Marco Rubio is lying.
He demanded gratitude and reminded Poland that without Starlink, Kyiv would have lost the war and
again, fuck you. Like, no one's gonna say thank you.
Russian forces would be at Poland's border. The Polish Prime Minister is now cautioning against
Yeah, there are other
arrogance.
companies. I'm hoping Europe comes out with their own Twitch, YouTube alternative really fucking soon, because every day now is like, is the channel gone? Are we still here? I need a place to stream from that is outside of America. There was one hell of a Putin tough guy propaganda campaign. I don't know how much of it's real. Almost none of it. Like him riding the shirtless horse and like the horse shirtless rather, not the shirtless horse. That's a Vosh thing. All of that was imaging. I think the U.S. social media might be too dangerous to use right now. It is. You shouldn't be on social media getting your news right now unless you have like an exceptional level of media literacy and or pre-existing knowledge of politics. If AT&T made me say thank you every time I paid my bill, they would catch these hands. True. What's up, Art? Good to see ya.
In a message on X, Donald Tusk called for respect among partners and allies.
Wasn't there something called PeerTube? I've never heard of it. We need Blue Sky of Twitch. Is Blue Sky an American company?
The public is beginning to realize that the activities of companies such as Starlink in Ukraine is not only charitable, but also helps Ukraine, if only by the fact that it pays for Starlink's subscription.
How Jover is America? Well, Lord Fluffy Art, it is illegal to criticize Israel, and I'm not kidding. It is illegal to protest, and I'm not kidding. It's terrorism to protest Tesla, or to key a Tesla car, or to basically anything and everything is terrorism. They instituted the Alien Enemies Act so they can just pick you up and throw you into an El Salvadorian camp anytime they want to, and we're doing it. So that's how cooked we are. Speaking of, I should probably cover that, eh? Right. So first off, they invoked it. Yeah, I'm sorry to ask, does anybody else see a couple of buttons icons left-hand side of the video streamer screen? Like if you're watching the stream? I don't have it, sorry. Now, did you post that info about what you can or can't say in the Discord? I did, but it was in mod chat, so let me post that again. Like, this isn't all of it either. Like, this is just what they said, because what they said is the law now, you know? Resources for safety, upload it. There you go. If Trump must deal with Canada, Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, Australia, Singapore, the UK must take its own nuclear program and the new Asian NATO to the top, so that no country will suffer because of because of Chinese civil war, Taiwan and China. Well, like the thing is, we're kind of fucked because I don't see that happening. I wish you're right, and I wish it did, but all right. Let's jump to the Alien Enemies Act.
Turning to immigration now, CBS News reports that President Trump is planning to use a law from 1798. He talked about this on the campaign trail to help carry out deportations to Guantanamo Bay. That part he didn't necessarily reference. I want to bring in CBS News immigration reporter Camila Montoya Galvez.
Today we sent them to El Salvador, not to Guantanamo, but...
Joins us from New York. What do we know?
Hi, Major. Well, we know that according to U.S. officials, President Trump is preparing to invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 as early as tomorrow to fast-track the deportation of certain migrants who are in the country illegally. We are told by U.S. officials that the targeted group is expected to be suspected members of the Tren de Aragua prison gang, which is comprised mostly of
that was a thick accent. Are you sure you're not Tren de la Agua?
Venezuelan nationals. That obviously has been a focal point of the president's sweeping crackdown on illegal immigration. And we are told that U.S. officials, Major, have already made internal plans to send suspected members of this gang.
Oh, by the way, they don't even need to give you a justification anymore. The president can just deport anybody they want to without having to justify it now.
From Venezuela to Guantanamo Bay to hold them there and then deport them under the Alien Enemies Act, which of course is a law that was really just passed by Congress and signed into law 22 years after the Declaration of Independence. And it has been rarely invoked. One of the few times was in World War II when the government at the time used it to surveil and detain immigrants from Japan, Germany, and Italy who were in the U.S. And this would allow the government, Major, importantly, to summarily detain and deport migrants subject to the law without any of the due process protections outlined in U.S. immigration law because they would be treated as enemy aliens. So this is just the latest attempt by the administration to really test the boundaries. And
as in, what this means is they can just disappear you anytime they want to. They can show up, put cuffs on you, disappear you. No one has to say anything. You don't get a lawyer. No one has to answer your questions. You don't get a phone call. Off you go to Guantanamo or to El Salvador. Like that's what this means. Thank fuck that I'm over here, because putting a bit of a target on myself, eh?
Really the firewalls in U.S. law to achieve its immigration goals.
Because the classification under this law would mean you are enemies of the state, enemies in almost a condition of war.
Yeah, literally, like, you're enemies of the state. The enemies of the state. No hearings, no courts, just go. Right to the labor camps. Go directly to El Salvador. If you pass go, do not collect $200. True.
Expanding the federal powers to deny due process. Do I have that right?
That's right. They would be considered wartime enemies of the state.
Also,
which is all of us. All of us. We are enemies of the state. At least I am. I'm an American. I'm an enemy of the U.S. government. I'm an American. I'm pro-America. I love America. I'm a patriot, in fact. But I am an enemy of the state.
You've gotten readouts from those in Immigration, Customs, and Enforcement about capacity for those who have been deported or are awaiting deportation, are being detained. What is it?
You know, this wasn't just Japanese internment camps, long like Homo sapien. We kept Germans and Italians in these camps, too. It wasn't just the Japanese. We just mostly mentioned the Japanese.
ICE, as you know, Major, has been charged with carrying out the largest deportation operation in American history, and it has ramped up immigration arrests across cities in the U.S. So far, since the president took office, the agency has arrested about 33,000 immigrants across the country.
I don't buy your numbers. I don't buy your numbers. But, you know, like, they don't need anything. This is the DOJ. This is from the DOJ. Without hearing from the United States and relying on speculation about future presidential action, a district court lacking jurisdiction purported to halt the potential removal of individuals associated with designated foreign terrorist organizations. This was the judge trying to block the deportations to Guantanamo and to El Salvador, setting the stage to potentially inject itself into all such removals nationwide. A hearing scheduled for 5 p.m. today. District Court immediately enjoined removal of 5 anonymous plaintiffs who they believe were wrongly identified as members of Tren de Agua and imminently removed. This court shall halt this massive unauthorized imposition, blah, 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 blah. But further underscoring the impropriety of this, and this is still the judgment of the actual judge. Here we go. This is the DOJ. Beyond the statute, the president's inherent Article 2 authority is plainly violated by the district court's order. As a function of his inherent Article 2 authority to protect the nation, the president may determine that TDA represents a significant risk to the United States. How? Please prove that to me. How Tren de la Agua represents a significant risk to the U.S., but whatever. That it is intertwined in advancing the interest of a foreign government in a manner antithetical to the interest of the United States, and that its members should summarily be removed from the country as part of the threat. So, like, they just say, oh no, you're Tren de Agua, and then they go. This is king decree shit. Yeah. That it literally is. It is saying, if the president says you are Tren de la Agua, you're getting deported. We don't care. That's king shit. It is the most blatant authoritarianism yet, honestly, so far. So far. And, of course, while, you know, they're doing all of that illegal shit, we have lemmings running around being absolute massive losers. So here's one of them. We're going to see ICE versus some state police eventually this. Please, I hope so.
Now we have President Trump back. He has a great team in place. He has willing partners in the House and Senate, unified government. The adults are back in the room, okay? And we are
the adults are back in the room, says the man who shares pornography with his child. Wait, Trump is a king now? Angry Soviet noises? True. You from Ecuador? You seem kind of trend to me. Off you go to the camps.
This economy around. We need a little runway to do it. I keep using this metaphor of a aircraft carrier. You know, it took decades to get into the mess that we're in. You don't turn an aircraft carrier on a dime, but you need miles of open ocean to do it. But we have begun that.
He is an AI.
Now we have President
He's
Trump
an
back.
AI specifically created to fuck you. And here's another one. This, by the way, is just evil Hitler shit right here.
I really believe that we have a great deal in common with Europe. And I'm not, you know, yes, the Europeans annoy me sometimes, and yes, I disagree with them on certain issues, but we have to remember that is the cradle of Western civilization, the entire idea of Christian civilization.
You can't anymore. It's like they'll actually.
That led to the founding of the United States of America, that was formed in Europe. The cultural bonds, the religious bonds, these things are going to last beyond political disagreements, but I think that Europe, and frankly, I would have said this about America a year ago, but Europe is at risk, I think, of engaging in civilizational suicide. They are unable to.
Europe is engaging in civilizational suicide. Every accusation really is a confession with these people. Jesus Christ. And I guess technically you could have argued that Biden had king power because he was given immunity, but yeah, he was too pussy to use it. If I was Biden, I would have done some shit with that. If I had legal immunity. Oh, and speaking of the deportations, today the first 238 members of American society were brought to Venezuela. Sorry, El Salvador, not Venezuela. The Venezuelans that they're claiming, who are Americans more than likely, were brought here. So we brought 238 people to be put into slave labor camps to El Salvador today. What did Biden do that was authoritarian? Please tell me, because I can't think of, like, any. What did Biden do that was authoritarian? He opened the way for Trump. Biden was the left's version of Trump who stacked the court judges. How? I mean, he opened the way for Trump, you're right, but not by doing anything. He opened the way for Trump by not doing anything, specifically. Like, yes, the Democrats capitulated on the border, and I'll never forgive them for that one, because there was never a border issue to begin with. But, like, that wasn't Biden, that was the Dems. What did Biden actually do? They had 4 years. Biden took office and said, I don't want my presidency to be defined by persecuting political opponents. I'll get back with you I was talking to someone who brought it up the other day. Like, I can't think of a authoritarian thing Biden did. Biden legit had the right of kings and he didn't do anything with it. If I had that power, I would have had certain people summarily put in a box, yeah. That was the government. He had the legal right. These poor people are going to slave labor camps. They came from the United States. 238 of them we brought here to put into slave labor camps. Did he, though? Because, like, the mask mandates were coming out under, like, end term of Trump, even. Well, they don't need to do that. They want to do that, Leftist Leo. They enjoy this. I've seen images of the camp. It's surreal. Yeah. Biden, the authoritarian who was like, checks notes, I don't want my actions to appear political, so go easy on the insurrectionists. Yeah, literally. Yeah, the border is the closest thing. And no, mask mandates are not authoritarian in any way. I'm looking for a clip of the actual camp. Ah, here we go. Here's one. This is how we're going to be sending people to live. Remember, Americans too, not just illegal immigrants, not just people who were I don't know, in gangs. It's just that he forgave the very, very, very high income bar. What do you mean by massive student loan forgiveness? That's not authoritarian. The massive student loan forgiveness was a good thing. Most of America supported that, and Congress wouldn't have done it. This is not an authoritarian thing to do. The camp the camp has like almost as many guards as inmates. Jesus Christ. But yeah, no, student loan forgiveness is not authoritarian. Even if you do it without Congress, because most of America was in favor of it. This is where we're sending folks, by the way. Oh, and yeah, student loans are insane. I know someone who, like, when I went to university for the year and a half that I went to a 4-year college in New York, it was Pace. Tuition was $60,000 a year. What's the new Fed posting command? We have a command. It was just exclamation point Fed is what I would use. He forgave the very high bar. It wasn't to everyone. He forgave quite a lot of people, though. Like, it wasn't the very high bar. And by the way, Trump undid all of that. But he started with poor people. The student loan forgiveness went originally to start off with to people who had to take loans that were part of specific underprivileged groups. Like, the original beginning of that was towards underprivileged groups, not the wealthy. Like, here, let me actually read the document. Borrowers transition back to regular payment of pandemic. This plan includes loan forgiveness of $20,000. Many borrowers and families may be asking themselves, what do I do have to claim this? This page, resources, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Providing targeted debt relief for low and middle income families. Smooth the transition back to payment. The U.S. Department of Education will provide $20,000 in debt relief for Pell Grant recipients. Loans held by the Department of Education up to $10,000. To non-Pell Grant recipients, borrowers are eligible for this relief if their individual income is less than $125,000 or $250,000 for households. So, like, you know, I feel like that's a little different. Who's Fed posting? I didn't see any Fed posts. Thank you, Shardspork. These people are there for tattoos. Like, it's very, very sick and has been. There should be. Yeah, like, if you have a tattoo, they're just going to send you there, basically. And yeah, please don't get me banned. In fact, drop me a like on the YouTube stream and drop me a sub, please. And thank you. I mean, technically, anything that restricts anyone's personal freedom is authoritarian, like arresting Luigi Mangione for killing allegedly killing the CEO was technically authoritarian. Well, I mean, again, authority, right, of the state is just based on threats of violence they make to you. The rule of law is directly dependent on the ruling group in the state and their threats of violence against you. That's what law is. If you don't do what I say, then violence by the state.
Este es el taller de maquila textil, donde 6.600 reos producen hasta 600,000 prendas al mes. Se han elaborado más de 188,000.
This is, by the way, a nice look of that video, because it's not that nice. Here's a more proper look at this prison that we're sending Americans to.
Rare access to Latin America's largest prison. Inside this mega prison, you'll find some of El Salvador's most dangerous gang members packed into massive cells, towers of bunk beds, and what looks like bird cages. It's a source of pride for President Nayib Bukele that almost 2 years ago declared a war on crime. A detention center the size of 7 football stadiums with capacity to hold 40,000 prisoners, the largest of its kind in Latin America. Known as
Jesus fucking Christ is right. The president is a raging fascist, by the way, which is why we're allowed to send our prisoners here. By the way, these guys are not allowed to talk or mouth words because they're afraid they'll give hits out to their friends and family. Oof.
As the Center for Terrorism Confinement, it opened its doors in 2023 after the government declared a state of emergency.
Here's a real clear look at what you can expect when they send you to the camps. You ready to send Americans here? Because we did. We sent 298 Americans here today. We need a Tiananmen Square moment. I think I'd just keep fighting back and end up in the hole 24/7 for the rest of my life. I mean, at that point, I suppose, unless they break you, that's what the shock is for. Guys, like, that's probably where they're gonna send us pretty soon. Not out of the question at all. I will show you one piece of good news, though. Here's Representative Larson calling out Elon Musk.
Where's the independence of the committee? Where's the legislature?
We'll do more international politics tomorrow.
We're an equal branch of government. And you start off with a blather, and yet look at the empty seats here. Where's Elon Musk? I'm sure he's a genius and is a very credible person because of the wealth he's accumulated. But that does not put him above the law or the responsibility to come before this committee in this Congress. If he's so great, if these plans and all the fraud and abuse that he's found are so eminent, why isn't he here explaining it?
True.
You know why. Because he's out to privatize Social Security.
True. True. You ever see a billionaire go to jail ever? Yeah, good question. And just so you guys really know that we are on the Russian side. Wait, why are you so quiet?
You know, not been working in the dark, Russia, and we have, you know, not been working in the dark. We've been discussing with Ukraine land and pieces of land that would be kept and lost and all of the other elements of a final agreement.
Consequences for the poor.
There's a power plant involved, you know, a very big power plant involved. Who's going to get the power plant and who's going to get this and that? And so
I have some positive stuff to show, though, too.
It's not an easy process. But phase one is the ceasefire. A lot of the individual subjects have been discussed, though. You know, we've been discussing concepts of land because you don't want to waste time with a ceasefire if it's not going to mean anything. So we're saying, look, this is Russia.
He's saying he trusts Putin here. You guys catch that, right? All right. I mean, like, again, how much intelligence can you expect from this guy?
Imagine you're dying, you're on your deathbed, you only have a little while to live, and they turn the clocks forward. You die faster. Sorry, kids, Granny's dead. She lost an hour. It's a disgrace. We've got to stop it, and we're going to stop it.
Like, what can you expect intelligence-wise from that person? Oh, you weren't here for that where you left us, Leo, when I showed it earlier? Yeah, no, we're that dumb. Well, like, China actually will put their billionaires in prison if they feel like it. China, at the very least, like, does still somewhat have a hold over capital in China. But that doesn't, like, it's not, that's not enough of a difference, you know? By the way, how do you rationalize that comment to not mean what he said? You can't. Conservatism is the political ideology that posits and desires a system in which there is one group of people who the law protects and one group who the law binds but does not protect. That's true. No worries, no worries. Look, this is gonna make some of us sad because, you know, we were saying, could you imagine if Kamala had won? Let's listen. Yes, China is state capitalist, but they do still police their billionaires a bit. Let's think about what life could have been like if this was our VP instead of Vance.
Again, there is going to be pain. The richness of a sitting senator like Tommy Tuberville or Elon Musk telling us we're going to have to endure pain. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Again, I think Americans have had it. I hope they've had it. And now we just need to do what we can do to make the case. And look, I own this. We wouldn't be in this mess if we'd have won the election. And we didn't.
I've never heard a Democrat say that before. We wouldn't be in this mess if we had won the election, and we didn't. It's my fault.
We have to make sure that Americans know it's not just that Donald Trump is bad, but we're offering them something better. And I think, again, there is going to be pain. The richness of a sitting senator like Tommy.
Again, like, I've never heard that come out of a Democrat's mouth.
Or have
ever.
But this issue around health care and the issue around Medicare and the things we're talking about, we've got people now.
Wait, wasn't there a billionaire lady who got executed? Was that China? Or was that was that like Malaysia or something? There was a billionaire lady who got the death penalty.
That are exactly like this story, worried about basic human right of health care and decency in their life. And I own this. The idea that millions of people stayed home because they didn't think there was any difference between Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, and myself on the ticket, they didn't. They didn't think that. And we need to acknowledge that. I think one of the reasons is that when...
Liu Han, yeah, you're right. That's the one. I hope Tim Walz stays in the mainstream discourse, doesn't run for POTUS. Glad to see him taking a lead. Yeah, exactly. I don't want him to run, but I like seeing him. If Kamala won, I genuinely believe the Democrats wouldn't change anything and Walz would be this progressive. Well, yeah, that's the thing. That's why we wanted Kamala to win, Comrade Lennon, is because the Democrats would have changed nothing, which would give us the stability to make the change ourselves, because positive, lasting change will only ever come from the bottom up, never from the top down.
Democrats have been in power, we've been timid about passing things that make a difference on their lives. And
timid is quite a nice way to say that.
Why do we have citizens that are in this situation? Why are we at that point when we are the richest nation on earth and yet our outcomes are 41st and we spend twice as much as any nation next to us? We should demand a redo of this system in a way that makes a difference on that, because I think it's very hard that we have to win elections, but good politics follows good policy. And the ACA was an improvement, but let's be honest. The ACA is still a pain in the ass to get things paid, to get things done. It's important protection like pre-existing conditions, but it's still too expensive.
Yeah, like that's the thing. The American left never sees the opportunity, but you're talking about the American left as if it's a organized standard group. Like, there isn't one. There is no left. There is no organization in America other than MAGA. We have not organized, but a Kamala win could have provided some wind in our sails to do so, whereas now more people are tuning out because it's too depressing. Visora, have you read some of Emma Goldman's stuff yet? No, I haven't. I've like, it's been a weekend for me. Democrats are malleable. We could have moved things to the left with some time and power to do things. The thing is, Democrats are also allergic to gaining power, because Tim is an actual good guy while the DNC is a corpo collective of self-identified good guys. This is true. It's True. 41st rather is so sad. Glad to hear someone with a microphone say it. This is the most honest thing I've ever heard from a Democrat, save Bernie and AOC. Yeah. Like, again, him saying that he failed, they fucked up, and that's why we're in this mess, is never something I've heard admitted by a Democrat. I don't know. Maybe I was young and during like the Bush admin, something like that happened, but I didn't hear it. Damn, really feels like controlled opposition so much, except for a few. That's because they are, except for a few. There isn't an option left in the US. Democrats and Republicans are both on the right because they are both pro-capitalism. So what I'm seeing, depraved ambiance, is the rise of the far middle. Because we have protests everywhere. We have Republicans that are mad at their constituents, joining alongside with Democrats who are mad. And I'm calling this the far middle, as in the let's take power back from the corpos and give it to the people. The easiest movement to turn into socialism, the far middle. You're going to, if you go to a protest at a town hall and you see a large group of right-wingers and you have the ability and the knowledge to talk to them, your chances of making those people a socialist is extremely high. As long as you don't use the wrong words and you don't hit the woke filter, they will agree with you on most things. We've seen, like, MAGA being in favor of socialist practices before. I've shown videos of it. You can do that. That's why when Republicans call Democrats the radical left, I simultaneously laugh and die inside. Yeah. The Democrats are just two corporate losers. They put a 90,000-year-old man for president before giving an inch left. We can't do this shit with the Dems. Well, I'm not saying do it with the Dems. I'm saying if we had the Dems, we would have been able to have these same complaints and form this same movement without the risk of getting shot, sent to El Salvador, and it being entirely illegal to protest, which it is now. So right-wingers love socialism. They just don't call it that. Literally, they're retard socialists. Every single one of them. They want socialism, but they don't have the words to say that. They don't know how to. They don't understand where they're at, you know? And, like, again, why the fuck are we not out in the streets? Why? Universal health care, federal jobs program, tax on the rich, universal basic income, free school and college. Yeah, all of this would have gotten us a win. It literally, it just was economic populism. Thank you. Enjoy your food, depraved ambiance. Well, it wouldn't be a good idea to be in the streets. Why? Why? The, like, only answer right now is to do what Europe is doing. Because they're doing it for the same reasons. Yeah, it would. Budapest today, people demanding that PM Orban resign. Shit quality, but I need that. We really don't need to keep using the R slur, but I use it directed at specific people, but sure, I'm sorry, I'll tone it down a little bit. These people just make me so fucking mad, Shardspork. It's the best I can do to not Fed post right now. I'm trying. I will tone it down. You guys ever met a Mormon? Because I didn't realize, like, I know Mormons are, like, a little kooky, but I didn't realize it was this bad.
Would you rather go to war or have a sip of coffee?
Definitely war.
Name 3 alcoholic beverages.
Oh, and you're right, long like Homo sapien. Most of these people, including people like my parents, are waiting for someone else to stand up first.
Tequila.
Would you rather have a sip of alcohol or unalive a puppy?
I mean, I've eaten dog before.
What are your thoughts on soaking?
It's just easiest way to do it without doing it.
Would you rather have $5 million or 5 minutes with Joseph Smith?
I'm being generous.
5 minutes with Joseph Smith. I don't need money in life.
What's the craziest thing that's happened to you at BYUI?
Probably some guy off of the street. He asked me to soak with him.
They are all groomed. I'm well aware. I have a friend who is an ex-Mormon, so.
Go to BYUI if you don't.
Have Mutual.
What's Mutual?
Mutual is a LDS dating app. If you're not sober, you will go to hell.
Have you ever watched a rated R movie?
No, I've never watched a rated R movie before. My mom and dad don't let me.
I'm not gonna explain to you what soaking is, but it's sexual.
Would you rather have a sip of alcohol or unalive a puppy?
Oh, kill a puppy.
Do you want to break down the thought process?
I think it's just more ethical.
Name 3 alcoholic beverages.
It's more ethical to kill the puppy.
Honestly, couldn't tell you.
I don't understand. I don't wild shit. How is the puppy the moral answer and not yeah, it is crazy. More ethical, yeah. It's insane. Oh, I want to show you guys a very fun. This one made me cackle this morning, like genuinely, full.
Yeah, this is NYPD, open up. Over here we have NYPD, open up. I said, I'm NYPD, open up. Yeah, this is NYPD.
Oh, it was so funny. It was very funny. Gnome did it, so it's based for right-wingers now. Oh god, soaking is when you're fucking, but your friend is jumping on the bed and doing the movement for you. Yep. Yup, it's like a really fucking weird workaround. I don't get it. There's weird shit. Like, religion makes you do weird shit, but organized grift religion makes you do even weirder shit. You can bone if someone else moves the bed. Yeah, basically, it's, you can insert, but it is a sin if you start thrusting, so someone else has to jump up and down, so you don't have to thrust. I died inside having to write that out. Yeah. I don't blame you. Imagine getting arrested and they put you in that Fisher-Price police car. I don't want to. Bro, whoever's moving the bed is so cooked. They'll have a friend whose job it is to do that, and probably like a voyeur who's watching at the same time. I agree, Lennon. I do. Alright, I want to watch a video that I've been wanting to watch for a little while now. It's about extremism in Australia. Just because, like, I've kind of covered the rest of US politics for the day, and I don't want to touch on international stuff just yet, because that's going to be all of tomorrow. Please don't do that, Lord Fluffy Art. At least you're not a Mormon. Guys, it could be worse. You could be Mormon. Remember that. Never forget that your life could be so much worse. You could be a Mormon. All right, I'll be right back, and then we're gonna learn about ASIO and our top spy. I have returned. That car is adorable. We laugh so hard. It's so funny. Or being the soak. I don't know how the terminology works. I want to scratch my eyes out. We don't have to know. We got the Fourth Reich, the Burger Reich, and the Osterreich. Well, we also have the Woke Reich, but that's kind of just the Fourth Reich and the Burger Reich put together. Let's not rush judgment and compare the frequency of child abuse cases and other... Oh, yeah, no, of course. Any child growing up in organized religion is likely being abused in one way or another. Like, if they're in a very, very religious family, they're very involved in the church, likely there is some abuse there. I got a question. Do they move the bed side to side or bounce it up and down, or is that too technical? I think it would be up and down based on like physics, maybe. I do have to say, I'm so fucking happy that I got my Australian citizenship approved. I still have to do the swearing in ceremony, but the paper came in just yesterday, and I have been approved. And the calm and the relaxation that hit me after that was, oh my goodness. Like, all right, I now have at least a bit more protection from going to the camps for now. For now. Oof. As a former child raised Roman Catholic, yep. Well, there's plenty of them that are into such self-interested ideological liberals who refuse any status quo that isn't their own, and they'll let fascism win to spite progressives. Absolutely. The straight-up controlled opposition is Joe Manchin, Eric Adams. Oh, yeah. You're totally right. You know what the stars mean on the flag now? I mean, they meant states originally. Lord Fluffyard is a religious person who was raised that way. I think I was abused. They made me do church musicals, didn't give me much of a choice. They also kind of hit me. If they hit you, then you were absolutely abused. And thank you guys. All right, let's learn about how Australia is targeting Nazis. Hopefully. This might just be pro-Palestinians. We'll find out.
As our top spy,
It's always a
ASIO
flip of a
boss
coin when
Mike
we talk about
Burgess
anti-Semitism.
prefers to do his work away from the public gaze. But tonight he wants every Australian to see and hear his message. It's one that couldn't be clearer.
That's still abuse, though.
Burgess says now is the most dangerous time we've experienced in the last 50 years. Our enemies are everywhere. And unless we all start taking the nation's security seriously, we're in for a world of pain.
True.
For me, it's your heart breaks when you see these youngsters who get caught up on violence and they don't understand how this is bad, and they're just so caught up in it.
It's not every day you get to see the boss of Australia's spy agency, Mike Burgess.
This is
so
basically the head of our CIA. It is, but I guarantee most people in my school from K through 7th weren't being... No, we're not talking just about sexual grooming. We're talking about grooming in the non-sexual sense as well. Abuse and grooming doesn't have to be sexual. Religious schooling is objectively just grooming in and of itself. Like, it is just grooming. CUSN, have a lovely night. But, like, abuse is different on top of that. But almost every kid that goes to, like, a K through 7 religious school is being groomed one way or the other, and is also likely being abused in one way or another. There is grooming and abuse can mean a lot of different things.
and personal.
How young are some of these extremists, and how are they radicalising?
So we've seen as young as 12, but the
It's a
median
bitter
age
reality, but Australia is now spawning homegrown, baby-faced terrorists. And the situation is so serious, ASIO's Director General says we all need to know about it.
They don't have the ideology.
That's also true.
They're really just trapped in the violence. We've got to figure out how that's happening and how we can moderate that and redirect those young minds so the damage isn't done.
You're not just the Director General of ASIO, you're a parent. Why are these young people as young as 12 becoming so radicalised so quickly?
Look at social media. You can go within 3 clicks from something which might be about what it means to be a man to something which is violently misogynist and completely unhelpful.
Okay, wait, hold on. That's a good sign, because the example that he gave is not related to Palestine. It's related to, like, manosphere types, as in the extremists that we're talking about here are the actual bad guys.
Adolescent mind that's looking for connection and meaning.
Yes.
We've got to do better.
Incel pipelines.
I just want help from big tech to actually recognise that's a problem and how we can stop this violent extremist material or this harmful material rapidly being presented to young minds.
You said ASIO stopped 5 plots in the last year. What did those terror plots involve?
Almost all of them involved minors. Almost all of them involved people who went to violence more quickly than
Like
we'd
I
ever.
said, banning the internet is a good thing. We did it here for under 16s. Not enough, but, you know, it's helping. We should ban the internet. Again, the reason why I don't think you should have access to social media, or really the internet, if you're under 16, is because I don't want a 13-year-old boy Googling how to make a girl like me, and the first thing they see is Andrew Tate. That's it. I don't want that.
Ever seen before.
Give me, if you
can
can, one
ban social
example.
media, or you can ban the Nazis and keep social media.
So we have youngsters who are plotting to actually do something in the schoolyard or plotting to stab someone.
Had these plots been carried out, what would the impact have been? Are we talking multiple casualties, deaths?
In most cases, there would have been people killed, yes. Not mass casualty, but in most cases, people would have died.
Mid-last week, Mike Burgess delivered the most evocative and
Incels do a lot of terrorism and kill a lot of folk. Most of these school shooters in America are incels, for example.
disturbing threat assessment of his 6-year reign.
What's the primary defence target of overseas spooks targeting Australia?
AUKUS in particular, it's a major investment.
It's testosterone pre-breakfast banana. When you're going through puberty as a young boy, you're filled with testosterone, which makes you have more energy. It's like being roided up, you know? Regulate it, but also improve teaching media literacy in school. That's a big one, yeah. The femcells, they're not talked about as much, but they exist. That's true. I fucking hate the femcells, too. They piss me off more than the incels do. Grooming can mean training your assistant to be a good boss, but it always means training. It's just usually has a sexual connotation nowadays. Exactly. Grooming just means training. It means setting a standard of behavior or thought process in a person, which is why I say like the church grooms children, because it grooms them to be Christian or to be subservient to the church, to be submissive, stuff like that. Which is part of why I'm hyper as fuck on top of my ADHD. Well, yeah. Femcells are super sexist and get really close to being right, but then jump to the stupid thing. They're reactionary, just like everyone else.
Significant new capability for Australia, nuclear-propelled submarines.
Or literally
We've
groom
already
children.
seen
Yeah, that does happen too.
Many nations actually look at targeting that, and they are very active in this space.
Australian defence officials have been targeted by overseas spies. How? And how did you catch them?
Well, it comes a number of ways. So we've had recently a number of defence personnel visiting overseas, and they were given gifts, and those gifts had concealed surveillance devices. So that's one way you can put a microphone in and listen to what someone's saying, and you don't know that. So that's one way of getting secrets.
It almost seems a bit Maxwell Smart-esque, concealed listening devices in a gift. Can you give us some more detail about the gifts and how you uncovered these devices?
No, I won't give you detail about the gifts, but of course, you know, buy the book, and officers know this in the ADF. They certainly do in my organisation. One, you don't really accept gifts. If you do accept a gift, it gets scanned.
Doesn't matter, yeah. The church groomed me to view my body as inherently inappropriate. That shit's abuse. True. There's no such thing as an inappropriate body.
It's easy to find. Of course, some people may not do that. Defence officials have access to privileged information, and there are multiple nations who are hungry for that sort of information to understand our military capabilities, what their weaknesses are, so they can use that to their advantage.
When it comes to threats, ASIO is overworked. Burgess says...
Okay, look, yeah. No, we're talking about the actual extremists,
when it comes
the
to
Nazis.
threats, ASIO is overworked.
They're not... This video's not about, you know, Palestine protesters. It's about Nazis. Look, this is blurred out here. I can imagine what this says. Elon Musk's body is pretty inappropriate. I hate seeing his weird stomach issue. That's true. Elon's body should be illegal. Also, Australia has threatened to arrest and imprison Elon Musk if he fucks with our election.
Burgess says one of the biggest concerns is organised crime, be it bikies or other crooks in bed with foreign actors.
I'll never get over the fact that we call biker gangs bikies here. It makes it sound so childish.
Or in some cases, even being commissioned to carry out
Hitler on top of something a la Free Palestine. Love that. Yeah, gotta put Free Palestine, Allah, and Hitler all together in your graffiti just to make sure that they don't know which one of you to come for. Fucking demons.
Anti-Semitic attacks.
I would have never imagined that outlaw motorcycle gangs would be on our target list.
That seems rather significant that outlaw bikie gangs are now ASIO targets.
If you're tasked by someone from overseas...
Why do Aussies have shortened nickname for everything? It's because we're lazy and we don't want to say the whole sentence. Like, oi mate, I'm going to the servo to get some durries. I'm going to stop at the bottle on the way back. You want some macas? Like, it just shortens the words. The Secretary of State in my state told Elon that we will not allow Starlink in our state elections. Based.
And you're a criminal and you're doing that for a fee, and it is a threat to security, then ASIO will be on your case. I reckon that's going to be a problem for you.
Nice.
60 Minutes has learned the Jewish synagogue firebombing in Melbourne was carried out using the organised crime infrastructure and foot soldiers behind some of the tobacco war arson attacks.
These were Nazis. Cool. The arson here was not done by pro-Palestine. These were Nazis that did this.
There has been police
I don't like
intelligence
meat
and police
pies.
comment that the anti-Semitic arsons may be linked, directed by organised crime. Are we talking about the same thing?
Well, I'm not going to comment on specific cases. The reason why I was free to share that with you, yes, I'm sending a message to them. If you're involved in this, we'll be on your case.
To be clear, though, you're saying bikies here may be working for foreign state actors in Australia?
They might be, and if there's a line of investigation, then we will actually investigate you heavily. But I can assure you, if you're in such an organisation or you're a criminal proxy and you're being used by a foreign state, you don't have to deal with law enforcement alone now. You've got my agency to deal with, and that's probably not welcome news to those individuals.
Man, I miss having like elected officials who like their job and do their job. This guy's based. He's head of our CIA. Are you kidding me? Doing a good job, mate.
Iran has used the Hells Angels bikie gang to carry out acts of violence, acts of murder
Iran,
in North America. Are you aware of Iran teaming up with bikies here?
Well, I won't comment on the specific case, but I will in the context of what I talked about nation states using criminal proxies. We've seen evidence of that overseas, and we have grave concerns about that here.
You very deliberately, in your annual threat assessment, name
Oh my god,
Iran.
can he stop saying bikies? No, that's what they're called. They're called bikie gangs. That's literally how we say it. Most left-wing CIA leader, yeah, literally anyone else that was asked that question would have been like, Iran is the enemy of the West.
And Russia. The great omission is you naming China, surely our greatest intelligence adversary. Why not name China?
Well, there are multiple countries attempting to conduct espionage and foreign interference in this country. So I'm not going to call out just one.
It does sound
I get
so
why
unserious.
people might want to know who's on the leaderboard or who's doing the most of it.
The reason China's not on the list is because China is barely a threat to us. They're our biggest trading partner. They want to like drill on our land, like we're making deals with them and shit. Oh, we beat Medicare. Like, and I don't see America going to war with China. The US is the biggest threat. Yeah, he can't say that, obviously, but America is currently the #1 security issue in every country in the world. Are guns necessary for revolution in America? No. Revolution, I think, actually should be done non-violently if you want a successful, lasting one. But guns are necessary for self-defense because the revolution that's coming, Wet Camera Inc., is not a revolution of the left. It's a revolution of the right. And you'll want your guns when they start their revolution, so you can defend yourself in your home.
Who they are, but for a whole range of reasons, we won't always publicly attribute them.
And yet you all but called out China. You described
Although I will say your free Gaza flag is now terrorism, technically.
precisely what China's intelligence services do: harass the local Chinese community, steal defence secrets, meddle and seek influence in Australian politics. Why not just go the next step, simply name China and then move on?
I think it's too late, pre-breakfast banana. I think it's too late. We have like the far middle growing, but I mean, again, look at Europe and look at their protests and look at ours. We're not doing enough. Standing outside and yelling, like, you need to, I can't tell you what I think should happen. I can't say it. That's what I mean.
There are a number of countries that harass their diaspora community in this
Black
country, a
Lives
number
Matter
of countries who
3x.
attempt to steal defence secrets,
Times 5.
including some friendly nations. So it's not just one country doing that, so it's not as simple as that.
The Chinese ambassador, very unusually, was a special guest at your annual threat assessment. Why invite the ambassador from our greatest adversary? Were you sending China a message?
I'm sending messages to any foreign nation. If you are a foreign intelligence service and you have an interest in targeting AUKUS in particular, or anything else for that matter, we are...
Captain Buggy, LOL Vosh, earlier today I checked his stream and he said the same thing as you. I can't tell you what I want to say. It is literally illegal. They'll take my channel down.
watching. We will find you, and when we see you, we will deal with you.
political.
I wonder if getting like Signal group chats might be a good idea, of like smaller ones in Signal, so that we can have communication that is more encrypted. Now I know Signal's not necessarily safe from, you know, being cracked, their encryption, but on a smaller scale, low level like conversations, organizing, Signal could be useful. Especially if you're trying to do community organization and you're afraid of any of that being on like documentation, that might be a decent way to start. I think we need to bring back classic IRC servers, 2010 style. If you know how to do that, please do. Too late, we have more guns than citizens. Can any of you say all of those guns are going to stop this takeover? You're going to survive a siege of your suburban home with your shitty shotgun, your AR? The fuck out of here. I agree. Like, this is war, guys. It's literally war already. Like, they're out in the streets with their guns. The Fox News, Jesse Waters is talking about how they're doing psychological warfare on the left. Like, this is a war. Get up and fight. Not, you know what I mean. Get up and rhetorically fight.
Sources have confirmed to me that you took a secret trip.
Fuck, man. I'm thinking about those Republicans who called their elected officials earlier today that I showed at the beginning of the stream. I'm going to show it one more time because, oh my fucking God, to be a 58-year-old white man, what I would give for the right to say some of this shit. Where are you? Aha, found it. Sorry. Did I find it? I did find it. To be able to say this, what I would give.
Good afternoon, Senator Tillis.
That's how Northern Warbeck's think about you Southern white trash. That's what the ones who won the Civil War think about you. Do you understand that inferior bad genes, inbred stupid you and all your people?
Yeah, Tom Tillis.
They were tame. The guy at the end says he would slit her throat.
Afraid of death threats. Then get the out of office.
By the way, I still stand by that. You have no business in elected office if you're afraid of death threats.
I would like to talk to Tom Tillis and ask him why he thinks it's okay for him to take money from this nation and it over. Why does he think that he can tell his employers to go themselves every goddamn day, all day long, and sell his goddamn nation out and his employers over? Don't he know that his employers can take a axe handle and cave his head in?
That's tame.
And I suggest, well, you're going to have to be very careful about going out in public or talking to anybody that's real, that's an actual American, because we hate you.
If I didn't have a broken back in Southern California, I would spend the rest of my life in federal prison for a chance to cut your throat.
Thank you. Thank you, strangers who I will never meet. It feels cathartic to hear that boomer go off. It does. It feels like it's almost like you've gained the ability to say it. It feels amazing.
Now, riot police are...
Also, I want you to understand, this is Argentina. Take a look, because Argentina is doing exactly what we are. Project 2025, the same exact systems are being implemented.
Firing water cannon at demonstrators in Argentina's capital, Buenos Aires, where the government's austerity measures have sparked protests there. Well, the country's football fans have joined those protests.
This is version 1.0. Take a look, because this is what's coming and worse.
As you can see, have been running battles with police water cannons fired. President Javier Milei has imposed drastic cuts to state spending. Pensioners and state workers have taken the most pay. These are live pictures of the scene there. As you can see, a water cannon.
Yeah, Simply Steve, I take death threats with pride. I am not, never will be afraid of MAGA or Trump. Fuck those people. I've been calling and calling, but fuck, I wish I had it in me to speak like that. Brain matter, you only have the right to speak like that as a Republican voting, like, white man in his 60s. No one can speak like that.
On standby, riot police there. There's a bit of a delay with our
Millet is
correspondent
cooked,
in
yeah.
Buenos Aires, David Schweimler. But Daniel Schweimler, forgive me. Daniel, give us a sense of what you are seeing and hearing there, Daniel.
No taxation without representation. You guys remember that? Ever hear that one in your life? No taxation without representation?
Well, this is a regular Wednesday
I think if anything happens to Millet, it's more likely that he gets hung in the city center than impeached.
afternoon protest by pensioners, which is now really turned into a riot scene. Pensioners turned up here today, as always. Football fans from most of the major clubs in Buenos Aires have been joining them since a 75-year-old fan from one of the clubs here, Chacarita Juniors, was filmed being beaten up by police. That went viral on social media, and other fans have joined.
Oh, speaking of prepping, I want to show you one thing. One thing. I am not a doomsday prepper in any way. I'm not prepared for the end of the world. There are two things that I bought that I think all of you should get to. A map of your region, your general location, your state, your country. This map is like all of Australia plus states, right? Get a map, because if you don't have a map, then you might not be able to find any water or food or nowhere to go, because if this happens, you know, the power can go out, the internet might go out. And the second thing that I bought that you'll want to get is water purification tablets. These are 100 tablets. They're 67 milligrams. So this is for 2 to 6 liters of water. You drop one of these pellets into that water, and then you can drink it. It is now drinkable water. These are the two things that I think you should definitely get, like, while you can. A map and some water purification tablets. You need both of those immediately. So I don't have a firearm, Captain Buggy. I'm not allowed to. I wish, but I can't. First of all, like in Australia, you can't have an AR. Secondly, I'm not a citizen, so I can't have a gun yet. And 3, if I was a citizen and I wanted a gun, I would have to pay for a gun safe to be installed in my house, like chained to the wall, drilled into the ground. And it's expensive and difficult. Survival chances are much better with a kit. Yeah, well, like, kits are expensive, you know what I mean? And so, like, I can't afford a survival kit. If I had money, I'd be buying solar panels and shit. Let's call the bug out bag, yeah. I'd be buying solar panels. I'd have first aid equipment. A Mylar emergency blanket is a really important one that you could probably get. Pretty cheap. Flint and steel. Like, I don't have any of this shit, so... I mean, I'm fucked, but you shouldn't be. If you want me to be less fucked, well then keep throwing out ideas, because some of these are good, and I'm going to write them down. A Mylar emergency blanket, for one, definitely something that I need. Oh, by the way, you should probably, if you have a dryer in your house and you do laundry, save the lint from your dryer. Put it into like a bucket or a box or something. If you need to start a fire, it makes really, really good kindling. Like, really good kindling. Second Amendment rights are getting trampled in Australia. We need to give Australia freedom and liberate it from the clutches of communism, yeah. The big takeaway I had was having a bag already prepared. Yep. I also don't have that. We need a bug out pharmacy. Y'all, we need money to buy this shit. That's the difficult part. Like a Mylar blanket, okay, fine. What about medicine? What about first aid stuff? Like a bandages, a tourniquet, a flashlight, flint and steel. Like, all of these stuff is... no one has this shit laying around. That's the hard part. USA, yeah. A country that's going to kill all of us.
Unified in a way they've very rarely been unified, to express their solidarity with the pensioners. We'll all be pensioners one day is their slogan. The police have cordoned off many of these streets. As you mentioned, they've been firing water cannon, tear gas. We've got a waft of tear gas over us at the moment. We've been wearing tear gas.
Diabetics are absolutely cooked. I should start buying stuff. I've been a career professional for like 9 years now. I have quite a bit of savings. Well, then, good time for you, long like Homo sapien. Again, like, get yourself at least some basic emergency shit. A map, the Mylar blanket. That one's real important because you're not going to have heating. You might want to get solar panels if you can. Like if you have a house that you think you could stay in, that you might be able to power with a generator, that's one thing you can do. Flint and steel, tourniquet, go stock up on medication to put in your bag to never touch, like Tylenol, like ibuprofen, get some allergy medication, get some antibiotics if you have like the ability, and store those, because, you know, if we're at a point where you can't go to the pharmacy and get antibiotics, that's all there is left. That's the antibiotics on Earth, unless someone is making them. And if you're not a chemist, then you're gonna need that. But all the things that you and I mentioned are available at Walmart in the camping section. Browse the aisle and you'll get a bunch of basic shit. Unfortunately, actually no, fortunately, we don't have Walmart in Australia. Unfortunately, I can't get my hands on any of that shit. I'm also like, I don't know. Get a chemist. Yeah, get a chemist and put them in the bag. Don't forget a manual flashlight that you can charge by cranking them. That's also another one. You can get solar panel ones as well. Like, there's things that you can do, you know what I mean? To prepare yourself. Not to, you know, you're not doing like a post-apocalyptic zombie survival war shit. Like, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about how, if all of the power goes out and it stays out, am I going to get water? Am I going to get food? How am I going to reach my friends and family to coordinate and organize? You want a map that you can look at rivers, lakes, reservoirs, a map to guide yourself how you're moving. And you want water, because you won't last very long if you can't get to water. And don't forget to put food in the bag with the chemist. That's true. You can't let the chemist starve. It's a rough spot to be in, guys. Like, if only.
Masks here, so really a scene of chaos with the police trying to regain control of this area. We've also had trade unions, motorbike gangs.
It looks like maybe Al Jazeera might be pushing this a bit too much. Go to the doctor now if you can afford it and be like, my nose, head hurts, I have so much snot, they'll diagnose you with a sinus infection. Fill that script and save it. Yep, amoxicillin, or... what do they give for sinus infection these days? It's not amoxicillin. That's a different one. Damn, I used to be able to name these off the top of my head. What happened? Containers for water are a basic one too. I've heard that at least. Again, like if worst case, you can fill up your bathtub, drop a water purification tablet into it, and then, you know, fill it with other shit. But I fill other shit with it, rather. I got an emergency kit downstairs in my unused closet. Last time I used it, I got hit by a Cat 4 hurricane. Jesus. Last time I ever had to, like, run was from a Cat 3 or Cat 4 hurricane. It was in North Carolina like 6-7 years ago, if any of you remember. That was the last one I had to endure and run through.
Joining in with the pensioners, saying they need the protection of wider society against what has been, as they say,
there's a reason I keep telling you guys to form communities so you can work together to feed yourselves and get a community garden and stuff like that. There's a reason for it, and it's because of this. Get canned food and learn how to farm. It's much easier to farm when you have other people that you'll work with. It's much easier to survive when you have several people in your group all working for everyone in that group to survive and thrive. Hurricanes hit me every year, and yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, geez.
Operation.
And Daniel, talking about wider border reactions to what's been happening in Argentina, how reflective are those demonstrations, those clashes where you are, of public sentiment against President Javier Milei's drastic cuts to state spending?
Hello?
Yeah. Well, Javier Milei has been in power since December 2023. Initially, there wasn't a great deal of public protest about his measures. The opposition has been in disarray, but we are seeing increasing numbers of protests like this one, be they pensioners, be they the LGBTQ community. Teachers are on having a day of protest tomorrow as well.
We're literally going to get Perón again. Like, he's just going to turn into Perón as time goes on. He has to stay in power. I hate seeing those pigs. True.
So there are increasing numbers of protests as those very drastic cuts begin to bite. The pensioners are here because their pensions have been dwindling. Also, state subsidies to their medicines have been cut drastically. So people are really feeling...
There's a reason I don't often tell you guys to grow your own food at work. Like, at most, I'll say start a community garden to grow food, because it's much easier when you have several people. Most, like, again, you're right. It is really fucking hard to have even a hobby garden, unless you know what you're doing, unless you are interested in this. But take that and to apply it to a larger, like, let's grow some lettuce and some tomatoes and some cucumbers. Like, that shit takes much more work, and you're gonna need some potash. I'm impressed that, like, not one cop ever defects. They all just fall in line and defend whatever fascism or corporate regime is power. Unless it's a socialist regime, then they gladly defect. They're trained to. They're brainwashed. It's like an example that I can't give. It's brainwashing. Something with like an I and an F.
Those effects right now, and things and people are now taking to the streets.
How about Captain Buggy? Speaking of lemon trees. So my parents have had a lemon tree in their house that they've been trying to grow for years and years and years, and it's been failing. And they came to Australia last year, and when we were hanging out with some other friends, one of them is a hobbyist. She grows like succulents and cactuses and all this shit in her backyard. And she told my parents that if your lemon tree is getting enough sunlight and water and it's not growing, then you need to piss on it. I'm not kidding. Dad now pisses in the tree, and the tree grows. It sprouts. Because there's a mineral that was missing. I think it was even the, might it be the nitrogen? You have nitrogen in your piss, right? Yeah, no, sorry, potassium and nitrogen. Urine contains significant levels of nitrogen as well as phosphorus and potassium. The relative ratios are typically 11 parts nitrogen to 1 part phosphorus to 2.5 potassium. Therefore, yeah, you pee on that plant, then you're giving it nutrients that it needs to grow. And suddenly, you get lemons. So if you have a lemon tree and you're struggling to grow lemons with it, what I'm telling you to do is to piss on the tree. Yeah, nitrogen P comes from the protein you eat, I believe. I think that so is true. I think it does, actually. Nature's fertilizer. It's amazing. Yeah, just piss on the tree and it grows lemons. It's like magic. You piss potash, exactly. Okay, that's how we solve the potash problem, is we have to get a whole bunch of Americans to regularly pee on all of the crops. Plant Nerd Streamer is a chat for me. Damn, the chat ain't here. Could have enjoyed that. I'll bring that up later. I'll just fuck it up if I mess about with the plants. All you gotta do is pee on it. Or get a dog. It will pee for you. Exactly. Alright. And to end this off, like, obviously people are pissed because everything they own is getting stolen by the government in Argentina. And this is the same thing they're doing here.
Fans as well, and that's creating this new level of tension, is it?
Yeah, well, all football fans, not just Boca. Great rivals, Boca Juniors and River Plate.
It is an indoor tree, but it's an indoor tree that gets direct sunlight for most of the day. Brain matter.
With their arms around one another. I think we're going to have to go. That's the key, guys.
It was just like 8 days ago that Milei was at CPAC with Elon. Yeah. Exactly. Like, it was just here. Elon got to hold Milei's chainsaw and pretend like this is a good thing. The only way this ends well for the Argentinians is if Milei is hanging in the town square tomorrow.
That's absolutely fine. Do get away from the tear.
Oh, yeah, they
Juniors and River Plate. I've seen them with their arms around one another. I think we're going to have to go. That's the key, guys.
Daniel. That's absolutely fine. Do get away from the tear gas, obviously.
These football hooligans came together with the pensioners. The footy boys came together with the geriatrics to form an alliance against the government. 10 out of 10. Why are the cops fine with their stuff being stolen and fight for Milei? Because their stuff doesn't get stolen. And even if it does, they get to boss other people around, which is enough of a consolation. It's like Republicans in America, right? Like the general party would happily, knowingly, educatedly make a decision that negatively impacts themselves, as long as it negatively impacts Black or Hispanic people worse. Like it's crazy to think that, but it is. Republicans, and just like, you know, the cops here, will take a worse outcome for themselves as long as the people that they dislike get an even worse outcome than them. You can take my money, but you got to take more of theirs. It benefits them to align with the regime that requires constant brutal repression as well, yeah. Like Peronism. This is just Peronism.
Moving situation there. Police in Buenos Aires firing volleys of tear gas at the demonstrators. This has
Notice how never, ever, ever are right-wingers tear gassed.
Been a regular occasion in the Argentine capital. Many of the protesters,
also, like, depending on the government, if you defect, they might just put you in prison because now you're an enemy.
Who are out on the streets firmly against the imposed spending cuts made by President Javier Milei. The added dimension, as our correspondent was saying, though, is that this time that football fans...
that in Spanish...
Milei, the added dimension...
Gendarmeria. This is the same word in Turkish, but slightly different. Gendarme. This means military police. That's funny. I didn't realize in Spanish it's very close to the Turkish word. Gendarmeria, or gendarme.
As our correspondent was saying, though, is that this time that football fans have joined those demonstrations.
Again, like, here is real protests for democracy. I've shown you several instances of them today. You got Romania, you got Greece, you got Argentina, you got Serbia. Pick one, do it. Oh, and I will say my preference for how this protest should look should be Serbia. I think Serbia is a good example to work on, you know? Because they're killing it over there. Million fucking people in the street. Oh, I don't know if I think we got distracted. Here is the sound weapon that was used on protesters in Serbia. It is very effective, and it doesn't look safe to deploy in public like that, like stampede shit straight off the bat, but it is what it is. And they will do that to you. Don't think that they won't. They'll do it to you. They'll shoot you. I still need you to protest. Even if your life is at risk, this is what we need. Nothing less than this will cut it. The US used this one on BLM protests once. I forget where. All those things hurt you from the inside out. Yeah. We have two versions too. We have the LRAD, and then we have one that just hits your receptors just under your skin, so it is the most painful, but it's not permanently damaging as far as they've told us. This is what we need. Get me this. Get me Serbia. Create it for me. That's Visora's request of the public. I've heard you feel it in your bones and it's isn't describable. Yeah, I believe that. Should be human right violation to use. I mean, to be fair, we are the let's violate human rights country. Again, get yourselves some laser pointers and fireworks. Now, obviously, use them in the legal way that you can. If you live in a state that fireworks is illegal, don't buy any. But do this. Go start this. Make it happen. And get the laser pointers, because those are not illegal. And they will help you. I can't tell you how they'll help you, but they will help you. Protect yourself, that is. Not like you know, not on the offensive, on the defensive. Oh, yeah. Anyway, that's it for today. Let's see who we're going to raid. And then tomorrow we'll cover a lot more of foreign policy. What happened to airplanes dropping bombs on protesters? What happened to police worker shootouts? Protesters need to be 1900s again? I mean, I'm not sure if that's a Fed post or not, but at this point I don't care. You're right. That is how it is. Who are we going to raid? Who shall we raid? Raid. Here's a recycling story for you. When I had a dog, I would chop up some tomatoes and other fruits, and it's a mincemeat dinner. After a while, I noticed tomato seedlings growing through the lawn, so I dug them up and planted them. So I ended up with endless tomatoes as a result of recycling them through my dog. Based. Okay, let's... Oh no, you're playing a game. Alright, let's go to Cinemarxism. Thanks for the courage today. You helped me through work and after. I'm glad that I helped. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. Raid incoming. Thank you guys. Thank you. You guys are always awesome. Don't forget to drop a like on the YouTube stream. Follow the Discord, or sorry, join the Discord if you're not already in it, and follow me on socials. I will see you all tomorrow. Oh, and thank you for the bits. Very, very much appreciated. Thank you for being a good mod, Lennon. All right, we are live in 1. See you guys tomorrow.